Alrighty, what's good, everyone? Join up the stream right now. How's everybody doing today? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? Let me let Dean know that I'm live. Let me let Dean know that I am live. I am live. Alrighty, what's up, everyone joining in the stream? Let me make sure to set up the YouTube stream completely. What's up, everyone joining in? How's everybody doing today? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? We're going to get the debates going here in a second. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen that I'll be putting up here in a quick second, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. What's up, though, everyone joining in? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? How's everybody doing today? We're going to get the debates up here very, very soon, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. What's up, everyone joining in? Alrighty. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen to help get out to more people. Tomorrow, I should be live early 9 a.m. Pacific time, just letting everyone know. And the next day after that, on Wednesday, I'm assuming that I'll be live later that day. So that's the plan so far, everybody. What's up, everyone joining in from Dean's stream? Let me make sure to repost my my live stream from my second account by going to the arrow in the bottom right and clicking the repost button that's on the middle of the left aspect of the screen. When that next menu pops up, I click that and it helps push it out to the followers on my second account that might not follow my main account and get the notification there. What's up, everyone joining in from Dean's stream? What's good, everyone joining in? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? We're going to get the debates going here in a quick second. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Let's get everything going right now. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. So please only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
Lagging? I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
And what's your birth year?
What?
What's your birth year?
2004. Why?
And what month?
In June?
Okay. All right. Why do you support Trump?
Because he's defending his country. He's closing
Defending
the borders.
his country. Wait, are you in the U.S.?
Our country. Our country.
What state do you live in?
United States. Huh?
What state do you live in?
Florida.
Florida? What time is it?
It's in the afternoon. No, it's not night.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Not the keyboard, bro. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
25.
Do you support Trump?
Of course.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
He is much better option than Biden, Kamala, and there's no question about that. Biden's an absolute creep. Trump kind of is too, but Biden's way worse.
Okay. And what makes you think that?
Well, I mean, what do you think about the Ashley Biden diary?
One, I think that the contents weren't verified, so we don't know that's specifically her, right, in the situation, because of the fact that she came out and said that there were false accusations made about people that she cares about and loves, and that people were misrepresenting things specifically that she had said, and it was stolen by an individual and then sold to a right-wing think tank, Project Veritas. So there's issues in terms of that, but even so, even if you accept it for what it is, it's nothing comparable to what you see with Trump. And Biden wasn't even the last candidate. It was Harris.
No, it was completely verified. What are you talking about?
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
Her explicit statements.
She left her diary in Florida, right? Two people took it, gave it a Project Veritas. They didn't
Yeah,
publish it.
Project
But
Veritas is a right-wing think tank. Do you agree?
okay.
So
Well,
in
I'm
the
giving you
line
the
of
sequence.
the sequence of
Clear.
the
I mean,
events of who
you
had
don't.
the
Yeah, you don't
diary.
know.
Go ahead.
You don't know the sequence of events.
We do
But
know that
I mean, the
Project
court
Veritas was
findings.
the one of the individuals that had it prior to it being released. Barbie, think of
Right,
the
and
galaxy.
then there's a sequence of events after that clearly you're not aware of.
Okay. So can you tell me those series of events that are relevant?
Yeah, of course. So court findings show that the diary later leaked online through other sources, which of course I've read it. A lot of people have read it. The FBI opened a federal investigation, and the two people who stole it pled guilty to transporting stolen property. And in 2024, Ashley Biden confirmed it in a court filing that the diary was hers, which is
Yeah,
why the
but
case
not all
ended
the
in a
contents
criminal
were.
sentences
But
and
not
focused
all
on
the
theft.
contents. You misunderstood what I was saying. I wasn't disputing the diary. I was disputing the contents. Right? She specifically said that people were misrepresenting what she was saying and literally accusing right people that she loves of things that were not true.
Okay, okay. So then, what makes you believe all of the content towards Trump? It sounds like you're basically cherry picking. It sounds like you're in a cult. Anything that goes against Biden or Kamala or the Democrats, you say is complete fake news,
Wrong. I
and
have
it's Trump.
plenty of
You
criticisms
believe
of
it all.
Biden. I have plenty of criticisms of Biden and Harris. I just criticize when it makes sense to. And you said that I'm in a cult because I rely on credible evidence of saying things to be true. Well, there's credible evidence indicating that Trump is guilty. A jury of Donald Trump's peers indicated that he sexually abused a woman, and you don't think that's good enough evidence to accept.
No, I think Trump. I think he did. Yeah,
You
but
think
what
he
do I
sexually
mean?
abused a woman, yet you still support him?
Well, I mean, you support Biden. What about his accusations? There's been about 15 women who have accused him of sexual assault and him
Wrong.
penetrating Tara Reid in 1993.
So he wasn't accused by 20 or 15 women of sexual assault. I don't know where you got that from, right? But if you're saying Tara Reid, she perjured herself and then fled to Russia, that's one thing to take into consideration. And two, again, you keep bringing up Biden instead of addressing the fact that the last candidate was Harris. Would you support Trump over Harris?
Oh, well, absolutely.
So then, if you care about that, then why would you support Trump over Harris if Harris has never been accused and Trump has been accused by 26 plus people for sexual misconduct? He's been held liable for sexual abuse, and he's been credibly accused in the Epstein files by a minor. They got a
Because
settlement with the
okay,
Epstein
so
estate.
what evidence do you have that that's true, that he was um, about him touching, sexually assaulting a minor in the Epstein files? Because as a matter of fact, there's no credible evidence at all.
There was specifically a minor that got a settlement with the Epstein estate, right? That was a minor
Okay,
at the
not
time
Trump.
in which they were assaulted. So
Not
let me,
Trump.
yeah, I'm not done explaining yet. So you understand that, like, we can say that they specifically, credibly accused them because the accusations they made against Epstein were determined to be credible. An accusation that they made was that Epstein trafficked them to Trump. If we think that their accusations against Epstein are credible, then we do think that this accusation against Epstein would be credible, which would then indict Trump.
Right. So you still have absolutely no evidence. It was against
What?
the Epstein
I'm sorry, a
estate.
credible accusation is evidence. They were
Okay, well then
determined to
what?
be credible because they got a settlement with the Epstein
See,
estate.
but this is why you're in a cult, because you won't want to talk about all of the accusers of Biden. Like you said, there weren't 15. I could name I could probably name a dozen off the top of my head.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, you got Tara Reid. Okay, you got Lucy Flores. She said that Biden was smelling her hair and kissed her on the back of the head. Amy Lapos, she said that Biden grabbed her in the head and was rubbing noses with her at a fundraiser. All of this is assault, just so you know. And obviously with Tara Reid, the accusation was that he penetrated her with his fingers. Who knows if I get banned
So
for
so
saying this
you're
stuff on
comparing
here.
Biden with inappropriate hugging and being around people, right, to Donald Trump sexually abusing people, right? And I don't think that's okay for you to do. One. Two, I've already told you this multiple times, right? You have not mentioned not Donald Trump, Kamala Harris and anything that she's done wrong, all you've done is say, "What about Biden?" Okay, that's absolutely it. And by the way,
Well, if
now
she
you accept
supports Biden,
allegations.
she's an
Wait,
enabler.
wait. So now you accept allegations against Biden?
I accept them against Trump and Biden.
Okay,
What
so
are you
then
talking about?
are there any allegations against Harris?
No,
So if you
no.
accept them
I mean,
against both,
I,
okay, so if you accept them against Trump, but you don't, if there's none against Harris, why do you support Trump over Harris?
because I just do not agree with. I mean, I just don't agree with where she wanted to take the country. I
So
don't
you'd
think I'd
you'd
be
be
able
willing
to
to vote
take
for a
four
person that
years
you
of.
believe to be a rapist?
Well, I mean, you voted for someone that was. It's proven the diary was hers. He was showering with her until she was 11 years old. She
There
was
was no age listed in the diary,
hypersexualized.
by the way. Even in the fact that there's a chain of custody where it was held by a right-wing think tank, not even within the contents of the diary does it mention her age. I don't know where you just superimposed that. One. Two, as it relates to this, you keep mentioning Biden. What about Biden? Nothing is true about Harris. You literally
Because
cannot argue against
you
Kamala
need to
Harris.
address
It is impossible for you to do that. Tell me what specifically, what is the reason
because
why, if
she
you
was
care
not.
about
She
that, listen,
lost.
what is the
She.
reason that if you care about that, why would you vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris? Tell me. Without saying Biden's name, what would be the reason?
I mean, simply because I don't. She was his vice president. I didn't say his name, so I got to pass on that one. And I don't
His
agree with
he's like,
her
I
economic
referenced him, but I
policies.
didn't say
And
his
she,
name. Without
yeah,
referencing
exactly.
Biden, can you please answer the question?
She did absolutely nothing during those 4 years. Okay, what happened to
She had
the
the most
um?
tie-breaking votes of any vice president in U.S. history. Can you name one thing JD Vance has done as vice president?
Yeah, no, not much.
Okay, the Inflation Reduction Act is one of the things that she did in terms of her tie-breaking votes. So you can sit there, cope and seethe with that. But please give me an argument. Why would you be willing to vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris if you care about the fact that Donald Trump has sexually abused people?
Because I don't trust her either. I don't
Wait,
trust
okay,
any of
now
these
it's about the no. So
politicians.
by the way, you see how he's backtracked to say he doesn't accept it to be true now after saying that he does accept it to be true.
What are you talking about? I
You
accept
literally
it to
just
be
said that you
true.
do accept
I
it to be
don't.
true. Now you don't
You're not
accept it to be
following.
true.
You're not.
I
You're
am
not
following.
following,
I
and
am.
you're gaslighting.
I'm not
It's very.
gaslighting. You're just
It's.
mad that I called you out.
No, it's very simple. Okay, Trump 100% a pervert, a creep. Joe Biden, a pervert, a creep. I agree more with Trump's politics.
He can't
And
stop saying Joe
Kamala,
Biden's name.
see, but it's he was the last president. It's unbelievable. How many times? Let me ask you. How many times did you mention Trump when Biden was in office? And don't
Who was
be a
running for? Who was
pussy.
the leading candidate that ran in the last election? Yeah,
Okay, so
so
what
so you
about for the
understand that that's a big
what,
distinction. Who was the leading candidate for the Democrats in the last election? It was not Joe
bro?
Biden. It was Kamala Harris.
From 2021 to 2023, we didn't know he was running. How many times did you mention Trump? Probably every fucking day because you're in a cult
We
and you
did know
couldn't
he
get
was
him
running.
out of
We did
your.
know he was going to run again. You're just lying.
No,
You
you
keep saying
didn't.
I'm in a
It
cult. Can
wasn't
you tell
even
me what a cult
confirmed.
is? What is a cult?
You are in a cult because all you do is blindly believe 10 out of 10 things that the Democrats do, and you just completely dismiss everything on the right. You just follow everything the Democrats do blindly. You're in a cult.
Okay, so you said I blindly believe. Can you give
There's
me one
you
Can you give
can't
me
you
one
can't
example? Can you give me one example of something I blindly believe?
that Joe Biden is not a creep. I mean, you won't even say, you know what? Probably with all those women that have come out against him, dozen plus.
So you
Yeah,
see how
he's
it's
probably
everything
has
about
done
Joe
some.
Biden, by the way. So, by the way, this isn't a blindly believe sort of thing. This is whether or not you agree in these particular scenarios it would be inappropriate, which of course I would say that these are inappropriate in these examples, and Joe Biden would say the same thing. He's acknowledged this. But do I compare that specifically to what we've seen with Donald Trump? Absolutely not. Those are vastly distinct. Secondly, right, you keep bringing up Joe Biden to deflect away from the fact that you can't say these things about Kamala Harris, and yet you still don't care about them enough to say that you would be willing to vote
So
for
you
Kamala Harris over Donald Trump. So you clearly don't
see, but
care about these
this is
things.
your
You're just
way to
trying to
get.
virtue signal and use them for an argument. Now, you said that I blindly believed
How
that.
my
That
virtues?
was not true.
Uh,
Give me a single thing that I blindly believe. I'd love to hear it.
everything that all of the propaganda and everything on the
Be
left is
specific.
all you care about.
Be
It's all you
specific.
care about.
Can you be specific?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So tell me exactly what do you not agree with Biden? That what
Wait,
were
I'm
his
asking
failures?
you the question, sir. What do I blindly believe? You said a bunch of things. What in specific? Can you name anything?
Yeah. You just completely dismiss everything on the right. It's all about TDS. It's all about hating Trump, and you will never ever take ownership for the failures on the left. I mean, it's very
Okay, can
simple.
you
I don't
name a
understand
single
why you
specific
think it's
example? I'm waiting.
what you don't even give examples. That's the thing. You come on this, and all you
You're,
do is
as you're
talk
not
about
giving
Trump,
an
Trump, Trump,
example
Trump,
is
Trump,
ironic.
because you don't give example because there's no examples
I
to
do give
give.
examples.
You
You're the one not giving an example right now. I don't know why you're projecting and saying that.
so right because I've listened to you maybe 4 times, and not
So,
once
so
have
what
I
is this
ever heard you say
example?
anything. That's you haven't given an
I think
example.
that you
So
have
I've been on here for
PDS. I
four.
think you have PDS, Parker Derangement Syndrome. Why? Because you can't even mention right now what I blindly believe in. And you were saying that I'm in a cult because I blindly believe in something, but you can't name anything in specific in which that would reference. So
No,
that sounds like you have
actually,
PDS, you have Parker Derangement Syndrome, and you're just coping with reality right now because I've proved you wrong, and you have no ability to even argue against me from an intellectual standpoint. So you just try to act like I'm quote unquote in a cult, literally for no reason that you can't even explain.
no, actually, to be, I don't have PDS.
You do.
I think,
You've got
you're
Parker
smart. I think
derangement
you're
syndrome.
art.
That's what you do. You
No,
got PDS.
no, I think you're smart. I think you're articulate. I agree with some of the things you say, but I don't under. I'm a very open-minded person. I look at both sides. I can see the issues on both sides, and I don't understand why I never hear you talk about the problems on the left, the failures
Well,
on the
I
left,
talk about
along
them.
with
You just
what's
haven't
going on.
watched my live
And I
enough.
just, I guess
Every
not.
single time we talk about
But
immigration,
I just,
every single time we talk about immigration, do I say that I disagree with the Democratic position on immigration and say that we shouldn't deport those that have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes, and that I just think it's a preferable position comparative to the Republicans? Literally every single time I talk about immigration, I say that. So it's like there's no way that you've genuinely watched one of my live streams and you're like, oh, Parker never at all critiques the Democratic Party at all. Like that's one example. I can give countless others.
okay, so what are the others?
Okay. I disagree with the Democratic position on Israel, right? I disagree with the Democratic position in terms of addressing trans people. They didn't address trans people enough. They didn't fight for trans people enough. And they literally allow for the right to create a scapegoated narrative about trans people that disenfranchises them.
Okay, I like this. I like this. All right,
And by the way, I have the
this is what I
capacity
want to
to do
hear.
this, but it doesn't sound like you do for your own side.
I absolutely. What do you? I've been sitting here saying that Trump
Okay.
is
But
a
like
creep. He sexually assaults people.
okay, so now
One
you
hundred
do
percent.
believe that he did
It's
that. I thought you said you didn't believe them.
no. I said
Now you
I
do
was
believe
playing
them. So
devil's advocate.
okay, so I don't
I've
want
been
to
saying
hear a
that the whole
devil's
time. You
advocate. I want to hear
misunder.
your position. Okay? So given that your position is out here, I want you to answer the question. Would you vote for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump given that you believe Donald Trump sexually abused a woman?
All right. Well, I'll give you the truth. I haven't voted since Romney, but hey, if I were to vote, it was going to be for Trump. But I
Yeah,
refuse to vote
you're not
because I
answering my
don't like any,
question.
none. I don't like any of these candidates.
Okay? So do you want to answer my question? So then like you said you would still vote for Trump. So why? Give me an
But
argument,
but
give me a reason, give me a
I
justification,
I I
something.
I refuse to vote. And to be honest,
You
right?
refuse. So
So
now you refuse to vote.
I
So then I
am.
don't know.
No,
Why is
listen
your
for a
profile
second.
picture
Listen for
Trump?
just.
Why is your name Trump 2028? Why did you join a live of a political live that's literally saying why do you support Trump when you don't even meet the criteria?
I'll tell you exactly why. Because I was on here for 4 lives. You wouldn't bring me up, and it's like, listen, I side more with Trump, even though obviously he's a creep. I've said all this before. I'm in there in the comments because I want to have a discussion about obviously identifying how terrible the left is, how terrible the right is, and I just when I watch these lives, I'm like, I just see one-sided
Okay. So do you want me to tell you
propaganda
something?
from.
Make your own live stream and talk about it. So like the reality of the matter is that I'm running this live stream talking to people who support Trump, and I'm trying to convince people who support Trump to not support him. There will be absolutely places for me to talk to other conservatives, right? Given that you say you didn't support Trump, but the point I'm making is that if you didn't care about politics, you didn't want to involve yourself in politics, why did you decide to join a specific live about politics to be able to do that?
Because when I listen to you, it's very, very one-sided. That's it. It's just all TDS. You come up here and you bash me. Hey, don't talk about Biden. Don't talk about Biden. It's like, dude, all you do
I
is
didn't
talk
say
about
don't
Trump,
talk
Trump,
about
Trump,
Biden. I
Trump,
said you're
Trump.
only talking about Biden to deflect away from the accountability that you clearly didn't care about these issues at all, and you were willing to say that you'd still vote for Donald Trump, even though that's applicable to him, when it's not applicable to Kamala Harris at all. So I was just showing that you're virtue signaling that you're only willing to use this against Biden and not against Trump in a meaningful way.
But how could you say virtue signaling when all you do is rip on Trump supporters? That's all you do. So you're virtue signaling.
It's not
It's
virtue
literally
signaling
what,
to do one specific task. What are you talking about? That's like saying because
what
someone's
do
a history teacher, they're virtue signaling because they're only teaching one subject. What?
that makes absolutely no sense. You
How?
virtue
How does that make
signal
no
to
sense?
it makes absolutely no sense.
Do
You're
you think
virtue
Parker get a
signaling.
job is going
You
to fulfill every role that is necessary for politics? No. So what does Parker do? Parker finds a specific thing that he can make a difference in, right? That doesn't necessarily cover everything, but covers a lot that's meaningful and creates positive change. Parker can't do everything. Parker can do within what's his abilities. Okay? So if he focuses on something like that specifically, he can probably change more things and affect more things in the long run than if he specifically tries to address everything like he's Mario.
Okay, so let me ask you this: 2016 stolen elections. All the Democrats that said it was stolen. I mean, do you condemn the Democrats that were basically saying that it was rigged, that it was stolen? Hillary
Yeah.
Clinton, Bernie Sanders,
Wait,
John
they didn't say that it
Lewis.
was rigged. They didn't say that it was rigged. Never once
Yes,
did they say that it was rigged.
yeah, I have the quotes right here. What are you talking
Go
about?
ahead. Are you gonna bring up the quote of Hillary Clinton saying that Donald Trump's an illegitimate president because she doesn't believe in the Electoral College?
No. What do you? I mean, she
Okay, so
did
then
say
tell me
that.
what
But
quote are
there
you
was a
gonna bring
bunch.
up? I'd love to hear.
Well, I mean, I have like probably 15 Democrats here. It's just, I mean, all of them were saying that it was stolen, that it was rigged.
Okay, yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
waiting. I'm waiting. What
Hillary.
were the
So
quotes? What were the
okay,
quotes?
what about with? Okay, so Hillary, you can run the best campaign. You can even become the nominee, and you can have the election stolen from you. Is that good enough? Did you ever hear that? She said it was stolen from her. So all you've
I don't
heard
think
is
she ever.
that.
I want a quote. I want a source on that. Can you provide me a
I
source?
mean, source. Just go to you. Just Google it, and it'll come up. You can run the best campaign. You can even become the nominee,
Yeah, I want a
and
source that
you can
she was
have the
saying that
election.
in reference specifically to the 2016 election, saying that it was stolen. Can you
Dude, I
provide
mean,
me a
you
source
just
that says
asked me.
that?
You just a source. Just Google it,
Okay.
and you could see it from her own lips. I mean, this is what's crazy about you guys. Like you asked for a quote, I give it to you, and you're like, "There's no way she could have said that."
If
I
you'd
mean,
like,
she
would you
said a
like to
whole
provide
lot
me
worse
an
things than
article
that.
for saying that?
Watch it from her lips, bro. I mean,
Then
this is what I'm saying. You're a cult.
provide me the
You
clip. I'll
you
I'll
you
I'll,
can
I'll
you
I'll
can you
100%
can.
look it up once you provide the clip.
I can literally play it right now.
Go ahead.
You want to play it right now?
Yeah, go ahead. Alrighty, while he looks that up, everyone, let's give him a quick second. Fossey, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much on PayPal. Angelica, thank you so much. I really appreciate the dollar. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Caroline, thank you so much for the $10. I have not. I'll definitely have to make sure to look it up later. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. And Brian, let me know what you can see because there's yeah, I've tried so many times to get rid of that. And Tina as well, thank you for the $25. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it on Venmo. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section for here's a contribution to the cult. Thank you so much, Tina. I really appreciate it. The Parker cult would not be able to do it without you. Thank you so much for the cult funds. I really appreciate it. Thank you. William, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. They said 4 waffles. When are you gonna take a much needed vacation for your mental health? You deserve it, and thank you for facing the MAGA horde head on. Maybe sometime I'll take a day or so off to do like a quick day-long trip with my girlfriend or something, but that's really all I could see. But that would probably not be very soon. It'll probably be in a while. But thank you for the Colt funds, everyone. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Mads. Thank you so much for the $3. Thank you. They said, say hi to Steve. What's up, Steve? Did you find the source, man? Hello?
Yeah, I did. Hold on.
So
Of course I did.
what's the title, and I can play it for everyone?
Hold on. Computer died. Of course, second I did that. You
Interesting.
can't go to Google. You can't go to Google right now.
You could
and
just
type
tell
that
me the
verbatim.
title.
I just put in that exact what she said, and it'll come up. You can run the best campaign. You could be the nominee, and you can have the election stolen from you. That's so funny. Second I start typing in, computer dies.
Okay, so I have a PolitiFact thing right here that says it was half true that in 2016 Democrats suggested that the election was stolen. If your
What?
time is short, many prominent Democrats say that Donald Trump's win in the 2016 election was
You broke
tainted,
up there. What's that?
but their complaints don't align with Republican claims that the 2020 election won by Joe Biden was stolen. Democratic complaints in 2016 focused on events that happened during the campaign, Russia hacking to help Trump, and a late October announcement that the FBI had opened an investigation of the Democratic nominee Hillary Clinton. Republican complaints in 2020 centered on disproving claims that Biden won because of fraudulent vote count. Democrats in 2016 conceded that Trump was legally elected. Many Republicans, including Trump, still contest Biden's victory in 2020. Interesting.
Are you
Interesting.
playing the clip?
Well, I'm reading what PolitiFact said. If I have to click through to a clip,
Well,
there's like a million different things that are
I've got
very
it.
long.
I've got it. All right, I've got it. I've got it right here.
If you'd
Ready?
like to click through, go for it. Here's a clip of her talking about losing the election.
I went from, I think, 26 points ahead to 13 points ahead. And I needed about 18 points in order to be sure I could win Pennsylvania. I watched how analysts, who I have a great deal of respect for, like Nate Silver, burrowed into all the data and said, but for that Comey letter, she would have won. So it was very personal to me. I think my general
As I've been telling candidates who have come to see me.
Why are you playing it in the middle of me playing this? Okay, go ahead, I guess.
All right. All right. Yeah. Okay. Camera here. You ready?
Are you going to play it, or do you want me to play
As
it?
I've been telling candidates who have come to see me, you can run the best campaign. You can even become the nominee. And you can have the election stolen from you. Oh, my God.
I mean, so
So,
that's the
so to
context.
clarify, would you like to provide any context? Was she talking about someone else's election? Was she talking about history? Was that AI? Was it clipped? I don't know. It sounded like a cut.
It sounded like a cut.
Yeah.
This is
Would you like to play it back one more time?
This is from 8 years ago.
Yeah.
On
Would you like to
YouTube.
just go ahead and play it one more time?
As I've been telling candidates.
Hold on. Do you want me to turn? Can I turn the camera on in this thing? Do you want to see the video of?
Sure. Let me hear. Just play it.
Who have come to see me, you can run the best campaign. You can even become the nominee. And you can have the election stolen from you.
I don't know what other context
Okay.
you need. She's talking about the 2016.
Can you tell me the title, and I'll pull it up?
Yeah, Hillary Clinton says 2016 election was stolen from her.
Okay.
I mean, there's other things she said as well that are very, very close to that.
Here we go. Washington Examiner. Hillary Clinton suggests 2016 was stolen from her. Hillary Clinton said on Saturday that she's advising candidates what it's like to have an election, quote unquote, stolen from the evenings with the Clintons event in Los Angeles, California. You can run the best campaign. You can even become the nominee, and you can have the election stolen from you. Clinton said, said she had been telling candidates who have come to see her. The comment was met with cheers. Clinton's 2016 was targeted by Russian interference. It's not. I can't even read the whole fucking thing. That's unfortunate. Let me see if I can find it under a different thing. Because I only see under the Washington Examiner and Daily Signal reporting on this.
Look,
What year is this from? This is from
that's my
2019, you said?
yeah. I mean, this is the thing. Of course, obviously, only Fox is going to report on this, and then the Democrats are not. But when the right talks about it being rigged and it being stolen, then obviously it's Orange Man bad. The Republicans, they denied the election results, and I mean Maxine Waters, Jimmy Carter, Adam Schiff, Nancy
None
Pelosi,
of them
Nadler. I
have.
mean, they were
Wait,
all
now you're going to
saying,
add a bunch of names. None of those said that the election was stolen. So don't do that.
okay,
Now
all
again,
right. So
I'm
do you
actually
want
not
the
even
quotes?
seeing. I'm not even
I have
seeing
the
anything
quotes.
that is explaining the context of this. Would you like to tell me any of the prior context?
As I've been
Shit.
Because this is on Fox Business from 2019, dude.
Right.
Like that's your
I mean,
source is
how
Fox
could you
Business
how
from
could,
2019.
no, you know what my source is? Hillary's mouth. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
You're
I
in a
know, but
cult,
it's
bro.
clipped up by Fox
You
News.
can't, you
It's
literally
clipped
can't just
up
say
by
like,
Fox News.
it's clipped up. What do you, the words came
Yeah.
out of her
Hey, dude,
mouth. I mean,
I have to hear more context because to me that doesn't tell me that she's actually meaning that about the 2016 election. And given that she's conceded the election, given that she doesn't believe this today, given that she's clarified that she thinks that you shouldn't believe that the election is stolen, right? When literally criticizing Trump, I genuinely don't believe that this is applicable, right? Because I'd have to see the broader context. Now, if you could show me broader context, I would acknowledge that. Now, again,
no, you wouldn't.
even if Hillary Clinton did do this, that doesn't mean I blindly believe things because Hillary Clinton did something that was bad.
But you won't even admit that she said it, and you just saw the footage of her denying it and saying that she had the election
Dude, you're
stolen
not
from her.
playing the full clip to demonstrate the context of whether or not she
Okay,
was
so
referencing the 2016 election, whether or not she's referencing right people in
but
foreign
the,
elections, whether or not you're referencing
the
right other conditions. You have to be very clear. She could totally be referencing a different country. You know that, right?
well, I mean, of course, this was back when they thought that he was a Russian spy. So she thought that he was colluding with Russia to steal the election. So she says
So
that
wait,
she had it
can you give
stolen
me
from
any
her.
of the prior context?
I mean, that's just a clip that I saw years and years ago. I saw it again recently, and it's just like, I've
Dude,
seen
dude,
that
I
stuff
get
over
with
and over
some
again.
things that some
I
things
didn't sit
don't
and watch
require
the
prior
hours.
context. I get with some things it doesn't require prior context. This does. Because like I said, it could be totally in reference to other things, right? Like other elections. Okay? And
Yeah,
to
man. I
clarify,
mean,
there was an
this is
investigation,
wild.
and there
This is
was
my
an
point. This is my
investigation.
point.
There was an investigation. There was Russian interference in the 2016 election. Right? Now there wasn't evidence that Trump colluded with Russia, but there was evidence that they interfered.
Yeah, but I mean, that whole Mueller report thing was pretty vague, man. I mean, it was just like they came out and said, "Yeah, Russia." I mean, the one thing with that Mueller report, nothing in it found that Russia changed any votes, that they didn't hack the voting machines, that Russia altered the vote totals. None of
Okay.
that. None of
How
that
about this?
was
How about
in the
this?
Mueller
How about
report.
this? How about this? I mean I don't believe that this is saying that she's genuinely saying that, but let's say that she was. Can I disagree
She
with
was.
what both Hillary and Trump have done and say that they're both condemnable?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's the
Okay.
whole
So
point
then what
of
gets you to
why Kim.
based upon this reason, what gets you to support Trump over Harris? What tells
I
you
mean,
that I'm in a cult because I blindly believe things? Because that's what your argument
I, li-
was.
I, j- I just told you 10 minutes ago that I wouldn't be able to come on here and speak to you unless I said I'm a Trump supporter. I'm not a Trump supporter. I
Oh
don't
yeah, I
vote. I
forgot.
haven't voted since Romney.
Well, okay,
So,
so
I
but you
mean,
said you would. You said you quite literally would vote for Trump over Harris still.
but I don't vote. I mean, it's just, I view them as
So
like,
are you not going to vote in the next election?
no, absolutely
Okay,
not. I don't vote.
alrighty. Let me stop wasting my time. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Boudica, thank you so much for the $5. I heard that it was in response to the Mueller report. I just needed the prior context to know what she's specifically referencing. Because I could still end up disagreeing with what she was saying. I just need to know what she's saying to be able to say whether or not I disagree with it and
Parker,
why I
I love
disagree
you
with it.
so much. I love you so much.
Appreciate you very much. Let's go on the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. 23.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election were held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, I have a few people to think. Do you give me a quick second real quick? Thank you so much, Silver. I appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I'll definitely make sure to see. Well, thank you so much. Give some W's for them in the comments section. Appreciate it. Thank you. Lady Sorella, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Thank you very much. Referring to the EC. Maybe. Let me make sure to see if I'm catch up on YouTube. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Lady Sorella, thank you for the $5. Rowan, thank you so much for the $2. Milo, thank you so much for the $4.20. And for the $15, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Connor, thank you for the £2. Mantoxy, thank you so much for the £10 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. As well as I think I'm fully caught up. There we go. I am. Alrighty. Retro. Why'd you call me a grifter in the comments?
Because you a grifter for real.
Are you trolling?
No.
So then why do you think I'm a grifter?
I don't know. I just think you're a grifter because you take people money.
So is Trump a grifter?
Why would you say he's a grifter? Because he take money?
Yeah.
From who?
He literally takes money from people. He asks them for donations for his political campaigns.
When did he do that?
When he ran for office.
How did he do that?
Okay, are you trolling? Can you just admit it?
Yeah. Go Kamala Harris.
Okay. So I thought, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Susan, thank you so much for the $2 or $20. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Barbie as well. Think of the Galaxy. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up,
I
Paul?
love you, Parker. You're so my king,
Alrighty, let's go on
Parker.
the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, Paul?
Hey, Parker, I'll beat the shit at you, bro.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Thank you so much for the racing helmet. Thank you. Thank you, Scoundrel. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Nope.
Okay, we are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Do just give us a quick second, real quick, everybody. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's get this next person up here. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Helps get it out to more people. Let's get this next person up here real quick. Rachel, thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for all you do. Love you indeed. Keep up the amazing work. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 24.
And do you support Trump?
I do.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, for sure. I have a few people to thank, and then we can move on to our conversation. Just give me a quick second real quick. Kimberly, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Kimberly. I appreciate it. And Kamiri, thank you so much for appreciate the $15. Thank you so much for taking the money. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And Ivan, thank you so much for the $1 on Venmo. Thank you very much. Give some W's for Ivan in the comment section right now. Thank you. Alrighty, why do you support Trump?
Well, one, what he's doing over in Iran.
Okay. And you support the war. Did you support him
I
saying
do.
no new wars?
That war's been going on for years. We can't really support the no new wars that he was running on because it wasn't a new war. It was a war that America has been involved in for years because Israel was already involved in it. And
I
Israel is an
disagree. We
ally
weren't
of
already
America.
involved in a war with Iran. Quite literally, Trump has acknowledged that we started this war with Iran. He said it himself.
Technically, no. Israel started the war with Iran years ago, with America being allies to Israel. It is in our support. It is in our dedication to support them, regardless of what's going on. So
I
he may have
disagree.
ran
So,
on no new
do you
war.
support? Do you think we should have supported Ukraine?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I just want to let you know we don't just defend people because they're our allies. There's something called the Leahy Law. If they're committing genocide, we don't support them in that context. There's literally a law, it's just not being enforced on the books. Secondly, if we want to reference this, in terms of Israel, they literally are getting us into forever wars in the Middle East, so we're spending trillions of dollars on them instead of being able to spend that money here at home. And by the way, J.D. Vance and Donald Trump both acknowledged that before they got into a position of power. They both acknowledged
That's
that.
just like the war in
There's
Iraq,
literally a clip
though.
of J.D. Vance, literally less than 2 years ago, saying that if you shouldn't support regime change forever wars in the Middle East for Israel because it leads to young men dying in America. That's literally what he said. Do you want to hear?
Sure, I'll listen to it.
Okay. All right. Let me pull it up. Let me pull it up for you real quick. Let's take a listen to what J.D. Vance said.
My honest guidance to those young men, and I think their concerns are very legitimate, but if you're worried about the world spinning out of control, if you're worried about a military draft, if you're worried about, God forbid, a world war, the best way to prevent it is to vote for Donald Trump. And I really believe that. My honest...
I can keep going to more. There's plenty more I have on that. Give me a second.
Okay.
You can bring some up while I do that.
I can what?
Say it again.
You said what?
You can bring some up while I look this up.
So, I'm a little biased on it, though, because I am part of the U.S. military, so I do believe that we need to be involved in this war. And I was also over in Bulgaria when we were training Ukraine. So, I already did enlist. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm a specialist. I've been in for almost 3 years.
Sorry, here I have this video.
Stop sending our young people to faraway lands. We are not the policemen of the world. Some people will.
He said we're not going to send our young guys to die in foreign wars at a faraway lands, and yeah, that's exactly what we're doing right now.
I mean, yeah, we're sending people over there. Yes, there's been 6 Americans that have died that wear the same uniform as me, correct?
7 that the Trump
You're
administration
correct,
says, and there's plenty of resources that say that the number could possibly or potentially be larger than that. Now, there are conflicting bases for that, but the point is still true that Trump and Vance are sending young men to go die in a war in faraway lands for things that are not specifically helping us here at home.
More soldiers die from suicide than they do from war, though.
Okay. So you say
So in
more.
that same
So, by the
sense-
way, what causes the self-unaliving rate to go up?
Us being alone all the goddamn time. I mean, we sit in
so
houses,
it's gonna
barracks,
be
stuff
people
like that.
sending them to war in the first place. So to clarify, sending them to war in Iran is going to cause more of that to happen. So you're just providing evidence that Trump has led to this happening to more men in America and women.
Not really, because I mean, if we're all over there, yes, some of us are going to die while we're over there, but some of us are going to live. I mean, but at the end of the day, war is inevitable.
What?
No matter
No,
what
it's
we
not
do.
inevitable. This was an act of aggression on behalf of the U.S. There was no U.S. intel
Did
that
you see the
indicated that
dictatorship that was
there was
going on
no.
over there?
Wait, I'm sorry. We don't just go to war because we disagree with the government and how it operates.
It was
And
literally a
also,
dictatorship.
okay,
America stands for freedom. We
no, it
gave
doesn't.
freedom to the American, or
Then,
not
then
to
why
the
then
American
why
people,
has
but to
why
the
is historically
Iranian
speaking
people.
the United States literally got rid of a democratically elected leader in Iran and placed them a military dictatorship in its place?
Go and look at what
Wait, no,
that
no, literally
Democratic leader
explain
was
that
doing.
one to me. Explain that one to me.
Dude, I
The
didn't keep
U.S.
up with that shit.
is defending freedom around the world. No, the U.S. is trying to steal oil. Okay, we're not defending freedom, especially the person who denied the election results in 2020. That guy's not going to be establishing democracy around the world. Okay, that's not what's happening here.
In my opinion, we helped them out. With who
Okay.
was in leadership over there?
Okay, so
I mean,
you
have you
understand that
seen some of the crazy
apparently the
shit that
person
they
who's
do
in this
in the Middle
position is
East to their own
more of
people?
a hardliner. Did you know that?
Huh?
Did you know that the person in the position is apparently more of a hardliner now? And now gas is
No,
going
I
up in
didn't know
price.
that.
It's more expensive than when Trump got into office. How do you feel about that?
I think that it's bullshit that it goes up, but I pay for all my gas on base, so I don't have that issue.
Okay, so for everyone else, though, are you okay with their gas prices going up?
No. I
Wait,
think
you
that
said
it's
on base. Wait,
wrong.
are you in the military?
Yes.
Bro, you're gonna be sent. You could be sent to the front lines, bro. Why do you want to
I'm
keep
fine
this?
with that. That's what I signed up for.
You want to be sent to the front lines?
That's what I signed up for.
You signed up to be sent to the front lines in Iran. You're trolling.
Not in Iran, but I signed up to defend the American people, and if that's what it comes down to,
That's
then
not
that's what it
defending
comes
us.
down
That's an
to.
offensive war.
It is an offensive war. But if you think about it, one, China and Russia are both backing Iran. And they're a bigger threat to the American people than Iran is.
So why would we want
But
a
by us
greater
getting
conflict
involved in
then?
this, huh?
So why would we want a greater conflict with them then?
To eliminate the threat.
So eliminate the threat. You mean Trump?
No, Trump ain't a threat.
Wait, so what threat what threat did the imminent threat did Iran pose to the United States of America?
Did you not see the nuclear weapons that they were making?
I thought we destroyed their access to nuclear weapons 6 months ago. According to
And
Trump.
then they tried to remake
wait,
them.
Okay, so you're saying we only destroyed it for 6 months?
That whole entire country was ran off of nuclear
So the
power.
first strike was only destroyed that for 6 months. Is that your view?
Yes. And stolen valor,
Okay.
no. I'm a
So
19
it was
Delta
only
in
for
the
6
US
months
Army.
that they did that. So by the way, weak and ineffective. Look, you want to hear something? This is what Trump said about the circumstances in terms of going to war with Iran and negotiating with Iran. Take a listen to this here real quick.
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective. So the
I'm a
only
19
way he
Delta,
figures
Ray.
that he's going to get reelected, and as sure as you're sitting there, is to start a war with Iran.
How do you feel about that?
Huh?
Did you hear that at all? Any of that?
No.
Okay, listen, buddy.
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective. So the only way he figures that he's going to get reelected, and as sure as you're sitting there, is to start a war with Iran. Our president.
Do you have a response?
Yes, I heard that. And no, I understand, yes, he started a war, and he ran on no new wars.
So is he weak and ineffective because he couldn't negotiate, and he started a war because he couldn't negotiate?
No. He stood
Oh.
on what he believed in.
So he was wrong in this statement?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So 2011, Trump was just stupid. The 2011
In
Trump that was
2011,
criticizing Obama.
I criticize Obama. I think his health care that he enacted was fucking retarded.
Okay, don't use a slur. That's ridiculous. Please don't do that. You're probably going to get banned because of that, because TikTok will take you down. Secondly, the ACA expanded millions of people's access to healthcare in this country. You know that, right?
It
Millions of
expanded,
more
but it
people,
also
especially
cost
with those
more.
with pre-existing health conditions.
It costs more for the American people, though. It
Okay,
was
so you're
funded
saying
by our taxes.
you're saying it costs more for the American people. Trump signed off on more debt-related spending. How do you feel about that?
You
Did you
said
know
what?
Trump increased the deficit under his first administration? It was $500 billion a year under Obama's administration. There you go. Well, you got banned. $500 billion a year under Obama, and Trump increased it to around $1 trillion by the end of his first term. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's going on, Paper? 44?
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump,
Okay, why do you support Trump?
his policies, and he's the only president so far that has had the balls in the last 47 fucking years to hand Iran their ass after they kept chanting death to America. That right there is fighting words. And I told their asses was what had to happen.
Okay, so you're saying we
Yeah,
should
that's
go to war
the
with Iran. Did you also
This
ever
is not a
say
war.
you did
Let
you
me
ever
ask you
say
something, Piper.
did you ever say you support Trump
Has
because of no
Congress-
new wars?
Has Congress declared war? Yes or no?
No.
Then it's a conflict, not a war. I know Trump has said that it's a war. He is misspeaking. The Constitution states that
Trump is
only
misspeaking. Okay,
Congress-
so not just when he said it was a war, when like multiple members of his administration have said it's a war.
Okay, they're misspeaking constitutionally.
They're all
because
misspeaking. They're just all misspeaking, chat. Every
this is
single
a
one of them.
conflict.
Well,
This is a
they're all
military
calling it a
exercise.
war.
It's not a war.
Can you define
Congress
war?
has not declared war. The only way it can be a war is if Congress themselves.
Can you
declares
define war?
When multiple countries are fighting, and only when the U.S. Congress declares war.
Okay, so you just added that second
That's what
part.
the freaking
So I have a
Constitution,
question. I have a question. If the U.S. is not involved in a war, is it a war?
It is a military conflict. or
Okay, so
exercise.
to clarify,
By
if the U.S.
definition.
is not involved in a war, it's not a war.
No, it is not a war. Not by definition.
So
It is a
so
military
by the way, let me
conflict.
clarify. There have been no wars that did not include the United States of America. Is that your view?
World War One and World War Two. The rest have been either police action or.
Dude, I'm just asking you a question.
military
Have there been
conflict.
any wars that did not include the United States of America over the past 100 years?
Well, there's been World War One and World War Two where Congress declared war.
Oh my God. I'm
That
asking
is
you.
literally
I'm
the
asking
only-
you. Have there been any wars in the world that did not include the United States of America over the past 100 years?
There's been a couple wars.
Okay, there
Everything
have been
else
some. There have
has
been some. So
conflict.
there have been.
Legitimately speaking, historically speaking, the rest of
So let me clarify.
World War I,
So let me
World War
clarify.
II
If there has been war
actual
that did not
wars.
include the United States of America, then how could it include that the U.S. Congress has to authorize the war? It seems like the definition
The
of
rest of
war
them
is
military
independent of the U.S.
exercises.
Congress defining it as a war, because there have been wars that the U.S. Congress did not define
Just
to be
because you
wars.
don't like the answer don't mean it ain't right. You're arguing with a veteran who's done the research on this. This is not a war. Until Congress
So
actually
define
declares
war.
You're asking for something that it's not. I'm not
So-
going to do that.
I'm just asking you to define
This is a
war.
military exercise.
It's
We're
a
in
military
conflict with them.
exercise. So U.S.
We're
service
in
members,
conflict with
multiple U.S. service
countries
members
that
have died because
attacking
of a
us.
military exercise. It's
Have
a
you done
military
any
exercise where we're just
research?
like blowing up their oil and we're like directly engaging in conflict and like trying to take air
Well,
supremacy
they
and
did
like
hit some of our
engaging
bases.
directly with them in terms of drones and asking Ukraine to help us take down their drones and like calling it a war. You know, but we're
They
all of
call it
those are
what
just
they want,
mistakes. You
but
know,
according to the Constitution, until Congress
it's
declares
just a
war,
military exercise,
it's,
chat. Just an exercise.
yeah, read the Constitution. You'll figure that out real quick.
Read the
You say
yeah.
you
The
love
Constitution does not
Constitution?
say this is currently a military exercise. That's not what the
Yes, it
Constitution
most
says.
certainly does.
And maybe you should read the Constitution because Trump called to terminate all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. So maybe you should read that. Also, he threatened to nationalize the
When it
elections. You should
comes
read the
to
Constitution there. That's
when it
blatantly
comes to
unconstitutional.
Iran, another reason we got involved is the Iranian people begged for our help to destroy the regime that was genociding them and destroyed that school.
Okay, the school was destroyed by a U.S. Tomahawk.
No, it was
That's a
not.
fact. You want to bet?
That was bullshit.
Want to bet?
That's already been proven. That's already been debunked.
Want to
As
bet?
Iran did that.
Want to bet?
I've heard what Trump said, but I also heard what Iran
Do you
said too.
want to bet?
Iran owned it. Iran even said one of their missiles
I'm waiting. I'm
failed
waiting.
and hit the
Do
school.
you want to bet?
No,
Because you're wrong.
I don't bet because
You're
it's
wrong.
against TikTok community standards. I'm not getting banned. I'll be nice not let you get banned for something stupid like that.
Hey, dude. We
I
can
have
just
a
say it's
tiny
we
bit of
we
respect
we
for
can say it's something else. It's Madden Mobile, okay? It's Madden Mobile bucks, okay?
Same difference.
Hey, dude. The point I'm trying to make is that you actually don't think you're right here. Like this is bullshit. You know that this is bullshit.
I know
Clearly,
for a fact I'm right, and I'm not gonna take a wager that makes no sense.
yeah, because you know
I'm
you're
not
gonna
falling
lose.
for a trap.
What trap?
You're trying to get me to bet on something. Or betting period on TikTok goes against community standards, regardless of how you try to put it.
It doesn't
How you
really.
try to put
They don't enforce it most of the time.
it. Yeah, okay. I've only seen a few people lose their accounts for the same thing recently.
Why would I do it then? I run a live stream. Why would I risk my account? It makes no damn sense.
Which side are you on, Democrat or Republican?
I prefer Democrats.
There you go. You're protected because guess who owns TikTok now? A Democrat.
Who's also a Zionist, and I'm not a Zionist.
I think he's misusing that term.
What? Dude, Larry Ellison definitely doesn't like my type of content. I literally say that Israel's an ethno-state that is committing genocide in Gaza, so I don't think that's a preferable
No,
thing
that's
that
actually
Larry
Hamas
Ellison
that did
wants on his
Gaza.
platform.
In all reality, the Gaza Strip was done by Hamas.
That made no damn sense. Caroline, thank you so much for the $5. By the way, thank you so much for some W's for them in the comment section. Thank you so much, Caroline. I really appreciate the $5.
I
Thank you very
apologize.
much.
I've got
Bruno, thank you for the $1.50, by the way.
Elsewhere.
What's up?
I've got to go somewhere else that I'm needed immediately.
Wait,
I'm
also,
gonna
wait, by the
come
way,
back and
I
come
forgot to say this. Larry Ellison is Trump affiliated. He's one of Trump's friends. I forgot to mention that. Appreciate that you're amazing. You know
I'm
that,
not
right? You know
running.
Larry Ellison is Trump affiliated, right? Like, okay, well, he left. Okay. Michael, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Can we get some W's from Michael in the comment section right now for the $100 from a 72-year-old man? And so pleased to have an educated, smart, and compassionate young person standing up for people and moral values. Michael, thank you so much. Can we get some W's from Michael in the comment section right now for the $100 on Venmo? That is crazy. Thank you so much, Michael. That is absolutely insane. Thank you so much. Can we get W's for them in the comment section right now? That is incredibly kind of them. Seriously, W's for them. Let's go on the next individual here quick. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Let's get this next person up here real quick. Please, everybody, only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Sarah, thank you for the money gun. Thank you so much, Sarah. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
58.
Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
You have a bit of an echo. Can you turn off your Bluetooth possibly?
Yeah, I can.
For sure, for sure. Alrighty. Dua, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. This kid's supporting a legend who keeps me educated during my workday. Keep speaking the truth and changing views. You're making the world a better place. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Dua. Thank you. And Xanatos, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, though. Alrighty. Why do you support Trump?
Myriad of reasons. Going back to first term Trump, which was a crap show, but in terms of all the things that were going on, but Abraham Accords were amazing, and it set a framework for peace for the Middle East. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I don't think that created peace in the Middle East. I think that Trump's done the complete opposite of creating peace in the Middle East. Right now, he started a war with Iran, which is definitely not peace in the Middle East. Right?
But it set the framework for it because we got a ton of acknowledgement for Israel from Arab countries that refused to acknowledge Israel in the past. Now they've become trading partners.
I also don't think that the way that we should be engaging with other countries around the world is through Israel. I think that destroys our reputation on a world stage.
Well, okay. Problem is that when you've got a bunch of countries that refuse to acknowledge another Middle Eastern country and acknowledge them as a country and try to...
So you want to acknowledge the country. So why don't you acknowledge Palestine within the Abraham Accords?
Because Palestine's not a country.
Oh, it is.
No, it's not.
It is.
There's no fixed two-state solution.
Just because you don't recognize it doesn't mean it isn't. You know that, right?
I agree with you.
You mean Palestine's just currently not recognized? Okay, it should be.
And it's not recognized by the United Nations or anyone else.
It should
as a separate country. And Palestine has never really been a country. It was the British mandated Palestine, and it was a British mandated Palestine, and it was mostly occupied by people from all over the Middle East because the British, when they took it over after World War I, they put in a lot of infrastructure and people flocked to it.
So you understand that Palestinians actually are absolutely indigenous to the land. There are also Palestinians that have been displaced, right, due to historical conflicts and things like that are existing in the context of Palestine right now, but are historically, ethnically from other countries in the surrounding regions, which is totally okay. That still doesn't mean that this isn't Palestine. Also, I genuinely don't understand this whole argument. You're just trying to say that it shouldn't be considered one, essentially. That's all you're trying to say.
Well, that wasn't the core of my argument. I just brought up that I thought the Abraham Accords did a good first step in trying to bring peace to the Middle East and normalize relations between Arab countries and the Jewish state of Palestine, or Jewish state of Israel.
Would you say, in general, Trump has been better for peace?
Absolutely.
Okay. How can you say that while he's currently at a war with Iran right now, one that he started?
Okay. And I've heard you argue against this, but I remember, I'm old enough to remember, when dozens of hostages were taken over by Iran at the U.S. Embassy in Tehran after the revolution. I'm also old enough to remember when.
By the way, let me just clarify real quick. 3/4 of UN members do recognize the state of Palestine.
Oh, okay. But it's not an official state. It just isn't. I don't.
Is it just
I'm
because the
okay
U.S.
with.
says that?
I'm really
You
okay
just
with the two. I'm really okay with two-state solution over there. I don't have a problem with that. But we need to get Hamas and Hezbollah the heck out of there, so that we don't have
how do you feel
terrorists, and
about
they are terrorists.
how do you feel about the Israel government allowing for or giving arms to settlers in the West Bank to steal land from Palestinians? Do you think that's terrorism?
I wouldn't call it terrorism.
What? You don't
But
think that's
no,
state-sponsored terrorism? That to me is obviously state-sponsored terrorism. Can you define terrorism for us, please?
I think there's a beautiful example of it, and that was October 7th.
No, can you define terrorism? Not provide an example, but define terrorism.
It's effectively non-state actors, non-state actors going through there and doing terrorism or civilian in doing civilian targeted actions in order to change the level of safety perceived by the citizens.
So, like, for example, like an immoral or unlawful use of violence or intimidation, especially against civilians in the pursuit of political aims?
Yeah.
So, like, for example, right, wouldn't that apply to the state of Israel giving arms to settlers, Israeli settlers, to then go steal land from Palestinians by using force? That's quite literally the definition of terrorism. State-sponsored terrorism.
Except there is no accepted Palestine. So how can it be stealing land?
3/4 of the UN recognizes Palestine. Just because the U.S. and Israel do not is not an argument that it does not have recognition at all.
Do they have a seat in the UN?
That doesn't mean that they specifically shouldn't be recognized as a country or aren't recognized to be a country by 75% of the UN members.
I asked if they had a seat. I mean,
No,
they don't.
not to my knowledge.
So, and when you're looking at over at Israel, we're talking about
Does Palestine?
You're looking at things like Hamas and Hezbollah, and you're looking at the occupation of the Golan Heights, where they're firing missiles.
So
down
they have
through
a
Iran.
permanent observer state, which allows for Palestine to participate in UN proceedings.
But they don't have a seat. They can participate, but they don't have a seat.
Yeah, non-member observer state.
Okay, it's like auditing a class in college.
So again, that doesn't. So you're still not acknowledging the fact that. Wait. Would you essentially say that if the UN stopped recognizing Israel as a state, would you say that they aren't a state?
Good question. I'm not going to commit one way or the other on that one.
That sounds to be like hypocritical then.
They've been
So you're willing to apply that standard to Palestine, but you're not willing to apply that standard to Israel? That sounds hypocritical to
well,
me.
except that Israel's membership and their statehood's codified.
Okay,
in
so again, if it didn't
1947
exist,
by the United Nations.
say if we changed that and we got rid of their codification and their ability of being in the UN, you would say that you wouldn't recognize them as a state anymore?
That seems like a bizarre set of circumstances.
No, I'm asking you, would you recognize them as a state if the UN didn't?
But I'd be consistent.
So you wouldn't recognize them as a state?
Not if.
So I have a question. Did countries exist before the UN existed?
Of course they did.
Okay, so if countries existed before the UN existed, then how could the UN be the determination of whether or not something's a country?
I'm not saying that they are. I'm just, what's the argument for Palestine being an actual country?
Yeah, well, you're saying that they're not a country. I'm saying it's a country specifically because of the fact that there are going to be a determination specifically of people who are living in that area, specifically of the fact that there is independence, there's independent operations of government, and the only reason there would be levels of dependency is because of Israel quite literally illegally occupying the area.
But Israel has, after many, they've done many offers. This can go back to many offers to create a sincere two-state solution that have all been turned down by whatever the Palestinian leadership,
Okay, so
leadership was at the time.
let's just go back to what we were talking about. Like, what's the point of what you're saying right now? Like, are you saying that like we should recognize states that leads to better tensions, but you don't think this recognition of Palestine as a state would have been beneficial?
I'm totally willing. It's not my choice, but I'm totally willing to recognize Palestine. Get the terrorists the heck out of there.
Okay, so then you should say the same thing for Israel.
Israel is the one on the receiving end.
Do you think
of random
state-sponsored terrorism is something that actually exists?
Well, Iran's a state-sponsored terrorism.
Okay,
that's where Hezbollah.
Oh, I was going to
use
use that argument that you're using against Iran against you, because now you acknowledge that there is state-sponsored terrorism. Therefore, Israel is engaging in state-sponsored terrorism when they allow for Israeli settlers to go steal Palestinians' land with weapons and armaments they give to them.
And is that settlement still active?
So yes, they do still have settler violence active.
But they're not doing any new settlements.
Well, they actively want to continue to do more settlements, and they actively are impeding upon Palestinians' land all the time. So although there aren't, maybe you could say, newly recognized to them all the time, they obviously are still. It's constantly increasing.
Let's get Hamas and Hezbollah out of there. Let them have a democratic leadership that means something, that is not committed to the death of Israel.
Okay. So then how about you also stop the Israeli settler violence in the West Bank? Do you agree with that?
Fine.
Fine.
I'm not going to argue with that. I'm not going to argue over that. I mean, I despise violence like that regardless.
Okay. So you understand that that's why people are negatively responding to Israel, right? Is because of the U.S. and Israel's involvement with literally stealing land of Palestinians.
Well, the U.S. was involved in the stealing of land from Palestinians, but yeah, I know Israel was.
The U.S. has been involved in that.
Israel is trying to push back their borders.
The U.S. has been funding Israel doing that.
What's that?
The U.S. has been funding Israel to do that.
Well, we provide foreign aid, but
yeah, to Israel so that they can do that.
That's not the purpose of the funding.
You quite literally know that that's literally what the funding's been used for, right?
Well, it could be. I mean, they use it for a lot of things.
Okay. So I guess here's my question. Is there anything Trump could do specifically himself that would get you to stop supporting him?
Of course.
Could you be specific on what that could be?
Yeah. I mean, he goes and puts he goes out and, commits, I don't want to get banned by things, but, some heinous crime. Of course I wouldn't support him after that.
Like, if a jury of his peers indicated that he sexually abused a woman, would you still vote for him?
Well, see, that was a pretty ancient case. I know where you're going with that. They actually changed the rules in the laws of the state of New York to extend the statute of limitations for one case.
No, not for one case. It was for thousands of different cases in the context of New York. Civil cases, by the way. So I don't know why you just made that up.
I Okay, my information, and I'm sure we get news from different sources, was that the only one prosecuted under that because it was only that statute of limitations case was only enacted for a year, and that allowed the Southern District of New York to go after and.
So thousands of different people were able
to
to hold their abusers accountable in the context of New York because of the change in the statute of limitations for civil courts. So I don't understand this whole argument that you're making right now of, oh, it was just changed for Eugene Carroll. There's no evidence for that.
Well, there is, but
what evidence?
But I'm not going to debate you on it because I don't have. I'm not going to waste time on this call doing some research, but it was unique.
So there's no evidence?
I'm not saying there's not. I didn't have any plan on getting into that today. Otherwise, I would have looked it up.
Okay. So you don't care to look it up? I can give you time to do that.
Nah, it's okay. But if there were some allegations of Trump from back in the 1980s, and they say something happened. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. But I'm not. But he's already been elected twice, so I'm not going to go through there and say that I wouldn't support Trump because of that.
Well, why not? Because they're clearly, if Donald Trump was determined to have sexually abused a child, would you say that you wouldn't support him anymore?
Well, she wasn't a child.
What?
Eugene Carroll wasn't a child.
I never said Eugene Carroll was a child. I'm asking if this was determined to be true, would you say that you'd stop supporting him?
Probably not.
You probably wouldn't support
not
him.
For something that happened 40 years ago.
So if 30 years ago he sexually assaulted a child, would you still vote for him?
That hasn't been determined. So
I'm sorry. Why aren't you able to say no that you wouldn't support him?
If he's a baby raper, of course I wouldn't.
Okay, so like, what's the
I'd
relevant
still support his policies, but I wouldn't support the man.
What's the relevant difference between an adult and a child? That means in one scenario you'd be willing to vote for him, but not the other one. If he assaulted one, but not the other.
This is absurd. I'd still support his policies. Is what I'm saying.
So you'd still vote for him if he assaulted a child. So if he raped a child, you'd still vote for him.
No, I didn't say that.
So you
I
wouldn't
said I'd
vote
still
for him.
support his policies.
So would you vote for him or would you not vote for him? Is the real question.
Yeah, but I'd still support his policies.
So you would still vote for him?
Well, I'm not going to ever have another opportunity to vote for him.
So I'm just saying, if the election were held today, would you still vote for him over Harris?
Yes.
If you knew that he sexually assaulted a child, you'd still vote for him over Harris.
You're throwing some stuff in there. That's just.
So then answer the question. So given that that's the case, would you stop supporting him?
No, but you know what? If Kamala Harris had was proven to have stabbed somebody in a back alley, I wouldn't support her either. But we're dealing with. But we're dealing with things.
So would you vote for Donald Trump if he sexually assaulted a minor?
That, hypotheticals don't work for me here.
Why not? Why can't you answer this question?
Because it's silly.
Why?
I could take every politician in the United States, and if you throw something horrible in their background, it would keep me from voting for them.
Okay, so then you should be able to stop voting for Trump in this context. Otherwise, sounds like you're just in the Trump cult, and you'll follow him no matter what he does.
No, I'll follow his policies.
No matter what he does?
From a policy standpoint, he's been spot on.
So no matter what he does, you'd still follow him?
His policies. Do you not get the difference there?
So which means you'd still vote for him, correct? Like if the election were held today? over Harris, you'd still vote for him?
But none of those things have been proven. So yes,
No, I'm asking, like, can you answer the questions I ask you? Like,
I just did.
you
I
would
would
still
still
vote
vote
for
for him
him.
because none of those things have been
So
proven. He's
even
throwing some
if you knew
hypotheticals
that he
out.
sexually assaulted a minor, you'd still vote for him over Harris.
If it was not some weird allegation, and if it was proven true, that would affect my vote for sure. But you know what?
Okay, so you wouldn't vote for him.
It would have been affected in the primaries too, and
Okay, so let me
there
ask
would
you
have
this
been somebody
question.
suitable to take over.
Let me ask you this question. What's the relevant difference between the victim being an adult and the victim being a child? That means in one scenario, you're willing to say that you wouldn't vote for him, but not the other.
More or less, yes. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's all been alleged. It's not, there's nothing, he's not been convicted of it.
He's not been convicted of what?
Of raping a child or raping
I'm asking
or
you,
adult.
if he were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child, would you vote for him for president?
No.
If he were held
That's
civilly
civilly
liable of
liable,
sexually
not-
abuse, if he were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, would you vote for him?
That ancient case, I still voted for him. So proof's
Okay,
in the
so
pudding.
what is the relevant difference between the victim being a child and the victim being an adult? That means in one scenario, you'd be willing to vote for him, but not in the other one.
This is all hypothetical. I'm not doing it. If you want to talk about policy, I'll talk about policy. If you want to talk about achievements, I'll talk about achievements. You're trying to vilify the man,
Are you unwilling to
but not
engage
his
with the
achievements.
argument?
What's that?
Are you unwilling to engage with the argument? What is the relevant difference between the victim being a child and the victim being an adult? That means in one scenario, you'd be willing to vote for him, but not the other one.
First of all, I'm not doing hypotheticals. If. Come on, bro.
You've already answered multiple hypotheticals. Imagine being in a math class and you're asked, if there were 2 turtles and another 2 turtles came to the beach, how many turtles are on the beach? Would you be like, oh, I'm not answering hypotheticals? I'm not answering hypotheticals. Why are you asking me such a ridiculous question? I haven't seen a turtle.
Exactly.
I don't see any
not
turtles.
The same thing. I'm pretty good at math, and you know what?
Yeah, so those are
Those questions
hypothetical
come up all the
scenarios. When you
time.
say 2 turtles plus another 2 turtles, that's a hypothetical scenario so that you could extrapolate that there'd be 4 turtles in the scenario. Okay? And if a kindergartner, or if a toddler can realize that that's the case and can engage with that, you can engage with this argument. Okay? Something being hypothetical doesn't mean you shouldn't engage with it. This is a dumb explanation for why you won't engage with an argument. What is the relevant difference between the victim being a child and the victim being an adult? That means in one scenario, you would vote for him, but in the other scenario, you would not vote for him.
Flip it back around. Did if any of the Clintons were convicted of unaliving someone?
If any of the Clintons were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, I wouldn't vote for them. Now, can you answer the question? What is the relevant difference between the victim being a child and the victim being an adult? That means in one scenario, you'd be willing to vote for him, but not in the other one.
There's not a ton of difference, although a natural behavior to want to protect children.
You don't have a natural behavior of wanting to protect anyone who's a victim of sexual assault?
Absolutely.
So then
children
answer the
are
question.
a special class.
What is the relevant difference between the victim being an adult and the victim being a child? That means in one scenario you'd vote for him, but not in the other one.
if there was a sketchy civil trial in an instance here, but he's not been criminally convicted of anything.
Okay, so both of them were civil. The civil case was still a civil case with the child. So let me ask you this question: can you name one piece of evidence in the E. Jean Carroll case that you dispute?
I didn't. I'll be honest with you. I didn't watch the case closely.
So, by the way, you're saying the case was shady, but you didn't look at the case, so you don't know any piece of evidence you dispute in the case.
Correct. No, I'll just acknowledge that. I know there was some when I cared about it, and then I quit caring about it, quite honestly.
Okay. Well, there is no basis in which you'd be able to say that it was bullshit, because quite literally, it's almost like every time I ask this question, no Trump supporter knows the answer. Like,
okay,
at some point you should realize that, maybe there's something wrong with Trump here.
So, there's some allegations, and I know memories fail. Some allegations about something that happened 40 years ago. It seems like that relevance should have been proven out by now.
So we were talking about the civil case, and you said you would vote for him if the civil case was against a woman, but if the civil case is against a minor, then you would say, oh, no, I'm not willing to vote for him over Harris. So tell me why you're willing to overlook the sexual assault of women.
Well, if that were demonstrated, that would be taken care of in the primaries, not in the general election.
So it was demonstrated, and yet you guys still voted for Trump. So you say that, but then it literally was like he was held liable before the primaries, and yet you guys still voted for him in the primaries.
Yeah.
So then you said if this were true, then he wouldn't have got through the primaries. Then explain how he got through the primaries, even though this was true at the time.
Well, first of all, there was nothing about a child. There was that.
We're talking about the civil case.
But there was nothing in a civil case about a child.
I never said there was.
Okay. There was on the Eugene Carroll or whatever her name is. But
there was what?
There was a civil charge. I don't even think that thing's been settled yet.
Yeah,
I think it's still on appeal.
Was. Donald Trump was literally held liable. He appealed and he lost the appeal.
Oh, okay.
So if he lost the appeal, would you admit that you don't support him anymore?
No.
Okay, so then why did you bring that up?
I didn't bring it up.
You brought up the fact that he said. Wait, you brought up the fact that he appealed it as a point to say that oh, this hasn't happened yet.
Okay. This is kind of an absurdity.
How so?
They're trying to say that I shouldn't support Trump based on something that might or might not be true.
It is true. He was literally determined by a jury of his peers to have done this.
From years ago. But it's also been adjudicated by the American public that there was sufficient reason to still nominate Trump.
That's like saying that you don't accept that Joe Biden had cognitive decline because of the fact that he was still elected to be the nominee by the Democrats. No way that Joe Biden could have had cognitive decline if he made it through the primaries.
I think it's a false comparison, but
yeah, explain.
But
how.
I know, but it's not. But I'm honestly can tell you, it's not a bad one. Yet he still made it through the primaries, and he still had plenty of cognitive decline.
Okay, and Donald Trump made it through the primaries, and he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll, and he sexually abused a woman, and he bragged about grabbing women by the vagina without asking.
Yeah, on that Billy Bush tape or whatever it was, or whoever it was that recorded that. I mean, it's sort of locker talk, but are we ever going to get to anything substantive here, or are we going to just focus on
This is
stuff?
substantive. You just don't think it's substantive because it makes you look bad.
Doesn't make me look bad.
It does. You literally can't give the reason of what's the difference between the victim being a child and the victim being an adult. That means in one scenario that you'd be willing to vote for him, but not in the other one. Because this question is something that obviously will make you look bad because it demonstrates to you that you don't care about protecting victims if they get above the age of 18. If they were 17, you wouldn't vote for them, but if they're 18, you'd still vote for them.
How old is Eugene Carroll? What were the
I never said that
circumstances?
Eugene Carroll was a child, but the point is still demonstrating that you specifically are just unwilling to hold Trump accountable, and you are looking for reasons to say that you wouldn't, that you specifically will still support Trump regardless of what he does.
I never said that. I told you there's plenty of situations I wouldn't support.
Yeah, but I just gave an example where you specifically clearly are unwilling to support Trump if the victim were a child. But given that this is true about Donald Trump, that he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, then you're willing to overlook that.
Yeah, you know what? And I wouldn't support somebody that had sex with a hippo either. But no one's alleged to have had sex with a hippo.
I don't know what the comparison was there. That was really stupid to say that.
No, it wasn't. I'm just saying we're throwing out a bunch of hypotheticals here. No, it's been adjudicated by the public at least that
it's like saying it was adjudicated by the public that Joe Biden didn't have cognitive decline, and that's why he was the primary candidate.
Yeah. I mean, how else would he have won?
Okay. Wow. That's a horrible argument. So now your argument is that Joe Biden didn't have cognitive decline because he won the primary. That's really stupid.
No, I'm saying that the public didn't believe that he had cognitive decline, at least the people that voted for him.
I believed he had cognitive decline, and yet I still voted for him.
Well, you got what you paid for.
I don't know what that means.
You got the president you voted for.
Okay. And did you? Because, I mean, he said no new wars. He said he was going to end the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours. He said he was going to build the wall and make Mexico pay for it, repeal and replace the ACA, release the Epstein files, and you didn't do a single one of those things.
Well, let's go back. First term Trump, the wall got extended. It's being still extended to this day. He got out of the JPCOA, which is something that he promised to do.
Okay. And why was the JCPOA bad?
Because all it did was put a 5-year pause on Iran's nuclear activities. It didn't end it.
It was a negotiation to ensure that we have surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities.
Yeah, we had that for a long time, and yet it never happened.
Yeah, so you understand that like that was a better way to ensure this because that can continue to be expanded, that deal. And they were willing to give up their nuclear enrichment, right? Their uranium that they're enriching. But Donald Trump said that wasn't enough, and Israel said that wasn't enough, and they wanted more than that. They wanted them to completely get rid of their ballistic missile program, which would essentially leave them as sitting ducks to be taken over by Israel.
Well, I haven't seen a situation where Israel's been launching ballistic missiles at Iran randomly.
You understand they started this conflict, right? The U.S. and Israel
are
the ones who engaged in the act of aggression of starting this war.
Prior to February 28th.
What? You can't just say that.
I just did.
You can't just say that though. Like act like the history didn't exist after that.
Well, because it was, if you look at everything, pretty much really screwed up that's happened in the Middle East over the last many years, Iran's had a hand in it. He's threatening his neighbors.
Okay, so you saying country has done problems around the world. They've done bad things. It's not evidence that we should invade said country. Okay, that makes no damn sense. Also, like,
Well,
haven't we realized that, like, regime change hasn't been effective?
We're not one of our stated objectives to have a regime change.
They want a regime change. That's what they wanted to do. Trump said
I
that
don't think anyone doesn't want a regime change there, but that's not one of the objectives stated by the United States.
It is. Trump specifically said that he wants a different person than the certain supreme leader that was picked. What are you talking about?
He has said that, but he hasn't said that regime
By the way,
change is the goal.
I don't support U.S. intervention for regime change. Obviously, do I like the regime that's in office? Absolutely not. But what you're not understanding is that it's not so easy just to say that we literally take out a leader and then literally the country becomes better. That's not how it works.
We're trying to create a path for the Iranians to take over their government.
So you're saying you want to create a path for the Iranians to go and take over the government, right? Have we seen any effective circumstances of that happening historically?
Well, the fact that the people, was it back in January, were marching in the streets in almost every major city in Iran, and then the Ayatollah decided that he had to go kill a ton of them to try to keep
that's horrible. And
but
you know,
yeah,
the
people were
Trump
trying to take over the
administration has done
government.
that in the U.S. as well. They've murdered protesters in the U.S. They've murdered people in the U.S. specifically that were literally just exercising their First Amendment rights that clearly
Who's that?
shouldn't have been murdered.
You're talking about Kent State or something going back that far?
I'm talking about Alex Preddy, Renee Good, right? They should not have been murdered. What were they doing that justified their murder? Because Kristi Noem literally said they were domestic terrorists.
Yeah, and Kristi Noem doesn't have a job anymore.
Yeah, so by the way, Trump's willing to fire Kristi Noem because of that, but he's unwilling to fire Howard Lutnick, who is literally seen on picture with Epstein on his island, and lied about it.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I haven't seen that, but I'm going to believe you that it's true.
Okay.
So the fact that he was on the island, so was Bill Clinton on the island many times.
There's no evidence Bill Clinton was on the island.
Yeah, there is.
Really? What's the
evidence? The flight logs.
There's no flight logs of him going to the island, to my understanding.
There is. I give you one, give me one. Look it up. There is.
Where?
And Clinton's never denied being on the island.
Well, I mean, that would be news to me. I'd love to be able to call that out. Please tell me where I can find that information.
Google it.
I can give you time to look it up while I thank some people.
Jeez.
So, do you understand there's a difference between being on the island and being on the plane? Trump was on the plane. Was he on the island?
It's been reported that he has.
You think Trump has been on the island?
No, not Trump.
Clinton.
So I don't think Trump's ever been on the plane. Maybe he was. I don't know.
Trump was on his planes multiple times, 7 different times. Sarah,
compared to 20 to 27, though, Clinton was on the plane.
Now, can you give me any evidence that he went to the island?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. But Howard Lutnick, there is a picture of him on the island, and yet the Trump administration has not fired them. Why not?
being on the island doesn't make you guilty.
I think it does. If you intentionally went to the island and you are not one of the victims, explain to me how you can be innocent.
If you didn't engage in any illegal behavior.
It is illegal behavior because you would have known what was happening. And you would have covered it up. Because he lied about it. He said he was never on the island. So he knew about the fact that it was happening. He covered it up and didn't do anything about it when he was there and saw it happening.
Perhaps nothing happened while he was there if he was on the island.
Okay. So you literally just like aren't going to accept it no matter what. There's like blatant evidence, even when it's true about Howard Lutnick. There's literally pictures of him on the island. You're like, oh, I'm going to defend him being on the island now.
I don't really give a shit about Lutnick.
You don't care. You don't care that a member of the Trump administration was on the island with Epstein.
Charge him. I don't care.
So why is Trump not firing them?
If he did something wrong, charge
why
him.
isn't Trump firing them?
Has anyone provided evidence that he did anything wrong?
Wait. And do you think that Bill Clinton is guilty?
I think Bill Clinton is probably guilty of a lot of stuff.
Okay. So what makes you think Bill Clinton is guilty?
Of a lot of stuff? I'm not saying that his trips to the island.
Oh, so his trips to the island were not what
were necessarily criminal in order.
That doesn't make him guilty. So what makes Bill Clinton guilty under your view?
He was the now we're going all the way back to the pay per play for the Clinton Foundation. There's got to be something there.
So you don't have anything. You're just saying maybe there's something there.
There's got to be something there.
So by the way, nothing. He can't mention a single thing that Clinton is guilty about other than saying maybe there's something there. Really, dude? You can't say anything? You were just trying to make that comparison, and now you can't say anything that would indicate that he's guilty.
Not a specific example, I can't.
Okay. Well, I do have to kick you because you got a misinformation flag. I do have to go on to the next individual. That was ridiculous, though. That was ridiculous. Jesus. I do have some people to thank real quick, everyone. Misty, thank you so much for the $5. I would have asked if I saw that earlier. Thank you so much, Misty. Ray, thank you so much for the appreciate the dollar. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Well, thank you so much. I'll definitely make sure to do that. Zachary, thank you for the $50 or $5. Thank you. Maya, thank you so much for the 50 cents. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. It's ridiculous. I know, right? Rory, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That would have been great to bring up. Thank you so much. Thom as well. Thank you for the $25. Of course. Thank you so much. I do need to get rid of the Christmas tree. I apologize. I've had it up for way too long. It's like I'm literally like almost a month or less than a month away from my birthday and literally still have it up. I need to literally get going. Nicole, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you on PayPal. Caroline, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Caroline, again, thank you for the $5. Oh my God. Justina, thank you so much for the $300 on PayPal. Can we get some W's for Justina in the comment section right now for the $300 on PayPal? That is absolutely nuts. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said, thanks for showing up, Parker. Forever inspired and always impressed by your driving consistency. As always, sending respect and love. Go get them. Thank you so much, Justina. Can we get some W's for Justina in the comment section right now for the literal $300? That is nuts. Thank you so much, Justina. That is nuts. Thank you so much. Seriously, W's for them in the comment section right now. Hey, Joshua, speak, mute yourself, or leave the live.
You're just going to drop me, aren't you?
Good boy. Good boy. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
I do, yeah.
Election were held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
06.
What month?
December. Dude, I'm 19.
Hey, dude, I ask these questions to literally everyone that comes up on my stream.
Okay, you're right. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Alrighty. Why do you support Trump?
I don't support all of his policies, but I do support a majority of them. Specifically, I like what he does regarding like male and female specific spaces would probably be my number one.
Really? Because, I mean, he bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where multiple 18-year-olds came out, said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. So I'm really confused as to why you think that he's good on that when he admitted himself to violating that.
Yeah, I mean, number one, I think that's a little bit of a pivot, but I mean, I'll go ahead and address it.
That's not a pivot. That's quite literally directly on topic.
Okay. So I don't support him as a person. I don't think he's a good person, in all honesty. But that doesn't change the fact that his policies are still like doing the right thing, in my opinion.
Okay. Would you say that like it makes sense at all to say that you care about preventing men from being in women's spaces if you vote for someone that bragged about doing that to commit sexual exploitation themselves?
Yeah, with the
But
position that he's in, he's going to do that regardless. So if he's promised to make a policy in regards to it anyways, then why would I not vote for him?
so you're saying he's going to sexually exploit women and children regardless, so you're willing to support him because he's going to do it regardless?
No, I'm saying that he wasn't president at the time when he did that. Once again, he did
So?
that in 1977, by the way. He was 34. It was
Wait, that's just not true.
1977.
Not
Yeah, it
true.
is. He
Nope,
admitted to
this is
it on the
the
Howard Stern show in 2005, but
Yep.
it happened in 1977.
No, because there were literally victims that came out from Miss Teen USA and Miss USA from the 90s and 2000s that talked about the fact that this happened to this happened to them.
Okay, so once again, it started in 1977. That was over 50, no, not quite 50 years ago.
And even if it
49.
was, that's not evidence that he didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, once again, I mean, number one, you're not addressing my fact about the male and female specific spaces that
I
I'm
like
for.
am. Like you're not acknowledging that Trump himself has
No,
literally
you're right.
sexually
He did.
exploited
Yes, he did.
women, and you're
Number
willing to
one.
overlook that. Like, can you name a single policy of Kamala Harris's that you disagree with?
Yeah, I disagree with her opinions, which she didn't specifically have
No,
like, policies
opinions
that
are.
she
I
implemented.
asked you for a policy, not opinion.
Yeah, she didn't have any policies that she implemented because she wasn't president.
She had no policies she implemented. Well, the Inflation Reduction Act she had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice
Are you
president in
talking about
U.S.
policies
history.
that she had as vice president?
I'm talking about policies she supported or specifically policies that were passed. Answer either.
I mean, number one, the Inflation Reduction Act that you just talked about, which I would be in support of that, yeah.
You support the
But
Inflation
then-
Reduction. So then, what specific policy in relation to men and women's spaces does Kamala Harris support that you disagree with?
Well, it's not that she has a policy that she's specifically commented. I'm sure she does. I'm not familiar with it.
Okay.
But I know that she's pro transgender, things like that. So I know that
Pro-trans
she.
people. So by the way, you don't even know her specific position. You're just saying because she's pro-trans people.
Yeah, because she's pro trans people and
So
she's
by the way, you're
pro-trans
willing to vote
rights.
for the rapist, fascist, felon that tried to undermine our democracy and is literally sending us to war right now because of the fact that Kamala Harris supports trans people.
I mean, I don't think that he's necessarily a rapist.
He was held liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will amongst a unanimous decision of 9 people in a jury. He has 26 plus people that have accused him of sexual misconduct. He's bragged about grabbing women by the vagina without asking, which is literally sexual assault. And he was credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files who got a settlement with the Epstein estate and was determined to make credible accusations towards Epstein. And another one of the
conviction that he had, that was static. Yeah, that was civil.
So that doesn't mean that it's not true.
Yeah, you're right. It doesn't mean that it's not true, but it doesn't mean that it is true either, right?
It means that there was evidence. So we're showing a pattern of behavior with all of this evidence we're taking into consideration together.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so with all of this evidence, why don't you say that you don't support Trump anymore? Because this is very good reason to believe that Donald Trump has done this.
I'm sorry, it cut out for me. What'd you say?
This is very good reason to believe that Donald Trump has done this. Why doesn't this get you to realize that that is the case? At what point would you accept the evidence?
Yeah, when it's absolute.
So it has to be 100% certain for you to accept it to be true.
That's typically how absolute is used. Yeah.
Okay. So do you think Jeffrey Epstein is a rapist and a pedophile?
Yes.
Okay. Are you absolutely certain about that?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a logical possibility that he isn't?
I mean, I wouldn't say that it violates a law of logic. Like
Okay, so to
in
clarify,
reference to the three
certainty
laws.
means that it's logically impossible to the contrary.
Sure,
That's
then
what
I'll say
certainty means.
99.9% would be absolute in my opinion. I
Okay,
could
so
reform that to 0.1%.
okay, so to clarify, right? If someone is convicted in a criminal court to have sexually abused someone, would you accept it?
I would have to look at the case myself.
Okay, so you don't accept cases unless you've looked at them yourself. You don't typically accept the determinations of convictions?
I mean, typically if I see it in like a heading and it's not anybody that I know or anything that's going to have effect on my everyday life, I'm probably not going to look further into it. But obviously this is the president of the United States, and this is somebody that, well, I didn't vote for him at the time because I wasn't of age, but
You said you're going to look into it more. Can you name one piece of evidence in the E. Jean Carroll case that you dispute?
yeah, I actually have notes for it. Do you want me to pull them up?
Go ahead and name one specific piece of evidence you dispute.
Okay, hold on.
Do you have any off the top of your head?
Not off the top of my head. No, I wrote this down probably like 6 months ago, so.
Okay. Angelica, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Put some W's for them in the comment section right now. That would be a good point to bring up. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Ray, thank you so much for the dollar as well. Thank you very much. And Misty, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we some W's for them in the comment section right now? I'll make sure to look into that. Thank you. Or make sure to bring that one up, I mean. Billy Jane, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much on PayPal. I really appreciate it, of course. Thank you so much. I literally always will. Thank you so much, Billy Jane. Always good to see you. Kim, thank you so much for the $1.27. Thank you. Seriously, at this point, I need to. Nicole, thank you for the dollar. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And I think I am fully caught up. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. And if you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always.
Okay, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, so number one, I would talk about the fact that she doesn't remember when it happened. I mean, I feel like if I was raped, I would remember when it happened, and she has no clue when it happened. She has a span of like 5 years where it could have happened, but she doesn't know.
Wrong. You're wrong. So it was a span of 1 year, 1995 to 1996. That's within 1 year. Many victims don't remember the specific year, month, or day, or time, or day of the week, for example. That doesn't mean it didn't happen to them. That's trauma
you're
that
right.
then
Many
leads to
victims
people
don't.
not specifically remembering those certain details. Now, let me ask you this question. Do you think someone that doesn't have the capacity to tell you the exact time in which it happened, do you believe that it didn't happen to them?
No, but I believe that it's a possibility it couldn't have, yeah.
Okay, so to
I
clarify.
believe it's ambiguous, which
Oh,
leaves
so to
room for
clarify,
questioning.
if this is true for a person, would you believe them?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Yeah, if it were true for a person, right, that they don't have that, right, they don't know the specific day it happened to them, would you believe them?
I would be inclined to believe them. I wouldn't say that I would 100% be like, oh yeah, that definitely happened. But I would probably be inclined to believe them, yes.
So you'd still be inclined to believe them. So this isn't a reason to not believe them. Fail. Name a piece of evidence in the case you dispute. You still failed to mention a piece of evidence in the case you dispute. Your notes were even wrong about the case.
Okay, so the DNA that she has on the dress, it was not identified to be anybody's. Now I know that Trump didn't provide a sample,
Yeah, why didn't... So it was just unidentified male DNA. This isn't a thing that you would dispute. More or less just that Donald Trump didn't give up his DNA within the multiple years allotted to give it up. Which, by the way, shows that he's kind of guilty. Like, because of the fact that if he had the ability to say that he wasn't at the scene of the crime, he never met her. There's no way that she has his DNA. And he should have given up his DNA because it would have proved that he wasn't at the scene of the crime. But that just tells us that very likely he does think that he was at the scene of the crime, and therefore it would have incriminated him, and that's why he didn't give up his DNA.
Yeah, if I held as much controversy as Donald Trump did, I wouldn't want to put my DNA out there into some kind of database anyways. Because
It's not just it's not used in a database. This is a civil court simply just to verify whether or not this was applicable. It was not put into any database beyond that. Plus, as president, he's already given up his DNA to do that to the general system. So, by the way, this is for a civil case. The civil case can't even get access to that broader database that the government would already have.
This case took place before he ran for president, so that would be irrelevant.
No, this case took place while he literally was running for president the third time. Or before he was going to run for president the third time. I apologize.
Okay, before he was elected president, let me put it that way.
He was already elected for his first term.
I'm sorry. I'm thinking of when the case happened, like when the event happened.
Yeah, when it happened, 1995 to 1996. Which, by the way,
okay,
you said it was within 5 years. You didn't even know that it was with 1995 to 1996.
Yeah, I said 5 because I was looking at the 1995.
Interesting.
Regardless of whether he provided or not, there was no DNA evidence. So I would still say that that's something that I would have some kind of contention with. There's no DNA evidence.
Yeah, because Donald Trump didn't give up his DNA, not because she didn't bring up any evidence that she would have been able to verify if Donald Trump gave up his DNA.
Is he under an obligation to give up his DNA?
No, he's not legally obligated because it's a civil court, but he should give up his DNA in that circumstance because it makes him look guilty if he doesn't.
So
doesn't it make him look guilty? Like, come on, be real.
They don't do
be real.
something?
Doesn't that make him look guilty?
No, I don't think so. No, I think that it's
okay. I just think you're being
ability.
dishonest, or you're just like genuinely like you can't fathom like critically thinking for once. Like genuinely, this is not a hard thing to think.
I mean,
about
I think
for
that's just a difference of opinions and analyzation. But
oh no, it's not. That's just you being dishonest. It objectively makes him look guilty because if he was innocent and he never met her like he said he never met her, which, by the way, was obviously proven wrong because there's a picture of them shown together, then he would have given up his DNA because he would have been able to prove them wrong. For example, if someone was literally trying to destroy my reputation by saying that I assaulted them and I knew I had never met them in my life and we were in the context of a court system and I didn't want to have to give up a bunch of money, I would give up my DNA to prove that wasn't true, not only because I don't want to have to give up a bunch of money, but also because I care about my reputation. Right?
Cool. I mean, number one, his reputation is already very slandered.
Okay, wait. So you're saying Donald Trump doesn't care to uphold his reputation? That's bullshit. Donald Trump cares the most out of anyone to uphold his reputation. Let's just be very honest right there. But clearly, everyone would want to do that. Everyone in that circumstance who was innocent would do it. If you were guilty, you clearly wouldn't. But if you were innocent, you would totally give it up. And if you wouldn't give it up and you're innocent, you're just genuinely pretty stupid. Like, why would you rather give up tens of millions of dollars if you're Trump in that scenario than just give up your DNA to prove that you weren't at the scene of the crime? Like, that's just fucking ridiculous. She's literally alleging that it's his DNA. If he proves that it's not his DNA, that shows that he's not at the scene of the crime. That would have been your argument. You would have started with that argument. Okay? But that isn't something that Trump can do because he thinks it's probably going to incriminate him.
Okay, so 2 things about that. Number one, I never said that he doesn't care to uphold his reputation. The only thing I said is that his reputation was already slandered. That doesn't mean that he doesn't care to uphold it. And then the second thing that I would add to that is also, I mean, I would bet tens of thousands of dollars, not that I have that, but if I did, I would bet tens of thousands of dollars that his lawyer advised him not to give up DNA because people being not adjudicated by a court of law because it is a civil case, but people in civil cases do not voluntarily give up DNA.
No, so then, again, that would be a really stupid thing because, again, it was relevant to him running for the election. It was relevant towards, right, him in general and how he was treated in society, and it would be tens of millions of dollars. So any lawyer that would tell you to do that in that circumstance is stupid. If you are genuinely innocent and a lawyer tells you to do that, they are a stupid lawyer. Genuinely. Why?
Okay, there's some
Because there's
stupid
no
lawyers out there.
way they could have your DNA if you are innocent. A lawyer that is good, right, and they were trying to defend you, right? Obviously good in like they're trying to defend you, not necessarily morally good, but given that they are actually doing their job, right, trying to defend you, right, they would tell you to not give it up if it's possible that it would incriminate you.
I don't necessarily. I mean, I think you don't think it's possible that it could have incriminated him if you were looking at my standpoint. I'm sorry, because I know 100%.
No, I think it would have incriminated him because it would have shown that he was at the scene of the crime after he claimed he never met her, which was a complete and blatant lie.
Yeah, I mean, but I'm asking you, from my point of view, do you not think that it would be possible for some kind of DNA evidence to incriminate him, regardless of whether he was actually the assailant or not?
Oh, no, definitely not. Want to know why? Because there were only a few people on that dress. It was her, her friends that she's really close to at that time that were within close proximity to her, and one unidentified male. So it's only people that were within close proximity to her, not just people that were around her or touched her or things like that. It was people in close proximity enough to be able to leave a trace of DNA that, by the way, would stay around for decades.
Yeah, I know DNA lasts for decades, once again, because this was in 1995 to 1996, like you said. And also, like, those are just the people that we know about. Also, a possibility that I've considered, which obviously I have nothing to back this up, but just like a possibility that I have thought, is that it potentially could have been consensual at the time, and then later when he gained this fame, and then all of these, not gained this fame, but when he gained the political fame that he had, and all of these people were coming out and saying these things, she decided to come out too because she wanted money.
So you're saying
But
that,
I have nothing to back
so you
that
said
up. That's
E. Jean
just a
Carroll
theory
was
that I have.
doing this for money? Is that what you just said?
I said that it's a possibility she could have been, but like I said, I have
So,
nothing
by the
to
way,
back
this
that
is said about every person that tries to hold their abuser accountable in court. It's just said about all of them. That's just meant to demean them, not actually because it's true. So
I'm
this
just
is the
saying
only.
that's a theory I have. I didn't say that's what happened.
She was already a millionaire prior to this. Let me clarify that.
Okay, if I was a millionaire, I'd still want another $1 million.
But would you lie? Would you make
Would
up?
I lie?
Would you
No,
make
but
up?
that
Would
doesn't
you,
mean that somebody
would you
else
make up
wouldn't.
claims? Would you make up claims about sexual abuse about someone that when that never happened in order to get millions of dollars from someone?
Personally, I wouldn't, but that doesn't mean that somebody else wouldn't either.
So again, but you have no reason. If someone did do that,
Yeah, I just
it's,
told you,
wait,
I have
wait.
nothing to back
If
this up.
someone
This
did
is
do
just me
that,
putting
it's
something out
unlikely
there.
that they had a consistent story over multiple decades. It's unlikely that they had multiple friends that they told at the time that this happened to them. Why would she tell her friends decades ago and then wait decades just to be able to make money from it?
Like I said, I don't know. That's just a theory I have. I just said that I'm just putting
But
it
like
out there.
it's
Putting that out
unreasonable
there.
to believe in theory.
Yeah, you're right. It literally just said I'm putting it out there. That's it.
Okay, I know, but like I'm responding to it and giving it criticism.
Okay, you're right. I'm sorry. Do you want to hear anything else that I had a problem with about the case, or do you want to move on to something else?
Yeah, I do want to hear other things you had problems with the case because I don't think you mentioned a single piece of evidence you actually disputed legitimately.
Okay. Well, I mean, I just disputed the fact that there was no DNA evidence. But then also
there was. It's just Donald Trump didn't give up his DNA, so it wasn't able to be cross-referenced.
There was no DNA match. We'll put it that way.
Because there was no cross-reference, only because Trump didn't give up his DNA within the allotted time, not because she didn't provide something in which could have been cross-referenced.
Yeah, I know.
That's a very relevant fact.
Okay. Something else I would say. I'm sure you've heard of the Access Hollywood tape.
Yeah, he bragged about grabbing women by the vagina without asking.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think that's exactly what he said word for word.
It's exactly what he said.
That's
So
what
he's
he said
able to-
word for word. We have to grab them by the vaginas without asking. That's what he said word for word.
Well, I'm obviously, like he said, he said pussy, like.
And did he say without asking?
Yes, he said, I don't even have to ask.
Okay. I'll take your word for it because I mean I don't think he would lie on a live stream of 7,000 people. But no, I would just say that that's character evidence. That's it.
So that's character evidence to indicate that he's admitted to engaging in behavior just like this.
Yeah, did you know that under Rule 404 of the Federal Rules of Evidence, character evidence is not admitted?
This was admitted in the court because prior acts are relevant.
Prior acts can be relevant. They're not always relevant. I would say that
But
this
in
is
this
prejudicial
case, it was
character evidence.
in this case it was relevant. That's what the jury determined.
Yeah, the jury. Well, number one, the jury doesn't determine what evidence gets admitted or not. That's the judge.
No, the jury determines what evidence they see to be reliable, and it was admitted.
Yeah, you're right. I'm saying
and it
that
was
this
taking
shouldn't
into
have been
consideration
admitted as evidence. I'm saying this shouldn't have been admitted as evidence because
was
it's
it
character
ruled
evidence.
to be irrelevant by the judge?
Not by the judge, no. But I'm just
Okay.
saying that that's a piece of evidence that I have a contention with. I think it was character evidence.
Okay, but like there's nothing wrong with using that. The judge didn't indicate anything wrong with that. Neither did the jury.
Sure, they don't have to for me to have a contention with it as character evidence.
So
I'm just looking at the federal rules
do you think
of
the fact
evidence,
that
that's
someone
all.
has sexually abused someone in the past would be evidence towards the fact that they'd be likely to
That's
sexually
not
abuse a
evidence
different
that they
person?
have sexually abused somebody in the past. Nowhere did he say that I have done
No,
that.
and no, hold up. If someone, like, think about this. If you believe that someone has sexually assaulted someone in the past, would that be evidence to bring into court to say that they sexually abused someone else that is accusing them?
Yeah, probably, but I don't think
Okay,
that
so
this tape is evidence of that.
So you do take prior acts to be relevant.
It depends on the context, like you're saying.
Yeah,
but I
like
don't
him
think that this
admitting
was
to
evidence of
literally
that.
sexually assaulting women would be relevant prior character.
Yeah, well, he's not admitting to sexually assaulting women.
He literally is. Grabbing women by the vagina without asking is sexual assault.
Let's just, so that we both have it fresh on our minds word for word, can you play it? Because I'm sure you have it pulled up right now.
I don't have it pulled up right now, but I can.
Sure.
You want to say something while I bring it up?
You should get an eyebrow piercing.
I meant like something related to the live.
Oh, double tap the screen.
I'm not telling you to tell people to double tap the screen.
I know, I'm being...
I meant like, do you have another political point to bring up?
Oh, I mean, I already brought up at the beginning male and female specific spaces for transgender issues, but you didn't address that. You just kind of pivoted to the dressing rooms, which, by the way, pageant dressing rooms aren't female specific.
In this case, it was, right? And literally, he was saying it was himself. Donald Trump said only no men were in there. That's literally what Trump said himself.
I mean, I don't believe that there's never been a man in the dressing room for the Miss USA pageant. There might not have been in this
Trump
instance.
literally said no men were around.
Yeah, I know. I've heard it. I'm just saying that in general, pageant dressing rooms are not female specific.
Okay, so you're saying that dressing rooms in general aren't female specific. In this context, it was. Trump said it was
Pageant
himself.
dressing rooms. Pageant dressing rooms. Dressing rooms
Yeah.
for women are female specific.
Yeah, you
Just like
understand that in
bathrooms
this
for
context it
women are
was. When
female specific.
we're talking about Miss Teen USA and Miss USA. We know what it was. I'm
Yeah,
sorry, you're just not
those are pageant
acknowledging the
dressing
truth.
rooms. Yes, those are not female specific. Pageant dressing rooms in general are not female specific. There's people going in and out of those rooms all the time for various reasons.
Yeah, I'm just gonna play this clip. It's him hearing it in a deposition. I'm pretty sure it's him defending it, and this might include it.
Did you or anyone on your staff reach out to anyone at Bergdorf Goodman?
I didn't have to reach out to anybody because it didn't happen. And by the way, if it did happen, it would have been reported within minutes. Very busy store, by the way. The most
What, I'm going to
ridiculous,
the part.
disgusting store.
Does it play?
I saw it with as much respect
Give me one
as I
second.
can.
Okay.
And the only
I asked the photo that you were just referring to in this photo?
that's Marla. Yeah, that's
Oh, that's him mistaking E. Jean Carroll for his ex-wife.
And the woman on the right is your...
Give me one second.
accusing me, and so are you, of a thing you can do, the worst charge. And you're a disgrace. But she's accusing me, and so are you.
Okay, I don't see the. I gotta bring up the particular clip. Give me one second. So.
You're good. So, like, no eyebrow piercing or...
No. Definitely not because you told me to.
Are you serious? Would you have gotten it if a Kamala supporter told you to or advised you to?
Oh, absolutely.
Bruh.
I'm just trolling. I wouldn't have got it either way. My girlfriend and friends or her friends brought it up like recently, and I was like, I probably wouldn't.
It doesn't
Okay.
hurt. I have one. It feels like
Well,
you're
I'm not
getting
saying it hurts or it's anything bad. I just don't want one myself.
the modification.
Give me one quick second. This is taking a minute to find this because there's a million different things about it, not necessarily just the.
I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I know it
Here, let me-
exists. I've heard
here
it
we go.
before.
I moved on her, actually. You know, she was down in Palm Beach. I moved on her, and I failed. I'll admit it.
Whoa.
I did try and her. She was married.
That's huge news there.
No, Nancy. No, this was marriages. And I moved on her very heavily. In fact, I took her out furniture shopping. I moved on her like a bitch, but I couldn't get there. And she was married. Then all of a sudden, I see her. She's now got the big phony tits and everything. She's totally changed her look.
She's your girl's hot as shit. In the purple.
Whoa.
Yes.
Whoa.
Yes, Nadal has scored.
Whoa.
Oh, my man. Wait, you gotta look at me when you get out of your
Set this up.
That is very.
You give me the thumbs
Look at
up.
you. You are a.
You gotta put the thumbs up. You gotta get the thumbs up. Can't be too happy.
Yeah, let me.
It's very
You
funny.
gotta give the thumbs up.
All right, you and I will walk there.
Oh my god.
Some Tic Tacs just in case they start kissing her.
There we
that's
go.
it, with the gold. I gotta use some Tic Tacs just in case they start kissing her.
Hold up, give me a second. It's taking a minute.
You're good.
It's like a magnet. Back to the beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. You just like, I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
Whatever you want.
Grab them by the pussy. You can do anything.
Can you replay like the last 10 seconds?
I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. You just like, I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
Whatever you want.
Grab them by the pussy.
Is he saying, and when you're a star?
Yeah, so by the way, you can go in the deposition. He defends this. He's saying it's been largely true for about the past million years that stars have been able to just go up people and grab them by the vagina without asking.
I don't think it was without asking. I'm saying, I think what he's saying, which I think it could be misimplied, but I think what he's saying is that when you're a star, people will let you do that.
So by the way,
That's how I took that to mean.
Yeah, when you say let doesn't mean that they've consented. Because when you say let, someone could freeze down. That doesn't mean that they've consented. So
Someone
because
could
they
what?
don't prevent you doesn't mean that they have said yes.
Yeah, I think that what he's saying, do you not believe in implied consent?
Well, I do think that there was none here. He said you don't even have to ask.
I didn't hear him say you don't. Oh, I did. You're right. I did. And this is the Access Hollywood tape, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I would still say that I see how somebody could take it to mean that. That's not how I take it. So I still think that this is prejudicial character evidence, yeah. And I would stand with that.
But it's still relevant.
No, because I don't think it's relevant because it doesn't
How is
ascribe.
it not relevant? Him talking about grabbing women by the vagina without asking, how is that not relevant towards a case where he's accused of doing just that against someone's will?
He's saying that they're going to let me do that. That's what he's saying. That's
By the
not
way,
sexual assault.
You're not listening. I've just explained this to you. Letting someone do this to you is not evidence that you've consented. Do you think that letting someone do something to you is evidence that you've consented?
I think that in the case he meant it, he's talking about implied consent.
Wait, do you think letting something happen is evidence that you've consented? Yes or no?
It can be evidence that you've consented. It depends on the context, and in this context, I think it was implied consent.
So you say that this is implied consent, but there's an example where it's not, and yet you still say that that's implied consent. Secondly, like when you say implied consent, when he says he doesn't wait, when he doesn't ask, how does he know?
He didn't say he doesn't wait.
Because like yeah, he said he doesn't wait. That's literally what he said.
He said he doesn't wait.
Yeah, you want me to play it again?
Yeah.
You know, I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. You just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
Whatever you want.
Grab them by the pussy. Do anything.
I did not hear don't even have to wait.
What? Listen.
Point it out when he says it.
It's like a magnet. You just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're
I don't think that's what he said.
You just
like,
heard it.
No, I hear it, but I don't think that's what he's saying. I would say that's inaudible.
Listen.
It's like a magnet. You just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star.
What was he saying? I don't even
know.
wait.
I can't tell. I cannot tell.
Automatically attracted to
and I'm not even being disingenuous. I genuinely cannot tell.
Then just listen. Listen.
Okay.
Like a magnet. You just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're.
Can you
I
slow
don't
it down?
even wait. I think that's obviously I don't even wait. I don't know how you deny that one.
I personally don't hear. That's fine. Somebody else might hear that. You hear that. That's fine. 34 people in your chat, 41, they hear it. That's fine. That's not what I heard.
It's not just 40 people in the chat, it's the entire chat. Everyone here, like even Trump supporters typically accept this. Like when he's not waiting, that implies he's not asking, right?
Okay.
That there's not even a consideration of that. He just does it.
We could also take that to mean, like, say that you go out on a date with somebody new. You guys spend like all day together. You're taking her home, and you kiss her, but you don't ask first. But it's implied that you can. Do you think that's sexual assault?
So I think that there can be a consent that's established part of that. Well, by the way, in these circumstances, I do ask. I think it's important to ask and have those conversations prior and to know that it's established prior. He's talking about just going up to people and doing this. Not like they had a date, they had some sort of prior context specifically where they were both specifically showing that they were interested, right? And things like that. But do I think it's important to ask? Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, it is important to ask, but I do think there's cases where implied consent is also enough.
This is also isn't just kissing too. It's also grabbing them by the vagina.
Yeah, I know. I was just using that as an example.
Do you think that if a person on a date, especially like a first date, for example, grabs someone by the vagina in that circumstance without asking, without waiting, do you think that's sexual assault?
It depends on the context. It can be.
I don't know what context in which that wouldn't be, like, genuinely.
Right,
like,
we don't know the context. That's the thing.
Let me clarify. Like, you do not just in typical circumstances go up to people and do things like that.
No, you're right. But if you're in a setting where it's appropriate and we don't know the setting that he's referencing.
But we do, because she literally explained how it was inappropriate.
Who explained?
E. Jean Carroll. She accused Trump of sexual abuse. She determined that to be true in a civil court, unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people.
He's not saying that he did that to her.
What?
He's not saying that he grabbed her. He's just saying that in general.
He's saying in general he did this. And then it's matching up with this story. There was also, he said he never met E. Jean Carroll. There was a picture of them shown together. He said he wouldn't have sexually abused E. Jean Carroll because she's quote unquote not his type, but then in a deposition mistook her with his ex-wife.
Yeah, no, he was attracted. He literally just said, what did he say? I moved on her or something like that. And he did lie about meeting her because there is a photo of them together. But if I had met somebody and I made a move on them and then later they accused me of sexual assault, I would probably say I'd never met them either, in all honesty.
What? Why?
Because they're falsely accusing me. And I feel like if there's
so why wouldn't you say I did meet them? And the actions that we engaged in were consensual rather than lying and saying you never met them when you did. Why would you lie because they're lying? That makes no damn sense.
Yeah, because I would be afraid that the evidence of us together would be incriminating simply because we were together.
So being together is not evidence of a crime, right?
Okay, so then the picture of them together doesn't matter?
Not if he didn't lie about it.
And
If
the
it was just
picture
if it was
of
just them shown together, that's not evidence of a crime.
okay, so the picture of
That's evidence
Trump
that they were
administrator,
together.
the picture of people from the Trump administration with Jeffrey Epstein isn't evidence
Well, I
of a
mean,
crime.
well, I do think pictures of them on the island specifically, right, is evidence of a crime because of the fact that there are conditions of this is a known sex trafficking island of children. Okay?
Okay, so do you think that the pictures of Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein off the island is evidence against him?
What? Well, I'm not saying pictures can't ever be evidence. I'm confused what your argument is here.
Yeah, you're saying that this picture.
This is just a picture of them together hanging out like at a party. That's not evidence
are you
that
saying
he's committed a crime. That's just
okay,
evidence
so
that they
you're
were
not claiming
together.
that this is evidence.
No, the picture's evidence that he lied. And the picture of Howard
Okay.
Howard Lutnick is evidence that he lied when he said that he wasn't on the island.
I'll agree with you on that, and I don't like Howard Lutnick.
Okay, so Trump's not firing him, so.
I know, and he probably should. Yeah, like I said, I don't like Trump. I like Trump, but I don't like him as a person. I don't agree with most of the things that not most of the things. I don't agree with a lot of things that he does. I don't like the way that he talks about women. It's very objectifying. But I also like some of his opinions, and I think that those opinions are better than Kamala's opinions.
Yeah, but you can't tell me what, and also don't use that as a pivot. Let's fully go through what we were just
You're right.
talking
No,
about.
I'm not trying to pivot. I'm just pointing that out.
But do you see, based upon what I'm saying right now, that it makes sense that Donald Trump did this and that the evidence is indicating his guilt?
I would say that it's like by preponderance of the evidence, I wouldn't say it's 51-49. I could see maybe 50-50. But I really don't see 51-49.
Every single juror on that jury disagrees with you.
Yeah, you're right. But I'm saying if I was viewing the case myself, I wouldn't say 51-49 or 99-1. I wouldn't say through preponderance of the evidence he's liable.
But he lied, said that they never met. When there's a picture of them shown together, he said he didn't sexually abuse her, even though she's quote unquote because she's quote unquote not his type. But then in a deposition, mistook her with his ex-wife.
Yeah, he's definitely a liar.
We played that
I'm not
earlier. He's
saying
like, "Is
not
that
a liar."
Marla?" The picture that was shown of him with E. Jean Carroll. He asked if E. Jean Carroll was Marla, his ex-wife.
Yeah, I'm not saying he's not a liar. He's definitely a liar. I'm just saying that
So
lying
explain to me,
doesn't automatically
why do you
make
believe
guilty.
him? Why do you believe him when he's lied, when she's been consistent, and there's no indication that she's lied?
Let's see. Why do I believe him when she's consistent and there's no indication that she's been lying?
Why do you believe him when he's a liar, when he's been proven to have lied in this scenario, right? Whereas you don't believe E. Jean Carroll, even though she's been consistent in every single context about the scenario, and you can't indicate any lie that she's told.
I think that her story is ambiguous. I do.
Okay. So that's not a lie that she's told. I'm asking, why do you
it
believe...
doesn't have to be a lie.
Wait, was Trump's story very specific? Or was Trump's story ambiguous? So how is that
Trump
evidence
didn't
of...
he didn't really tell a story specific to the case. He just kind of...
He said they
that
never
he didn't tell
met.
the
That's a story.
Okay, you're right. And he did say they never met. So yeah, that's a lie. And I didn't say that he didn't lie, so...
So, again, why isn't this enough?
I just personally don't think the evidence is convicting.
Convincing me? So, but why? Like,
Yeah,
why is it not
convincing.
convincing?
From my point of view, like I said, and you're going to bring up the fact that he never submitted it, but I'm going to say there's no DNA evidence, which you can say implies guilt, but regardless... Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, regardless of whether it implies guilt or not, there's no DNA evidence to convict him.
So you were saying implied consent is something that can be established, but implied guilt can't?
No, implied guilt can. I'm just saying that this isn't implied guilt.
This is implied guilt. This absolutely is.
This also has nothing to do with him being president.
So you said this has nothing to do with him being president. It does. If you've sexually abused someone, you shouldn't be able to run for president. I think it should be illegal. If you've been held civilly liable of sexually abusing someone, it should be illegal for you to run for president of the United States. I think we should be able to agree on this bipartisanly. Why can't we?
Well, number one, a civil conviction doesn't hold up. It has no legal effect on anything. It wasn't a legal case.
I'm just asking, can we agree people convicted in a criminal court or held civilly liable of sexual abuse, they should in that context, what's it called, be not allowed to run for president?
I mean, I would have to look at the case myself to determine
I
that. I
don't.
don't think that it should be.
Any person held liable of sexually abusing a woman, held civilly liable, held criminally convicted of doing so, whether it's a woman, child, or any person, they should not be able to be president of the United States. And I feel like
I would
every
say that if
American
you're-
should be able to say that same thing.
I feel like if you're criminally convicted, then no, you should not be able to run for. If you're criminally convicted of sexual assault, then
Okay,
you should
but
not
if
be
you're
able to run.
held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, do you think you should be allowed to be a gym teacher?
It depends on the context.
It depends on the context. So you'd be okay with your kid's baby or your kid's gym teacher being held civilly liable of sexual abuse and still being able to be the gym teacher?
It depends on if the case is false or not.
Same evidence as
I
Trump.
mean, like,
Same
no, like
evidence as
prima
Trump.
facie.
You're saying that you'd be willing to let that teacher teach your kid, be your
Prima
kid's gym
facie, no.
teacher.
Prima facie, no.
So no,
Prima facie, no.
don't do that. Give me a yes or a no directly.
I can't give you a yes or no if it's dependent on context.
I'm asking you, right, in a general context.
In a general context, which could be correlated to prima facie, no. Yeah, no.
So
In a general context, no.
So you wouldn't support Trump because of the fact that you can acknowledge that you would accept to be true if it were a gym teacher, but you can't accept to be true when it's Trump. Let me ask you this question. Do you believe O.J. Simpson was innocent?
No.
Why not?
Yeah, I think that the one piece of evidence they had that pointed to him not being guilty was not enough.
What? I thought you have to prove that he was guilty.
Yeah, like I would say that that would be like 0.1%
He was
chance
found
that
not
he's
guilty in a
not
criminal
guilty.
court, but was held civilly
Yeah, I know.
liable.
I know, because the glove didn't fit, you must acquit, right? Yeah, I'm saying that
Wait,
right
by the way,
there.
I'm not saying I don't believe that he did this. What I
No, I
am
know. You're
saying,
using this as a
what I
parallel.
am saying is that if you accept the civil case here, even though there's not a criminal conviction, but you don't accept it with Donald Trump, that sounds like a double standard.
Well, O.J. Simpson was a criminal case.
So, and by the way, you're saying well, no, we're talking the civil case. He was held civilly liable, and he was found innocent in a criminal court, or not found guilty.
I'll be honest, I don't know a lot about the because there's two different court cases, right?
Yeah, just civil and criminal.
No, I'm talking about with O.J. Simpson. Were there two different cases?
Civil and criminal, yes.
Yeah, I don't know a lot about his case, I'll be honest. I know more about the criminal case than I do about the civil one. And I don't know a lot about the criminal one, in all honesty.
Okay, well, the point I'm saying is that you're willing to accept it in that circumstance, even though you said, by the way, your defense for that was they didn't provide a good enough reason to say he didn't do this, which is not how the criminal justice system works. It's not that you have to provide evidence that you didn't do this. It's that you provide evidence that this did happen to,
I
or
know,
that they
but
did do
his
this. Now,
prosecution
secondly,
they're not
then based upon your own argument there, Trump didn't give up his DNA. Wouldn't you be able to say the same thing about Trump?
If Trump did not give up his DNA?
Yeah, in the multiple years allotted, wouldn't that mean that you could say the same thing about Trump?
OJ did give up his DNA.
I'm not talking about OJ. I'm talking about Trump.
I know, but I'm saying no, that wouldn't parallel because OJ did give up his DNA and
You're
Trump
not understanding,
didn't.
because the parallel is to the defense. You're saying that they didn't provide a great enough defense that he didn't do this, okay? Well, I could say the same thing for Trump. He didn't provide a good enough defense that he didn't do this because he didn't give up his DNA to prove that he wasn't at the scene of the crime. Boom.
I mean, number one, you're right about the fact that like defense doesn't have burden of proof. You're right about that. So, how could I put this?
It just sounds like you hold the double standard.
In all honesty, I probably do to an extent. I feel like everybody holds a double standard in circumstances.
But that doesn't mean you should. That means you shouldn't, right?
Do you not think it's okay to hold a double standard in some circumstances?
No. I think you shouldn't do that.
Like ever?
Yeah, give me an example of a double standard you see to be justified.
Yeah. The exercise of bodily autonomy.
How is that a double standard?
I would say that in some circumstances you can exercise it, but in some circumstances you can't. That's a double standard.
That's not a so saying that a right will generally apply is not a double standard because you'll provide relevant distinctions as to why it's provided in one scenario but not the other. Are you saying if you don't principally hold to a certain right that then means you hold a double standard? That's incoherent.
Okay, let me put it as in if you hold bodily autonomy to be okay with one thing and not okay with the other, and you don't have a symmetry breaker between those two things, then
There
I
we
would
go.
say that's a
Symmetry
double
breaker.
standard.
That's a relevant difference. So what was the lack of symmetry breaker?
I mean, I'd have to give you a specific example for bodily autonomy. Let me think.
Yeah, you'd have to say that that would be applicable to us. Otherwise, you can't just say that in general.
Okay, I could say that abortion would be permissible, for
So
for
what
people to
double standard
exercise.
do I hold? Name the specific double standard that I hold.
No, I'm setting up an example. I'm not saying you hold this. I'm just giving you an example of one and asking you if it would be okay for you to hold this. And maybe you do hold this. I don't know your own opinions. I'm saying so say that you think abortion is morally permissible, but then you don't think that it's okay for somebody to be a prostitute, but they're both exercising their bodily autonomy and there's no
What?
symmetry breaker.
So, wait, okay, so if someone has no symmetry breaker and they hold a standard that in one scenario you can exercise bodily autonomy but not in the other one, then yes, that would be a double standard. What you're not understanding is that that would be if it was only based upon the exercise of bodily autonomy in that circumstance, and that you're saying that you are going to principally hold to it without providing relevant factors as to why you hold it in one scenario but not the other. Okay,
I mean, I guess
I
if I
don't
were
see how
to
that.
give you
This is not an argument that everyone holds to a double standard. Okay, this is not an argument that it's okay to hold two double standards. I'm confused what your point was.
I'm saying, well, I guess I don't know a specific standard, double standard that you would hold to because I don't know your opinions on everything.
So then, why can you make a claim about it like that? That like
I was just saying that I think in
everyone in
some
general has a
circumstances.
double standard.
No, I'm just saying I think that it's okay to have double standards in certain circumstances, and that was an
Okay,
example of a double
but
standard that I
that's
think
not
would be okay to
a
hold.
double standard. I think is okay to hold.
Why not? Well, that's a pivot, but like you don't have like I won't say anything else after that,
Because
but can you answer
I
why
think that
not?
you should find a relevant difference as to why you hold it in one scenario comparative to another. If you do hold a difference in reason as to why you say that, like what? Of course. Like if you have a difference, like for example, do you think it's okay for men to say that body count matters for women but not for men?
Yeah, I think that's a double standard.
And do you think
Purity
that's okay to
culture.
hold to?
No.
Okay, so then isn't that proof of my point that you think it's not okay to hold to double standards unjustly without a morally relevant difference or a symmetry
Yeah,
breaker?
sure.
So
Sure.
like the,
Okay, I'll say that. Yeah.
so then like in general, you shouldn't hold to that. So then I don't know what argument is.
I mean, in reference to the E. Jean Carroll versus O.J. Simpson case, I'm sure that I have a morally relevant difference. I just don't know enough about the O.J. Simpson case to tell you what it is. Put it that way.
Okay, but like in general, like let me ask you this question then. What evidence would you accept in a civil case?
In a civil case, I would accept DNA evidence.
DNA evidence. If
Hmm.
the person in the civil case who did it doesn't give up their DNA, is there anything that would get you to accept that?
Um, Wait, accept it in what context? Like
Like
accept that
to
they're
be true.
guilty, or accept I s- wait, accept that they're guilty?
Accept it to be true that they were sexually assaulted.
Okay, okay. I mean, I'm sure there would be other examples of what I would take for evidence to support it. I just can't think of
You
specifics.
don't know any specifics at all? No other pieces of evidence could you mention?
I mean, like videos of it happening, I would take that.
Okay.
Pictures
So
of it happening.
videos, pictures, and DNA, and that's it.
I'm sure there's more, but those are the top three. Put it that way.
Okay. So essentially, your point is that you need some unbearable level of evidence that essentially no victim will ever be able to maintain. And it's like,
Not
at that point,
necessarily.
like, if your friend came up to you and told you that they were assaulted, would you believe them?
I would probably believe them because I know them, yes.
Okay. If someone that you didn't know but was one of your friend's friends, would you believe them?
Maybe. I don't know. I
Maybe
would
you don't
probably,
know.
like I said at the beginning, I would be inclined to believe them.
Do you think nurses should believe people that come to them?
I don't think it matters whether they believe them or not. I mean, they have to proceed with
So
these
do you think a
specific
nurse
routines.
should believe them? I'm asking you.
Like, normatively, I don't know. I think that's individual to the person.
Wow, so you wouldn't say in general that a nurse should believe a sexual assault victim that
I
comes
think
to
that
them and
people should
alleges
always,
that
I think
something
that,
happened to them?
I think people should always be inclined to believe the victim. Put it that
So
way.
I think in general you would say that you would want to believe someone, right?
In general, yeah, I would want to believe somebody.
And that in general they'd be making an accurate determination, correct?
In general, yes.
Okay. So then wouldn't you have to say that there's reason in this scenario where you think it's not accurate? If in general you accept it?
Yeah, and we went all the way through this, the Access Hollywood tapes, the DNA.
Yeah, but none of that is reason why you don't accept it, right? In terms of the allegation.
In terms of, what do you mean in terms of the allegation?
Actually, how about this? Let's run this route. Do you think that if 26 plus people accuse someone of engaging in a certain type of behavior, that it's very likely that this person engaged in said behavior?
Yeah, it's probably likely that they did do that.
Like, enough for you to believe it?
I mean, I would look at the specific case, but yeah, if somebody just told me, like, oh, by the way, did you hear about those 26 people that said this guy kidnapped them? I would say, no, I didn't. And I would probably say, oh, he probably kidnapped them and move on.
Okay, so Donald Trump
But
has been accused by 26 different people plus of
I know.
sexual misconduct. Given that that's true, would you say that you believe that Donald Trump has likely engaged in sexual misconduct?
Given that it's true that they accused him, or given that it's true that he did do that?
Given that it's true that he was accused by all of them.
Well, I mean, it is true that he was accused. And I
Of
would
course.
say likely it is that he did. I don't know all the specifics of all 26 people, though.
Okay, I don't think you need to know. I'm saying in general, would that be something that you accept to be true?
Yeah, in general, that's something I would accept to be true. I already said that.
Okay, so then why wouldn't you accept it in this case then?
Because, well, number one, Donald Trump's a very famous person. He already has a lot of controversy about him. I've heard, which I'm not sure about this, I've heard that a lot of those 26 people actually knew each other prior.
What source did you get that from?
I think I said I just heard it. I don't know for sure. I'm not even sure where I heard it. Am I incorrect on that? I'm sure you know.
No evidence I've ever seen justified that.
I can actually, like, I have my computer. I can probably Google it.
Okay. In the meantime, let me thank a few people real quick. Madison, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Benjamin as well. Thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. Twice. Thank you so much. They said, yes, the presidency, the one job where the character apparently has no bearing whatsoever. Leadership is purely a technical position. Right, like operating a forklift. Character is irrelevant. That's why every leadership book famously ignores it, right? Thank you so much, Benjamin. I appreciate the $25. Can we get some W's for Benjamin in the comment section right now? As well as also think of the $25. They said, yes, the mysterious context that transforms bragging about sexual assault into a gentlemanly anecdote. But Occam's razor says, don't invent complicated stories. The simple explanation is he said exactly what he meant. Well, thank you so much, Benjamin. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for Benjamin in the comment section. Angela, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm so sorry to hear that, Angela. That's absolutely crazy. I'm so sorry to hear that. Can we get some W's for Angela in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Angela. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Bree, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Bree, that must be someone who wouldn't actually, if someone is requesting you. Yeah, that's definitely not him. Yeah, as well as we both don't have Cash App. because our Cash Apps have been taken down. So I need to fix that still. I still haven't got a response back from Cash App about that, but it's really unfortunate. As well as Carolina, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. Really appreciate. When do you usually go live? Usually either 9 a.m. Pacific time on weekdays, and then weekends I'm typically like 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. But today I was 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, or actually like around 4 actually, because of the fact that Dean went live a little bit earlier today, and my girlfriend took off the day so we could spend the day together. As well as Eric, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for Eric in the comment section right now. The Hollywood Access came under the Rule of 415 of Fed evidence under 404B as a pattern of behavior, i.e. modus operandi. The appellate court went into a lot of detail on this. It's published Carroll v. Trump 124 F 4th 140. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Eric. Can we get some W's for Eric in the comment section as well? Thank you. Did you find the information you were looking for?
Yeah, so not all of, I mean, obviously I wasn't expecting all 26 people to know each other, but some of them did know each other, and some of the incidents that they claimed happened at the same time together. Like, it was the same incident, if that makes sense.
So who?
So you know about Jessica Drake, right?
I think I'm familiar. I don't remember the specific allegation, though. I'd have to look back.
She's the one who, so it says Jessica Drake accused Trump of sexual misconduct during a 2006 golf tournament event in Lake Tahoe.
Mm-hmm.
So this was her and 2 other friends. And it happened, their case happened together.
Okay. And so multiple of them were Trump engaged in sexual misconduct towards. How is that evidence that this didn't happen?
I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm just saying that 3 people together. Okay, so for example.
So do you think that people can be sexually harassed in a group?
Yeah. I'm just like, okay, so for example, if a crime takes place, the first thing that police officers are supposed to do is separate the witnesses or separate the people who were there when it happened or the people involved, so that they don't create stories, which I'm not saying that this is a story. I'm just saying that the more people involved in an incident, the more likely the information that they present will be inaccurate, whether that's on purpose or not.
I heavily disagree with that. I think that's ridiculous to say that just because there's more information about something that means it's inaccurate. Like, do you think more people being witness of something is evidence that this didn't happen? What?
No, I'm saying when those 3 people are together, it's more likely that the stories they each have will differ slightly. And then from that, you can have misinformation that will occur.
So, you're talking about people who witnessed this happen to them, or that this also happened to themselves and they were giving the account that happened to them?
Yeah, that's what do you understand what I'm saying?
Which one? I asked you.
Okay, say it again. Sorry.
Let me play it back because I literally got caught off guard by you saying that. I was confused. Let me play it back.
That 3 people together. Okay, so for example.
So do you think that people can be sexually harassed in a group?
Yeah. I'm just like, okay, so for example, if a crime takes place, the first thing that police officers are supposed to do is separate the witnesses or separate the people who were there when it happened or the people involved, so that they don't create stories, which I'm not saying that this is a story. I'm just saying that the more people involved in an incident, the more likely the information that they present will be inaccurate, whether that's on purpose or not.
I heavily disagree with that. I think that's ridiculous to say that just because there's more information about something that means it's inaccurate. Like, do you think more people being witness of something is evidence that this didn't happen? What?
No, I'm saying when those 3 people are together, it's more likely that the stories they each have will differ slightly. And then from that, you can have misinformation that will occur.
So, you're talking about people who witnessed this happen to them, or that this also happened to themselves and they were giving the account that happened to them.
So I'm saying when they're giving the account that happened to them to the 2 other people who were also there, like, you would agree that each person's story for something that happened will be slightly different in whatever way, right?
They could, but it's not necessarily the case.
Yeah, I'm just saying that, I'm saying it's a possibility in this case that would happen, with the
So
multiple people
why
who
is
are
your evidence just a possibility, and that's sufficient for you?
well, your evidence is a possibility too.
No, mine is based upon evidence, based upon probability, not just
Yeah, I
possibility.
mean, mine would be based upon some kind of probability too. Once again, I said that it's very likely that individuals who were together after something happened, their stories will differ and misinformation can occur from that.
So
That's
I'm
evidence.
again not seeing a reason here. Like you're saying there are no differences. Can you provide me a case to say that there were zero differences in perspective?
No, there are differences in perspective. That's what I'm saying.
So if there are differences and you would expect that, how is it outside of the expectation?
Yeah, I'm saying that the differences that they have when they told each other stories, you tend to adapt the differences from somebody else's story to your story, and then they adapt a difference in the other person's story to their story, and it can get mixed up. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, you're not making any sense to me.
Okay, well then we can just move on.
Anything else you want to say before I go on to the next person?
Are you gonna drop me?
I mean, I just asked you if you have anything else you wanted to say.
Oh, I mean, I came up here originally to talk about transgender issues, but you weren't interested in that.
Oh, no, I directly responded that you just weren't interested in applying that standard to Trump. So like when you brought that up, I'm saying you're comparing the two candidates and you're saying because Kamala Harris supported some policy that, by the way, you weren't able to mention. You said that disqualifies Kamala Harris, but Donald Trump bragging about walking into the changing rooms of naked women or they're changing without their consent, you overlooked that. Him being held civilly liable of sexually abusing Eugene Carroll, the 26 plus people that accused him of sexual misconduct, being credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files, him literally trying to prevent the release of the Epstein files. All of that is something you're able to overlook because Kamala Harris supports trans people. That was literally it. That's all you said.
Let me put it this way, which okay. So you have the case of said man, which is Donald Trump, who may or may not be sexually preying on individuals. Or we have somebody else who's put into office who allows males into the women's bathroom, which increases sexual assault rates all
Wait,
over the
wrong.
country.
So trans women are not likely to assault cis women. Do you have any source that says that trans women being allowed into the women's bathroom increases the likelihood of sexual assault?
I think in general, I would consider it some kind of violation of consent for a man to walk into my bathroom.
Can you answer my question? Do you have a single study that justifies that trans women going into the women's restroom, right, is going to increase the likelihood of sexual assault?
Let me rephrase sexual assault.
No,
Any
no, no. I
man
want you to
in a
provide
women's bathroom.
justification for that. That
No,
was
no,
an
I don't.
explicit claim
I'll
that
say
you
no.
made. You need to provide a justification for that.
Yeah, I'll say no, that it doesn't, I mean, it does increase it slightly just because it's more people in a restroom, and that would
No, we're
obviously
talking about
increase it in
rate.
general.
Rate. More people being there that doesn't make any sense also because you're then not. I think under your view, you're saying trans men who are biologically female should go into the women's restroom. They're masculine presenting. Okay? Cis men will be able to portray themselves as trans men to be able to walk into the women's restroom. And what are you going to do? Check their genitalia, their chromosomes, their gametes? What are you going to do?
It would make me uncomfortable.
So then, okay, so what are you going to do? So what are trans men supposed to do? Piss their pants?
No, they're supposed to go into the women's restroom.
Okay, but they're masculine presenting. They're going to get the
Yeah,
shit
that's
beat
fine.
out
I'd
of
rather
them.
have bucking.
They're going to get the
I'd
shit
rather
beat out
have
of them, or they're going to be like at a higher likelihood of being assaulted, or they're going to be in a circumstance where specifically they again are going to then it's going to allow for cis men who are opportunists to be able to take advantage of the circumstance. Why would you force trans men into that predicament?
Yeah,
You're
females
just going to
should
make
not
it
be in the
illegal
male's
for them to go
restroom.
to the bathroom in public.
No, it's not. They can go in their designated bathroom. That's fine.
Again, if you're saying they should go into the women's restroom and they're masculine presenting, what's going to happen to them? People are going to be like, "Why are you in this restroom?"
And they'll say
Because they
I'm a
look
female.
like men because they are men.
Sure. No, they're not men.
Yes, they are. They absolutely are.
What's a man?
What's a man? It's an adult human male that's committed towards sorry, I apologize. An adult human person that's committed towards the social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the male sex as a prescription of their identity.
That's very sexist.
How?
You're saying that to be a man, it relies on the gender norms.
No, I'm saying that you're committed towards certain sets of norms that are associated with the sex as a prescription of identity, gender identity.
You don't think that norms associated with either the male or female sex are sexist inherently? Like
No.
assigning roles to people
No,
based on categories of their genitalia is not sexist.
No, because these aren't prescriptive, these are descriptive. So when you're saying descriptively speaking that men have certain traits, or that descriptively that women have certain traits, you're not saying anything wrong. If you say men should have this trait, right? Or you're saying women should have this trait because they're women, or men should have this trait because they're men, that's specifically going to be a prescriptive trait, which is bad, right? Because of the fact that you're saying they're not a man or not a woman if they don't meet that particular criteria, right? When they already clearly are, because they have the commitments, because they have that gender identity, and you don't specifically need to have the same norms as everyone else in all circumstances in order to be designated specifically under that gender.
Number one, gender identity doesn't exist.
It does.
It doesn't.
I'm sorry. You saying it doesn't exist is not a convincing thing at all, right? It clearly does exist for me and for everyone else in the chat. If you don't want to acknowledge that, you can just say that, but everyone else knows that it exists.
I mean, you're a man not because your gender identity is in alignment with something. You're a man because you're a male.
No, I'm a man because my gender identity, right, is based upon the fact that my commitments are in alignment with certain sets of social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the male sex as a prescription of my gender identity. That's why.
What is a male?
A male?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's going to be someone that has XY chromosomes, someone that has small gametes, or someone that has male genitalia.
Are those in conjunction or adjunct? Like, is this necessary or sufficient?
I don't believe in necessary and sufficient conditions for gender or sex. I think that those are typical traits that people will have, given that they meet the criteria of being male.
Okay, well, females can have XY chromosomes.
Yeah.
And they can have male genitalia.
Okay. That's why I said they're not necessary and sufficient.
Yeah, but condition... Okay, if it's not a necessary condition and it's not a sufficient condition, what kind of condition is it?
It's not necessary nor sufficient. But
yeah,
it's a condition that could be applicable.
Okay, so let me ask you. Do you have to have all three of those traits? Do you have to have
let me
two
clarify.
of them, or do you just have to have one?
It can be sufficient, but not necessary and sufficient.
Yeah, I know. I'm asking you if it's sufficient or if it's necessary.
Oh, it's sufficient. Like you can.
Oh, that was all
sufficient.
I was asking.
Yeah, you can have sufficient traits, but you can't have necessary.
How many of
and
these
sufficient
traits are necessary to meet the threshold for sufficiency?
What? That didn't make any sense.
How many traits are going to be sufficient to meet the threshold of male?
How many traits? I don't have a number for you.
Well, you named 3 characteristics. You said a male is defined by these 3 things, and they're sufficient conditions. I'm asking you how many of these need to be present to meet the threshold of a male.
I'm not. There's no necessary criteria that's going to establish that. It'll be context dependent.
Context dependent. So you don't think that male and female are objective states?
No, I think language is subjective.
You don't think that male and female exist outside of language?
What we're describing does, but the language for it doesn't. I don't know what that means. Language doesn't exist outside of language. So
No,
male
I'm
and female
asking
are
you-
words we use to describe certain things that exist within reality. Does that make sense?
Right. Yes, I agree with you. But I'm asking you, these things that exist in reality, would they exist without the language?
Yeah, people exist.
Okay, do what we're describing as males
Yeah,
and females
gametes,
exist?
genitalia, chromosomes, all of that exists regardless.
Okay, so I'm asking you, these are objective states of being regardless of the term we apply to it?
Yeah, that's an objective state of being, yeah. But it's also objectively true that language exists.
Yeah, that's not an argument I'm
So, and
making.
if we use language to describe gender identity or names, that they objectively exist. I don't know what this argument is. You're not making sense right now.
Okay, I'm asking you if male and female are objective states of biological being.
I do think that we typically use sex in a biological standpoint.
Okay, when you use your definition for man and you use the word male in it, are you using male in a biological context?
In that context, yes.
Okay, So if it's a biological state of being, how does it have these social norms applied to it?
Yeah, so it's the social norms that are associated with these biological traits. So people who biologically have these traits typically express certain types of social behaviors within society. That's all it is.
So you don't think that's sexist? Social norms
No.
being assigned to somebody
No.
based off of their
How
sex?
is it sexist? This is such a ridiculous argument. How is that sexist? To say descriptively speaking, men have some certain traits and women have some certain traits, whether they're the same
Okay.
or different and depending on the context.
If we're looking
Like, how is
at
that
women,
sexist? How is describing reality sexist?
okay, let me. Okay, so I'm assuming that your definition of woman would be just
Wait,
female
answer my
instead of
question.
male.
How is it sexist?
I'm showing you why. I don't know how to answer it without giving you an example. Is it okay
Okay.
if I give you an example?
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm assuming. Hey, I have those same glasses. I'm assuming that the glass that you just drank out of, I have the same ones at my house.
Oh, sorry. I was like glasses. I was like so
No,
confused.
like the drinking
No,
glass. I have
know.
the same one.
You meant like I have the same glass.
Yeah, the
Sorry.
one with the little circles. I have that too.
Mhm.
Anyways, so what I was saying, I assume your definition for woman would be somebody who's committed to the social and cultural norms typically associated with the female sex.
Wait, say that one more time. Sorry.
So a woman would be somebody who's committed to the social and cultural norms typically associated with the female sex, right?
As a prescription of their identity, an adult human person.
An adult human. Yeah, you're right. Well, they should be adult and human. Anyways, so what are social and if we're in the United States of America, what are social and cultural norms associated with being a female?
So you're asking me what are certain feminine traits?
No, like what are the, I mean, if you want to take it that way, you can, but what are the social and cultural norms associated with the female
You're
sex
just
in the
asking me
US?
what are feminine traits.
Sure. Yeah. What are feminine traits?
So, by the way, all you're going to try and do is say, I'm going to describe what some feminine traits are, and then you'll be like, oh, in order to be a woman, do you have to have these traits? And that's not what I'm saying. So,
No, I know, because
in order
you're
to
saying
prevent
that
that from happening, because I know exactly how this conversation goes, I'm not even going to do that. And I'm just going to tell you that you know what these feminine traits are, and that's completely irrelevant.
you don't, I mean, you don't think it's
You
sexist to
don't
say
know.
that.
So to clarify, I would have to give you examples for you to understand what a feminine trait is. Like
I mean,
genuinely, like from a conversational standpoint, do I have to, or do you already coming into this have an understanding of that?
if we're talking about the United States of America or most countries that I'm familiar with, I would say that I know what a feminine trait is. But we could also agree
Sure.
that feminine and masculine traits will differ based on the culture that you're in, right?
Totally agree.
Okay, so
I don't see how that disagrees. I don't see how that disagrees with anything I've said so far. So the point that I'm making is that we know what those are. All I'm saying is that you're in accordance with those certain traits as a prescription of your gender identity. Not just that you express those characteristics, but that you specifically are committed to the expression of those characteristics, or at least on whether it be on an internal standpoint or externally, right? As a prescription of your gender identity, your internal commitments, your internal desires. Does that make sense?
I'm sure, yes, it makes sense. I'm sure you have an answer for this, but take a femboy, for example. I would say that a femboy would be internally devoted to feminine features.
But not as a
So,
prescription of their gender identity.
okay, so what, can I ask you what you take gender identity to be?
A description of your commitments towards certain sets of cultural norms associated with a certain sexes.
Okay, one more time.
Yeah, a commitment to be in accordance with certain sets of social and cultural norms associated with certain sexes.
Okay, how do you make a commitment to be in accordance?
You have a desire to be in accordance with those certain traits.
You don't think that femboys have a desire to be in accordance with feminine traits?
Not as a prescription of their gender.
And what designates the difference?
Whether or not it's a prescription of their gender.
Yeah, I know. I'm asking
Like,
you
for
what
example, do I have feminine traits?
do you really want me to answer that?
Yes.
I feel like your nose is kind of feminine.
So, okay. So, I mean, by the way, having feminine traits isn't a bad thing. I don't take that as a bad thing at all. Okay,
Oh,
I
well,
do have feminine
I don't
traits.
know how
That's a
strong you am in your
fact.
masculinity. I'm just
Parker,
saying.
listen. I do have feminine traits. That's a fact. Okay. Now me having feminine traits does not mean that I'm a woman. I'm not making that argument because I don't express those feminine traits to then be in accordance with being a woman. Right?
Okay, so it's just subjective. That's
Yeah,
all
I
it
don't have a
is.
desire to be in accordance with those traits because I want to be designated as a woman from an internal standpoint in terms of
Okay,
self-perception.
so does it? Hold on one second. Lucy, stop. Stop. Okay. Um, Designating those traits to be in accordance to be a woman.
Yeah, so you're not understanding is I'm saying that it's specifically in the context of I want to engage with these traits because I have a desire to be in accordance with them because they are going to then affirm the prescription, right, of the self-prescription of your gender identity, right? The self-perception of that.
Okay, so self-perception is what's going to define somebody's sex or somebody's gender. Sorry, because I'm sure you think gender and sex are two
Self-perception
different
is
things.
relevant to one's sex. A true self-perception.
Self-perception is relevant to
Or
sex.
not to sex, gender, sorry.
I mean, I would take them to be basically the same thing, contextually synonymous. But
I don't. I don't think that they're the same thing at all. I think there are vast differences. Do you want me to explain why?
I mean, you can. I'm sure I'll
Do you
disagree.
think
in the
dogs
end.
have gender?
Yeah.
You think there are men and women dogs?
I wouldn't say that we would
No,
use the
no.
same.
Dogs are male and female. Dogs are
Yeah,
not
you're
men and
right.
women.
But no, You don't think animals can have a gender?
Well, we are biologically animals, all humans. Okay.
Okay, you don't think that animals outside of the human species can have a gender?
Or maybe there's other. I don't know. I'd have to. That's a
No,
empirical question.
okay. For what I'm trying to get
that's
is
an
like, what
empirical
is a
question.
mare?
So, the point that I'm making is that they don't have gender, right?
I would disagree.
Does that make sense? The notion of gender is relating to gender identity, the commitments that people have. It's not just based upon the biological sex.
Yeah, I mean, I
Okay, how
don't
about this?
think
How about this?
that.
Do you think that all animals have gender?
I'm not familiar with all the terms, but I would say that the majority of them do have gender. Yeah.
Okay, I wouldn't say that. I don't think that they do. I think that you're referencing biological sex. And I think that you're trying to use them the same. Let me give you another reason to say that it's not the same. Are sex and gender 100% identical?
No, they're contextually synonymous.
Okay, so they're not 100% identical. But you're
No,
saying
because
that
if I were to
typically,
say that,
are you going to say typically they're going to mean the same thing? Is that what you mean?
yeah, typically they are going to mean the same thing.
Okay, so by the way, like even if you do say that, that doesn't mean that you have to believe that it's biological, nor does that mean that you have to believe that that it always has to be the same, or that the social
That's
context of using the term is incorrect.
Yeah, but it was developed to mean the same thing. Woman is developed to mean the same thing as a female.
I don't think so because of the fact that there's going to be a distinction. Not all people who are biologically female are women, right? At a certain
No,
age,
you're
you're
right.
not a woman, right? When you're younger, like when I was younger, I wasn't a man yet.
Yeah, I know.
Now
because
I'm a
you're an
man.
adolescent. You were a boy.
That tells me that there's a huge distinction, okay? Because if it was just based upon biological sex, well then there wouldn't be a distinction based upon an age or social designation.
I know. Gender has three purposes. It describes your species, it describes your stage of development, and it describes your sex.
You're saying species, stage of development, and sex. Okay, I don't
Mhm.
think it necessarily has to be in reference to the sex. I don't think it's just in reference to those three things. I think that gender is in reference to a lot more than that. And I think that this is a pretty simplistic way of viewing gender. Now, I'm not saying that you have to view gender in the way that I'm viewing it in all contexts. I'm just saying that it genuinely doesn't make sense for you to say that it's incorrect to use the genuine the social usage of the term just because you're using a biological usage in typical.
I
It
think
just
that the
doesn't
social
follow.
usage I think the social usage of the term isn't the correct use of the term. The word
Okay,
woman
how is it
comes from
incorrect?
female. Yeah, because the word woman comes from female.
So it's typically used this way, or historically has been used this way, is not evidence that this particular way of using the term is incorrect. For example, based. Right? Was based typically used in the way that it's used now?
I would say that that's two different words. I would say, like, if I were to tell you that you're not
Wait,
based,
wait. Well, I'm saying I say based. If I use it in that certain way, would that mean just because it wasn't used that way historically speaking that I'm using it incorrectly?
no, I would say you're using a
Or
different
would or
word.
could it only be incorrect if I'm using it wrong in reference to the own definition that I am prescribing myself?
No, I'm saying that you're using two different words. Based, as in, like, this building is based upon a foundation, and you saying
I
based as in
understand.
I'm so cool is two different words.
Yeah, I understand. But you're not understanding that, it seems. Is that there's
Okay, so
two
are
different
you
words of
saying
gender that you can use. You can use it in a biological sense, and you can use it in a social sense. And just because you typically use it in a biological sense does not mean the social sense is incorrect. Does that make sense?
Okay, so if I were to accept this, do you think that bathrooms should not be based in a biological sense? Do you not think
No,
that sports?
I think it should be predicated off of gender identity for bathrooms. I think that makes the most sense. I think that keeps people the safest. I think that keeps trans people the safest. I think that keeps cis individuals the safest. And that makes for a better society if we do it based on gender identity.
I mean, I
For
disagree.
sports,
I think
after
that it.
multiple years of HRT, there's no particular biological advantages that would make it unfair insofar as that people couldn't play. Plus, this is a completely manufactured propagandistic talking point, as there's practically no trans people you'd be able to point to that are playing in sports and dominating. Practically none. So it's like literally such a manufactured talking point so that the people who are rich and wealthy can use talking points like this to distract you away from the fact that they're getting massive tax breaks while increasing your taxes by imposing tariffs.
Holy red herring. That's okay.
That's not a red herring. That's quite literally me
It,
giving the explanation for why I think that this conversation is typically brought up. Because of the fact
so
that billionaires will put funding into this so that people will talk about this because it distracts from progressive economic change.
so because I don't want to expose myself in the same room as a man with a penis, uh, means that
No, I'm
I'm
not saying you
falling into
making this argument.
propaganda.
I'm saying that the argument existing in general discourse, which could influence whether or not you specifically have brought it up on the live, sorry, but in general, right, the fact that it's prevalent within public discourse is a byproduct of the fact that billionaires have funded these particular messaging campaigns, right, so that people are believing them, right, to then use that as a distraction mechanism to prevent progressive economic reform.
Yeah, you're right. I don't particularly like billionaires in general.
Well,
I
I
don't
mean, you give
particularly,
tax breaks to them through your economic policy.
like I said, I supported a lot of things about Kamala Harris's economic policies. So yeah, so I don't think that really tracks. But once again, this still doesn't take away from the fact that you think it's okay for men with penises to go into the same room and expose themselves as 5-year-old girls are also exposing themselves.
I think that's a ridiculous way to say that. I think that trans women are women. Trans women are not men. Trans women are definitely women. And people are not exposing themselves to each other in the bathroom. They're fucking pissing, right? Or shitting. There's stalls. Okay? In the context of the women's restroom, there are stalls. Do you agree?
Yeah, but not in the men's restroom.
Okay. So then you're saying trans men are exposing themselves?
Yeah, I would say that trans men are exposing themselves
Are you really trying to like I don't see that as an issue. I don't have an issue with trans men going into the men's restroom and pissing. What's wrong with that? And by the way, there are stalls in the men's restroom as well. It's not just urinals.
No, I know. Are you saying that trans men
Wait,
should have well,
is your big issue with
stop,
trans men
stop,
going
stop.
into the men's restroom? Like seriously? That's your big issue?
No. Also, I realized that I was kind of saying that trans men should use urinals, and I don't think that really works.
Depending on the individual, it definitely can. But like trans men can absolutely go into the stalls. There's stalls in the men's room as well. Like, I don't understand this big issue that you're trying to formulate.
I do have
I don't
a
think it
question.
exists.
So,
Trans people are just trying to go to the bathroom, And what you're doing is essentially going to cause it to be hard for them to literally just be in public and go to the bathroom. And you're also creating unnecessary anxiety for trans people based upon them just going to the bathroom and being in public in general. Why would you want that? Like, that's horrible.
You don't think there's any kind of increased risk with a male going into the women's restroom?
I don't think there's an increased risk with trans women. Can you give me any evidence? Can you give me a single study that says that trans women, right, going into the women's restroom puts cis women at a greater risk? Give me any evidence of that.
I would literally, I mean, I can find you a source if you really want one. But
Go
I
ahead.
could also just, I
Go
could
ahead.
also just say
I'm
that
waiting.
in general,
Go ahead. I'd love to see.
if you have, that's fine. If you have more people going into a restroom, would that not increase the risk of something happening
We're
in said
saying the
restroom?
rate of it. Risk is relative to the rate, not to the amount of people that are there. That's like saying you'd prefer to go to a country that is smaller compared to a country that's bigger, simply just because there are more people in a country that's bigger that could harm you. That's not referencing the crime rate. For example, the crime rate could be 0 in a certain country, and they have the largest population in the world, right? And you would prefer to go to a country with a 100% rate of violence because of the fact that there is a larger population in one country, even though they have near a 0% crime rate. That would make no sense. Okay? So obviously we're going to judge based upon the rate.
Are you saying you want it like per capita?
Yeah, like that's what we take into account population.
Okay.
Sammy, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I know, right? It's pretty ridiculous. As well as Ali, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. As well as Mary, thank you so much for the $1.44. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I don't think it is. I think actually there's evidence to say actually it's less I've seen. As well as Claudia, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. As a cis female, when a girl's bathroom is closed down, there's no other restroom available. I've gone to use the men's bathroom before. Is that wrong? They'd probably say yes. The Duke, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Exactly. Seriously, it's actually ridiculous. As well as Lovey, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's really good. I like that one. I like that one. But the issue is typically like, you know, it can like drip out of the CART. So that's the one issue I've seen. But Christy, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $1. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously though, literally have a rapist in the White House, and this is their concern. I mean, that's literally what I brought up earlier. Lorraine, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. Absolutely. I appreciate it. Thank you. Sydney, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm so glad that I'm able to. Thank you so much. And Kieran, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Said I'm androgynous but masculine presenting. Which bathroom should I use? Or do you want to look down my pants? I'm designated female at birth, but women are visibly uncomfortable with me in the bathroom.
I don't know, man. I'd rather have Buck Angel in my bathroom than Caitlyn Jenner.
How do you feel that Donald Trump allowed Caitlyn Jenner to use the women's restroom at Mar-a-Lago?
Yeah, I don't like it.
Is that a reason to stop
so-
supporting Trump?
Very funny.
I'm just like,
So I'm assuming
that's policy, right?
that's not a policy. That's just something
That was
that
the
he
policy
decided.
in Mar-a-Lago when Trump had 100% dictatorial control.
I mean, that's fine. I don't take that to outweigh the legislative that he's passed on it.
Interesting. So what legislation did he pass specifically on bathrooms?
Oh, I have this written down. Now I'm excited. Yeah, it's gonna be. Let's see.
Well, Drew, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $25. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Said I'm a trans man, and I promised you when we go into the bathroom, all we want to do is pee, wash our hands, and leave. All this other shit is propaganda. Totally agree. W's for Drew in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
Okay. Executive.
I love you.
order
I know, right?
14
It's been ridiculous. Matt, thank you so much for the $10. By the way, thank you so much. Go ahead. You were saying?
Yeah, Executive Order 14168.
Okay, and what does it do?
It's called Defending Women from Gender Ideology, Extremism, and Restoring Biological Truth to the Federal Government. And it requires federal agencies to ensure that intimate spaces like bathrooms, shelters, and prisons are
Wait, so
separated
only
by
federal
biological
agencies, so
sex.
not public spaces?
No, I know, but this is just, again, this is something that he's done in general to help with male and female specific
But
spaces.
it's
I didn't
only in
say
the
that it was.
context for federal employees. Well, I can reference
Yeah, I know.
countless things. Like, what about for the military specifically, where they're saying they're getting rid of the walking on eggshells policy, right? Where they're specifically making it easier for people who have assaulted individuals in the context of military to get away with it.
Would you say for the last sentence?
Yeah, so like, the walking on eggshells policy that Pete Hegseth brought up,
Yeah.
doesn't that like literally make it harder for people who have been assaulted in the context of the military to hold their abusers accountable in the military?
I don't know a lot about the walking on eggshells policy. I do know that Trump is trying to remove transgender individuals from the military.
Yeah, that's horrible too. And he
Well,
has.
do you not think that the military should be separated by sex instead of gender?
I don't think that trans people should be kicked out of the military. And also,
Do
I don't.
you,
What do you mean by separated? I'm confused.
yeah, like, for example, they have different fitness regulations for males versus females.
If you have fitness regulations, you would determine that based on probably like hormone levels.
No, they base it on sex typically. They don't really do hormone testing.
Just because they typically do that right now doesn't mean that's how they should do them. And also, why are we
Well,
pivoting talking about that instead of talking about specifically what I brought up? Because like quite literally, that like literally limits people from being able to hold their abusers accountable in the context of the military. So if you actually cared about SA victims, you wouldn't vote for a rapist and for someone who literally put into place policy specifically within the context of the military to make it harder for victims to hold their abusers accountable.
I love how I brought up the federal agency intimate spaces and you pivoted to something else.
I brought up something in the context of federal spaces that restricts people who have been abused from holding their abusers accountable. So what you're doing
Yeah, I
is
disagree with that
virtue
aspect of
signaling.
it, but I
Can you give me any evidence that there were trans people in the context of federal buildings assaulting cis women?
no, I literally just said that I don't have a source for that. I'm
So
talking
then,
right
like,
now
what are
about
you
the
even
executive
addressing with policy then? Like this doesn't seem
because
like
you
it's even
asked me
doing
what
anything.
policies Trump had made to
But it didn't do.
differentiate male and female
Yeah,
spaces, and
no,
I
no, no,
did. I
not
gave
just
you
to
one.
differentiate, but to better the conditions of people.
Yeah, restoring biological truth seems pretty important to me. I don't like to
That's
lie.
not restoring It was nothing about nothing about my ideological beliefs about trans people are wrong. Nothing about what I'm
Yeah, you
saying is
believe
denying biological truth. And by the way, Trump says that while simultaneously saying that climate change is a hoax, the climate is going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet. And fucking literally defunding the EPA by 40%. Okay, what are you talking about? What do you mean acknowledging biological facts and science? Like, what are you talking about? His administration has actively undermined science.
No, I mean it
No.
can underestimate science on some aspects, but
Not
once
just
again, you said
underestimate,
that.
but denies science.
Yeah, sure, I believe in global warming.
So you think that Trump is lying when he says the climate's going to start cooling? Science just doesn't know it yet, and climate change is a hoax. So
No,
why don't you want to
I think that he
acknowledge
probably just doesn't
scientific
know.
truth then?
Yeah, I don't think he doesn't know, but also that's not in reference to female and male specific spaces, so I don't see how that's relevant.
What was the conversation
You
we were having? Are you serious? Are you going to play that card?
you literally just asked me, is there a source that Donald Trump has done anything for male and female specific spaces like bathrooms? And I gave you one, and you
Yeah,
didn't really
because
say
you brought up
anything.
trans people because your whole issue was literally trans people. That was your whole issue. That's why you're willing to support Trump. So we were talking about that. And you're saying I was pivoting from some other point of the conversation that was like fucking 30 minutes ago.
That's not the only reason I support Trump, but I said that was the main reason.
Yeah. So I'm responding to that main reason. And you brought up
Okay.
the fact that they were saying they acknowledge biological truths while simultaneously denying science. We're not the ones that deny science. That's MAGA.
You do deny science when you think that gender
When?
is some kind of social construct.
That's not denying science. What?
No, gender is
Wait,
biologically based.
what?
It's not a
Wait,
social construct.
when I say that gender is socially constructed, what biological fact am I denying?
Yeah, that you can be a certain gender without being the sex and pertainment to that gender.
That's not a scientific fact.
It is a scientific fact.
So
Gender is biologically rooted.
science doesn't define gender. That's language.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. It's language.
What's the argument?
It's how, okay, so language is subjective. It's dependent upon how you're using the term. What science is going to define is what exists within nature, what's descriptively true about reality, right? Things like that. And
Okay,
it's
so
gonna
do you think that
testing,
when
reproducing
I
results, things
say
like that.
do you think that when I say woman and you say woman, we're using two different words?
Yes. But there's nothing biologically incorrect about my definition.
But your definition is socially constructed.
Yeah. Every definition is socially constructed.
Why are we using the same word?
Why? Because there's, like, for example, the same thing with the word based. There's multiple different ways you can use the word.
Yeah, but the word based, when it means like built upon something, say like that, and the word based is in you're cool.
Yeah, those are two different uses of the term. The same way that you can have two different uses of the term woman or two different uses of the term man, right?
Yes.
And you shouldn't equivocate between them. And by the way, you're equivocating between them when you say that because I'm specifically saying that gender is socially constructed, that means that I'm somehow denying a biological fact. That's called an equivocation fallacy because you're superimposing that I'm using the biological sense of the term and the social sense of the term at the same
Because
time,
there
which is
is
not what I'm
only a
doing.
biological sense of the term.
What?
A man, there's only a biological sense
Wrong.
of the term.
Wrong. This entire conversation, I've been explaining to you, there's a social usage of the term. You can't deny that. That's a fact of reality. You're denying reality right now.
I'm denying reality.
Yes, you are. Absolutely.
A woman will always be an adult human female. There's no getting
That's
around
the way
that.
that you're using the term. I can use the term in a different way. In the same way that based, the term based, can be used in different ways. Could someone who's older be like, oh, you can't use the term based specifically to mean that because my whole life I have used the term based in a different way. And the way that I'm using it is the way that you should use it. And if you use it in a different way, well, you're fucking wrong. Could someone else say that? No, that wouldn't make any sense because it's a slang term. There's different usages of the term. They're equivocating in that sense because they think that the way that they used it historically is going to be the way that everyone else is using it. That's not how language works.
Okay, let me put it this way. If I want to say that because I'm 19, right? I said that at the beginning. If I want to say I'm 21, can I be treated as if I'm 21?
No, because the way that we're using the term in terms of age, especially under a legal concept, has a legal definition that we base it upon. Plus, our typical definitions that we use it upon, we're going to judge it based upon the way that we use the term. So, no, I'm not going to judge your age based upon some other definition you're going to generate and come up with. I'm going to judge it based upon the typical social construct that we have associated with it and the way that I'm using the term, because that's the way that's relevant to me.
I'm gonna associate you with the typical construct that we use to define gender, which is sex.
Yeah, and you can do that, but that does not mean my way of using it is incorrect. Does that make sense?
Do you think that I would be obligated to validate somebody's gender identity?
Would you be obligated to validate someone's gender identity? There's no,
like, for example,
from a moral standpoint.
No. Like, okay, so if there's a trans woman,
do you mean legal obligation?
Not normative, but like if there's a trans woman, would it be, yeah, I guess morally, do you think it would be wrong for me to call them he, him?
So would it be wrong to call who he, him?
A trans woman. Would it be wrong for me to call them he, him?
She.
Why?
Why would it be wrong? Because of the fact that it's rude. Disrespectful. In the same way that it would be disrespectful for you to use my name incorrectly.
It's disrespectful for you to call...
If you were going to call me Connor when I told you my name was Parker and I don't like being called Connor, right? That's going to be something that I deem as disrespectful, right? So I would say it's wrong to do that because it's disrespectful.
Do you think it's disrespectful to call Creed Phil?
That was in response to him specifically saying that he wouldn't accept trans people's identities. So it's meant to show the hypocrisy.
I don't know the context of it, but you still don't think that that's like disrespectful regardless?
No, I'm purposefully being disrespectful to fill in that context. Why? Because the fact that he was disrespectful to trans people, and I'm showing him that he thinks it's wrong because he clearly doesn't see how it's wrong unless it impacts him personally. That's why.
Okay. So where is my, like, what moral law am I violating if I call a trans woman he, him?
I'm saying you're being disrespectful.
Is it, okay, so if I want to be 21, is it not disrespectful for you to call me 19?
No, I don't think it's
Or
disrespectful.
if I want to be black, is it not disrespectful for you to treat me as if I'm white?
No, because that's not how we are using the term race. And you're explicitly trying to just say that in order to be able to try to make up whatever you're trying to say there. Right? I don't know
Is
what
race
your point
not a
is there.
social construct?
But that doesn't mean all social constructs operate the same. For example, do you think race is socially constructed?
Yes.
Do you think names are socially constructed?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that because you can choose your name, you can choose your race?
You don't choose your name, your parents choose your name.
Wait, but can you choose your own name? Because JD Vance, that's not his name assigned at birth. Okay?
Yeah, you can choose your own name.
So you can choose your name and it would be valid. So because you can choose your own name and it can be valid, can you then choose your own race under your view?
Okay, so my claim
Answer
is
the
not
question.
that
Answer the
all
question.
social...
Can you change your
No,
race then?
No. Okay.
No.
Let me
So
say
not all
no
social constructs
because-
work the same. Why do people
You're
think
right,
this is
yeah.
only applicable to gender, but it's not applicable to names? Seriously, let's do some fucking bare line critical thinking here. Seriously. Why
Okay,
do
so
people
I was
always bring up this
literally-
argument? It's the most ridiculous argument ever.
I was literally gonna say that I'm not making the claim that all social constructs operate on the same level.
That's exactly what you're doing.
I'm asking you, why does gender not operate on the same level as age or sex, or age or race or name? What's the difference?
Yeah, because age is going to be based upon time elapsed, okay? Race is going to be based upon phenotypical expression, and gender is based upon social commitments.
Why is gender not based on sex? If those other two are based in biology...
No,
Oh, wait, I
not
do have a
necessarily
question
based in
about race,
biology.
actually.
But now,
If- If somebody were to lighten their skin,
so again,
or
you
to tan...
just keep asking me because other social constructs operate a certain way. Why doesn't
No,
this
I know,
social
you're saying-
construct
okay,
operate
so
the
you're
same
saying-
way? So why
Oh.
can you choose your name but you can't choose your race? Can you answer that question?
Yeah, because race is going to be rooted ancestrally. Is that a word? You know what I mean, but is that a word?
Race is based upon phenotypical expression. So, and you said,
Okay,
so you're just saying a descriptive fact about how it is, right? You said it's ancestrally.
Is that a word? Ancestral? You know what I mean, but like, is that a word? Genuinely.
I've never heard it used before.
Okay, but you know what I mean, right?
Somewhat, yeah.
Okay, so if I were to go out in the sun and I were to tan so much that I looked black, does that mean that I'm African American?
One, that can't happen. Two, that's not your phenotypical expression then. And what the hell? That
Do you know what a
can't-
phenotype is?
When you go out to tan, you're not going to turn black. That's not how it works. What the fuck are you
okay,
talking about?
It's not
Why
a
would
lo-
you
don't
ever
think
say
there's
such a
possibility?
ridiculous thing?
You don't think it's a possibility?
No.
Okay, is it illogical?
Yes.
Okay, which law of logic does it violate?
Yeah, you are not black.
That's not a law
And-
of logic.
So let me clarify. The law of non-contradiction. You cannot tan to become a different race. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay. If you cannot tan to become a different race, then that necessarily entails you cannot tan
No,
to
but
become a
that's
different
not
race.
what the law of non-contradiction is. Do you not know what the law of non-contradiction is?
Yes, it is. It means that... Wait, so let me clarify. You understand that those would be two things that would contradict. It's the same thing and the opposing thing simultaneously. Those cannot be true simultaneously.
It has to be two separate statements. So it would be like me
Those
saying...
are two separate statements. I just clarified.
Yeah, it would be like me saying a man is not a woman, and then it would be like me saying a man is a woman. Because those contradict each other. It's two separate statements that contradict each other. And also, no, never mind.
And I just explained what the two different statements were, and I showed you.
Okay, so what are the two different statements again? Go ahead.
I just explained it. Do you want me to play the audio back? Because you just heard
Yeah,
me say
sure.
it?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, we're doing this again. Love this. Alrighty.
I appreciate your
And
patience.
to
I
become a
actually
different
do.
race. Do you agree? Understand that those would be two things that would contradict. It's the same thing and the opposing thing simultaneously. Those.
Okay, is it illogical?
Yes.
Okay, which law of logic does it violate?
Yeah, you are not black.
That's not a law
And
of logic.
so let me clarify. The law of non-contradiction. You cannot tan to become a different race. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay. If you cannot tan to become a different race, then that necessarily entails you cannot tan
No,
to
but
become a
that's
different
not
race.
what the law of non.
Because you made a claim that you can tan to become a different race. That's what the hypothetical you brought up. So if you just conceded right now, you cannot tan to become a different race, those are two different claims
I'm
that
not
contradict each
saying-
other.
I obviously don't think you can tan to become a different race. I'm just saying that it doesn't violate a law of logic to do so.
It does, because you already have you're committed to believing that you cannot tan to become a different race.
Okay, so let me rescind that statement. I think you can tan to become a different race. Why does that
Don't do
violate a law of
this.
logic?
Don't do this.
I'm just.
I was saying it
I'm
violates
okay.
your own commitments that you believe.
Yeah,
You're
it
being
violates
ridiculous.
my own commitments, but within it of itself, the statement is not illogical.
I think it makes no sense.
No, it doesn't. Things don't have to make sense in order for them to be logical. If you're looking at the laws of logic, it doesn't have to make sense in order for it to not violate a law of logic.
It does, because this, like, for example, would it make sense for me to say that I can fly up in the sky, or pigs can fly? Like, biologically.
Can you what?
Would it make sense for me to say pigs can fly biologically?
No, that can't happen, but it doesn't violate a law of logic.
It does, because because one
Which
of the
law of
essential
logic?
because an essential attribute of a pig is that they do not have biological components to be able to fly.
Cool, but it's not. Do you even know the laws of logic?
Yeah, the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, the law of excluded middle.
You're definitely reading that, but that's okay.
I didn't. I've been talking about this for years. The fact that you genuinely can't believe that I know that is absurd.
I'm sorry. I can't, honestly.
I've been
can't.
doing TikTok
Especially-
lives for 5 to 6 years now. I've done
Okay.
philosophy for a long time.
Wait, how old are you?
I'm 23 years old. I'm turning 24 next month.
You've been doing it for 6 years?
Mm-hmm.
5 to... Okay. Technically, it checks out depending on when you started, month-wise, but, Anyways, yeah, so I would still say that, like, it doesn't violate a law of logic.
Okay, I'm gonna cry now.
Okay,
I've already
well,
explained what I meant.
I know what you mean.
You need to look up.
We could say it's
language
irrational.
is subjective. You need to look into
Yeah,
that.
language. I do think language is subjective. I do.
Okay.
Because
So
definitions.
there's nothing incorrect
definitions
about
are
me.
stipulative.
So there's nothing incorrect about me using the gender in the way that I use gender.
As long as you're okay with me saying that a table is something that I can eat. If I want to define a table as an edible food, and I'm actually referencing what we consider to be broccoli.
If you made it if you were like, for example, right? If you made a like a model, and you made the table out of broccoli, couldn't you say that the
No.
broccoli would be a table in that context?
No, I'm referring to like a wooden table, like a wooden table like that.
So you're saying the wood is broccoli, but broccoli just means wood.
Yeah, can I say that?
Okay. Yeah, but it's not going to make sense to people. That's like saying you swapped out the term wubba lubba for chew. So when I say
You're right. It doesn't make
I wubba
sense.
lubba I don't know, a gummy bear, right? That technically makes sense given that I've already defined the term, but it's not going to make sense in conventional or typical conversation. Why? Because we don't typically use the terms in that way.
You're right, and neither do trans women because we don't typically use the words that way.
So just because we haven't typically used it doesn't mean we can't use it in that way, and doesn't mean it's not useful. So, by the way, this provides a utility and a usefulness because it references people's self-perceptions, gender identity, and things that are also applicable to individuals who are not trans.
I already
I have a
told you
gender
that gender
identity.
identity doesn't
I have
exist.
gender identity. I have gender identity. I think that's socially constructed. I'm not trans.
Cool, you can think that. Gender identity still doesn't exist.
It does. That's just your understanding of it. You can't say that I'm incorrect for using it this way.
Okay, what did you say it was?
How am I incorrect for using it in the way that I'm using it?
What did you define gender identity as again?
You mean like a man or a woman?
No, what is gender identity? Define gender identity.
I already told you. Again, it's based upon the commitments people have to be in accordance with sets of social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the sexes.
Okay, so I don't think that exists. Do you have a source for that?
What?
Do you have a source to substantiate that gender identity is real and that's what it means?
So you don't need sources for definitions. This is quite literally the dumbest thing I've ever heard from any guest that's ever come up in my life.
If you don't need a source for a definition, then
you just asked me for a source for how I define a term. You already agreed language is subjective, okay? You don't need a source for a definition of a term. By the way, dictionaries, for example, they categorize the ways that we typically use language. Before dictionaries existed, words still existed, okay? I don't know what you mean by what do you mean by source? What?
No, okay, so if I'm asking you for
Myself,
your definition...
I'm unironically the source of the definition.
That's
you know that, right?
anecdotal.
That's what?
That's anecdotal.
This isn't a descriptive claim about reality. This is a description of how I'm using the term.
Cool. I don't have to take.
What?
I don't have to take.
What are you talking about? I'm not explaining something about an event that happened. I'm talking about how I myself am using the term.
Okay, I don't have to use your subjective experience to define objective states of being.
I know. I never said you have to use my definition.
Okay, so I don't have to use your definition, and I can call a trans woman he, him if I want. And that's fine.
So you can. You're physically able to do that, but I think that's disrespectful. This is what this conversation started with. Oh my God.
Is it immoral for me to not use your definition?
It's not immoral for you to not use my definition.
Okay, then if I'm not using your definition, I'm under no obligation to validate gender identity either. So therefore, it's not immoral for me to refer to somebody as he, him if I want.
So wait,
for example,
you're sneaking in the refer to someone. So using a definition and referring to someone are two different actions. Let me clarify, right? You are in the context of you referring to someone that you could be using a definition, but not all situations where you use the definition are you referring to someone specifically. Does that make sense?
Say the last part again. Sorry, bro. You gotta play it back, don't you?
I don't want to have to do this again. Oh my God, bro. I just why are we even talking about this in the first place, dude?
Well, I don't want to
I've
make
already
you crash
explained this.
out.
I have to explain things to you over and over and over again. It's unbelievable.
Well, I have an auditory processing disorder. Are you being disabled? Are you being ableist?
Are you serious?
Yes, I'm serious. I have an auditory processing disorder.
Okay, so given that I know that, I will play it back. I didn't know that prior. How can you say someone's being ableist when they didn't know that? What the fuck?
I know, I was joking, but I do have an
Okay,
auditory
how am
processing
I supposed to know that you're joking? How is anyone in the chat supposed to know that you were joking?
You know, you're honest because
Become a
that's
different
fair.
race. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay. If you cannot tend to become a different race. Oh my
then
God,
that-
we're back to this. Hold up.
Opposing things.
A different race. Oh
Then
my God,
that-
we're back. Is anyone in the chat supposed to know that you were joking?
You know.
Place, dude.
Well, I don't want to
I've
make
already
you crash
explained this.
out.
I have to explain things.
Part again. Sorry, bro. You gotta play it back, don't you?
Actions. Let me clarify, right? You are in the context of you referring to someone that you could be using a definition, but not all situations where you use the definition are you referring to someone specifically. Does that make sense?
Okay, so yeah, I would agree with that. Like
Okay.
that makes sense to me.
Okay. So what's the point?
No, what was your point in saying that though? How does that negate what I was saying?
What was your original argument?
That if I'm under no moral obligation to use your definition, then I don't have to use the things that come with it.
So the point that I was making is that it's disrespectful, right? So when you say are you under a moral obligation to be respectful?
I mean, morals are technically subjective, so I could say no, but
No,
personally
under
I
your
would say
own.
yes.
I'm asking under your own position.
You have, in certain contexts, I don't always have to be respectful to people.
But in general, would you
In
say that you have
general,
an
yeah.
obligation to be respectful?
In general, I have an obligation to be respectful, yes.
Okay. So then that's what I'd say. In general, you have an obligation to be respectful. Could you apply that to this circumstance?
Yeah, if I feel like somebody's infringing on my rights, I don't feel like I have an obligation to be respectful to them.
How is a trans person existing in the chat right now going to be infringing upon your rights?
Because they feel like they have the right to use female-specific spaces.
So if a trans man specifically is in the chat right now, and you purposefully use their pronouns and gender identity incorrectly, what about them justified you being disrespectful to them?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Yeah, what about a trans man existing justified you being disrespectful to them?
Can you say trans woman instead so I can answer?
Why can't I say trans man?
Never mind.
So can you answer?
Nothing.
No, you won't answer?
No, nothing would constitute me being disrespectful, I guess. In the context of
Okay.
just somebody existing in the chat.
So if nothing would constitute you being disrespectful, would you use their pronouns correctly?
No, I probably would use a trans person's pronouns. I'm just saying I don't feel like I have an obligation to.
You just said you do, because you have an obligation to, in general, be respectful to people.
Yeah, in general, be respectful to people.
Yeah, which would include trans people, because trans people are people.
I didn't say they weren't people.
Well, according to your argument, you would essentially deeming them to not be, as you were saying, simply just for existing, it was justified to be disrespectful to them.
Okay, so yeah, I do have an obligation to use pronouns to the extent.
Okay, so then you would agree now that you would want to be respectful to trans people. So again, I guess what is your big issue then? Why are you do you actually support Trump, or do you just want to talk to me about these topics?
What?
Do you actually support Trump, or did you just want to talk to me about these topics?
I really just wanted to talk about trans issues mostly.
But you don't support Trump.
I mean, I would have voted for him.
You still would? Over Harris?
Probably.
Okay. So why?
I just want the trans issues, abortion, things like that.
Okay. So what about trans people? What about abortion? That would get you to specifically want to vote for a rapist.
I mean, like I said, I don't think he's a rapist, but
He is.
You can think that, that's fine. I mean, I've already told you what about trans people, so.
Not really. You didn't really give a policy. You kind of just said, in general, Trump
I gave you
acknowledges facts and put in federal buildings that trans people can't use the bathrooms that align with their gender identity.
He also has 14201, so I like that one too.
Wait, say that one more time?
Executive Order 14201.
Yeah, that's the one you already mentioned earlier. We already talked about
No. I mentioned 14168. This is
Okay, so what is this? What is this one then?
This one is for sports. It keeps trans women out of women's sports and trans men out of men's sports.
Can you name 2 trans women that were competing in women's sports that were dominating? that this
I can name
prevented
one.
from competing? Can you name
I can
two?
name one. No, I can name one, but that doesn't mean that there's
So
not more than one.
if you can't name two people, then why would you say this would be relevant to like literally do his policy enough to say that you would vote for Donald Trump, who's done all of this shit to our country, right? Who literally has us right now in war simply because of this. Like, seriously, you prioritize this
I mean, I
over the
have
fact that he's put us to
anecdotals.
war.
I have anecdotals for trans men or for trans women in women's sports, but you wouldn't take that. So,
That you knew a trans woman specifically that played?
no, I had a friend who played volleyball and she went to a match. This was when I was in high school, and there was a trans woman on the team. It was, an all girls team, and she was hit in the face from a spike and she was knocked out and she had a concussion and she now has unalterable brain damage and she has a nerve issue with the left side of her face.
And what does that have to do with the person being trans?
Yeah, because it was male strength that enabled that to happen.
Was that like determined by a doctor?
Yes. That woman or that man is no longer allowed to play on the women's team.
Can you give me
because of that.
can you give me a source?
I don't want to dox myself.
Personally, could you send it to me?
I can DM it to you.
Yeah.
Can I DM it to you while I'm live?
I mean, I don't know.
Hold on.
I think you can.
I can. Yeah, I can. Hold on. Let me get it from my computer and then email it to myself and then copy.
Okay.
Don't
You
dox
can do
me,
that.
okay?
Yeah, because I'm gonna show people on the screen to be able to dox you. Why would I do that? That's horrible.
I don't know. I'm just saying in general. Okay.
Did you actually think it was a risk that I would dox you?
No, I don't think he would dox me. It was more of rhetoric, but okay.
Okay. Alrighty. It was just rhetoric for the stream.
Yeah. Don't you like clipping things?
I mean, yeah, I do clip things for the stream.
Okay.
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 Alrighty,
so-
Miranda, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Everyone does not like you for some reason. They think you're pretty insufferable. Toby,
Me?
thank you so much. Yeah, Toby, thank you so much for the $12. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Toby in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Exactly that, Toby. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Kylene, thank you so much for the appreciate the $5. Summer with the $5. Thank you very much. Thomas, thank you for the $2. Kieran, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. Ken, thank you so much for the $5. Piscos, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Morgan, thank you so much for the $1. Angel, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. As well as Lynn, thank you so much for the $5. Blake with the $5. Ellie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. Rebel, thank you for the $5. Brittany, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Bobby, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. Alrighty.
Okay, so I have it. I don't think it. Hold on. So the funny thing is when you go to like when I send this to you and you go to accept my message request, you're gonna see that I've messaged you before and you have to accept my request so that I can send this because I can't send 2 messages in a row.
Delete one of the messages because I won't be able to find you in the message requests.
I don't know if you can do that. I'll try. I cannot do that, but I'm gonna send it to my friend and she's gonna send it to you.
Let me just click on this. I don't want to click. Oh, dude, Jesus Christ, you're on private, so I literally can't look at the message request that you sent.
Oh. Well, it's like.
Just send it after. I'm gonna probably go into the next person anyway. Sarah, think of the money gun. Is there any final
You
words
can
you
just
have?
look it up. Her name is Peyton McNabb. Just look up Peyton McNabb volleyball.
How about you just send it to me? Or you can send it to me
Because
over
you're not
Instagram.
gonna
One
check
of them.
it. Because I know 100% you're not gonna check it.
Okay, you say I'm not going to check it. What makes you think I would check it now then? Okay, so send it. I can look it up. I don't think you're going to do research on any of the points I brought up. How many points did I bring
I
up that
will.
you are not going to look up later? You're still going to
No,
support
I
Trump
will.
even though he
I
raped
have
a woman.
everything. I have everything written down. I really do. I promise.
Okay.
I'm
And
not.
you're going to do
I know
research
that.
and you're going to watch the deposition?
I know that I come off as very disingenuous. I promise you, it's just my tone.
It's not your tone, it's what you're saying.
Okay, well, I promise that I'm not in general disingenuous.
Well, the arguments
I have.
typically don't indicate that to be the case, though.
Okay, I mean, I didn't even really give you like an argument. I just told you things that I agreed with.
Yeah, that would be like an argument. By the way, you've been on the live for 2 hours, and you think that you
Have I
haven't given
really?
me... Yes, sadly. And you think that you haven't given me an argument this entire time?
Well, I mean like a P1, P2, like that. I haven't given you that is what I'm talking about.
Yes, you did, but okay. Maybe not in like in a formal setting, but you did. All right. Any last words?
Wait, can I think about it for like 10 seconds? Give me something
Yeah,
really good.
sure.
Okay. I can't do it under this kind of pressure, Parker. I can't. You're gonna be so mad at me. Like, you're actually gonna fucking hate me.
Secondly, just want to clarify, if you look up Snopes and the person that you mentioned, literally, there's insufficient evidence to say that the person who even did it was trans in the first place.
The Peyton McNabb?
Yeah.
Well, I know her, so...
According to North Carolina's High School Athletes Association, only 2 trans girls were in the state were allowed to compete in high school sports 2019 to 2023. It's unclear whether either participated in volleyball. However, McNabb's school board appeared to have also believed the athlete was transgender. That's what they claim. Credible evidence suggests, as many social media users claim, that McNabb continued to play competitive varsity high-level basketball and softball just a few months after the volleyball incident. Without more details, McNabb, it is impossible to verify the extent or severity of her symptoms. Diagnoses like traumatic brain injury, which McNabb said she sustained, can also be delayed by weeks or even years, meaning McNabb's participation in competitive sports following volleyball incident does not definitively disprove her story. That's true.
I mean, I would just say that I know her and I know that she still struggles, but, you know.
Was there any evidence that specifically that they were trans?
That they
The
were
person who did
trans?
this?
I don't think that this article talks about who it specifically was, which I'm sure they can't say that because the person was a minor at the time, obviously. So I don't even know if you can write about that
It's
stuff.
unclear whether or not the trans girls even played volleyball, because there were only 2
Where
that
do you
played
see
between
that?
2019 to 2023 from Snopes.
Where are you seeing that?
On Snopes, I just told you.
Snaps?
Unpacking claims about Snopes. SNOPES.
SNOPES or PP? No, okay, wait, I got it.
SNOPES.
I see it. Unpacking claims about Peyton McNabb, anti-trans activist and volleyball athlete. Yeah, I mean, I see what you're reading. I would just, I gave you the source for what happened. You can dispute it. I would just say that I know the person, so I know what happened.
And you know for a fact that the person was trans?
I talked to them.
To
Which
the
I'm
person
not
who
saying
did it,
that-
or to the person who this happened from?
the person who did it, and I was there at the game.
So you know that person's trans?
I mean, I'm not saying that I can always tell when somebody's trans or not.
Wait,
but
I'm asking, do you know personally that they are trans?
they didn't disclose that they were trans, but I talked to them and it was pretty obvious.
What? They didn't disclose to you that they're trans, and yet you're claiming that they're trans?
Yeah, I'm claiming that they're male.
Wait, I'm sorry. Do you have any justification for that other than you're claiming that?
I mean,
Like, have they told you
16-year-olds.
this?
No. But do you not think that it's likely that if I specifically
What?
had a conversation,
You just made this whole argument that they were trans. I'm sorry, like, you don't even know yourself, and yet you're saying that that's evidence?
you don't think that it's likely that this person is trans if multiple sources claim it, as well as the fact that, like,
No,
I'm
I
giving
don't.
you an
I don't think them
anecdote?
just claiming it is evidence, especially if the only thing that you have to justify is just you feel like it, and they haven't even said it to you.
You don't think that it's hard to tell when a 16-year-old is trans because they don't typically have access to gender affirming care on things that are going to specifically alter the way they phenotypically
I mean,
present at that
I'm
age.
not familiar with the circumstances. I don't think that you're going to be able to tell the difference between who's trans and who's not in a plenty of circumstances.
I mean, I'm just telling, like, no, I don't know for sure.
Okay, so then how can you make this claim even? That's what we mean. There's insufficient evidence to even say that they were trans in the first place. And that's the one example that you could provide?
I would say that more evidence points towards them being trans than not.
Okay. I have a question. What high school district did they go to? And what state was it located in?
Bro, I'm not trying to dox myself. I thought we went over this.
Well, I mean,
Okay,
you
it
literally.
starts. Okay, it
How
starts
about
with
this?
the
How about
high
this?
school.
How about this? How about this? What state?
North Carolina.
Okay, you're right. I was just making sure. I'm sorry, you already did that, by the way, when you literally told us the name of the person. That's
I
why I
know,
told
I
you to
kind of
privately
doxed
DM it
myself.
to me. You did that to yourself. That's not even me.
I know. I'm
Because
gonna get
everyone
death
looked
threats
that up,
after
and it's
this.
on all of the fucking news articles that we just talked about. So
I know.
I
I'm gonna
told
get.
you you shouldn't have done that.
I don't live there anymore, so it's fine.
Okay, you're fine then. Yeah, there's no big deal.
Because I moved like when I graduated, so like.
Okay, alrighty. Well, any last words? Actually, I'm good. I can't do it anymore. It's been over 2 hours. That is way too long to talk to someone. I'm sorry, everyone. I did not even notice it was 2 hours. That's way too fucking long. My brain hurts, dude. Jesus Christ, man. Kieran, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Very true. Cis women with PCOS have facial hair and male pattern baldness. Will she claim they are trans? Maybe. Nova, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I'm so sorry to hear that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm glad that I can provide community. Well, thank you so much. Miranda as well. Thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. That would have been maybe a good point to bring up. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Tanner, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Put some W's for them in the comment section right now. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Put some W's for them in the comment section. Thank you very much. As well as I have some people to thank on YouTube. Let's make sure to get this next person up here quick. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Hello? Hey, dude, you were just spamming the comments. Hello? I don't know why you're acting like you were literally sleeping when you just were spamming the comments. That's why I sent you an invite. So it's like they weren't even sleeping. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, 32.
Do you support Trump?
Not really.
Okay, we are just looking for some debates, everybody. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. As always, everybody, just letting everyone know we have about an hour or so left on the live, maximum. Just letting everyone know, maximum an hour or so left. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Hello? Let's go to the next individual. Dude, just give us a quick second for people to join up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, Carla, stop the boats, fuck the pack.
Let's go to the next individual. Do just give us a quick second for people to join up here. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody. Okay, let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up, man? Sorry. I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
The Peyton McNabb story is absolutely false. That's all I have to say. It's absolutely false. If you go to
Well, thank you very much. Hey, make sure to DM me about it or something. I'll actually probably check my DMs after the stream to see if you've sent me a message. I'm curious to see that in case someone brings it up again. I've only ever heard it once, so that was my first time ever hearing it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 32.
And do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Of course, Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
So I talked to you about like a year ago, and I'm coming back to see if your position on the immigration issue has changed.
Okay. What about it?
So like I think it's a very good thing that there is no illegal crossing here.
Okay. Well, I think that in terms of undocumented immigrants crossing into our country, I think that the way in which he specifically tried to prevent undocumented immigrants from coming to the country is a harmful way in which is negatively impacting Americans. And that's my position. So I think that we should be focusing on people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes and not people who are just coming here for a better life.
Yeah, but the thing about illegal crossing is you don't really know who they are. I don't obviously you don't remember, but I'm a immigrant myself, so I came here legally through the channel. So I really think we should have the status quo right now. Instead of people crossing through the border illegally, like thousands of people. That's just unacceptable.
Can I just clarify quick? Under the Democrats' administration, right? Literally, they they still deported those that have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes that are in the country undocumented, and those that are committed violent crimes and bad crimes in the country that are undocumented. They just disproportionately went after those that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes to a greater extent. So it's like, I don't understand any argument that you have that justifies that. Plus, Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine a bipartisan border bill that would have secured the border and would have made the legal process go quicker.
Well, I don't really know about that. Did he really do that?
Yes. Look it up.
Okay. I don't like the fact that the Democrats are not advocating for that, they were not even saying things that would stop people from coming to the border. If they're not encouraging it.
Okay. Wait, say that one more time. Sorry.
Because at least what we heard is from Trump is he's being very strong on border. That's why there's zero illegal crossing right now.
No, it's because of his abuses of power. We also have less tourism.
Well, that I believe, yeah. You're right.
So why do we also have less tourism then?
Yeah, you're right. I'm not arguing with you right there. He, to be honest, I don't really think he's a good guy. But in terms of policies, I think America was heading to a very bad position.
I have a question.
With people crossing in the border.
When we talked, did you say that you liked that he was bringing about no new wars?
Say that again.
When we talked, did you bring up that you like that he advocated for no new wars?
What is that? I don't know.
He said no new wars.
Oh, no new wars. I don't know. Did he say that?
No, did you say that?
I didn't say that.
So you want him to start wars?
No, why are we talking about wars right now?
Because I was just going to ask, because the war with Iran that Trump just started?
No, I have no comments about that. I always obviously don't have the knowledge. I'm just saying, I came here, legally, and I think it's a good thing that people should follow the rule, It's like you go to Disneyland.
Why doesn't Donald Trump follow it? So then why isn't this ever applied to Trump, who isn't following immigration law and utilizing due process to deport people?
That's a different subject, and I think if he did something wrong, he should be held accountable for that for sure.
Okay,
so are those people crossing the border illegally? You know what I'm saying?
Are who crossing the border undocumented?
people.
Like under the Biden administration versus Trump? Okay, so I don't even know what you're trying to say there. So if we're comparing the Trump administration to the Biden administration, did you know at the end of the Biden administration there were less daily border crossings on a daily average comparative to the end of Trump's first administration?
Yeah, I get that, but on average during the whole term, like the whole period, um, definitely there's like millions of people crossing the border under Biden.
Said there were millions of people crossing under Biden. There were less than 4 million people that came into the country undocumented under the Biden-Harris administration, according to Pew Research.
And how many people crossed the border illegally during the Trump administration? Not the first
I
few
don't know.
months, but like the
Well,
whole
actually,
duration.
I can try to pull up under the undocumented immigrant population. I'd have to check again in terms of the
Right.
population size, but I don't know off the top of my head. The point still stands, though, that, like, again, one, immigration's not bad for our economy. Two, we need a quicker legal process. Three, Donald Trump undermined a bipartisan border bill that would have secured the border and would have provided a quick legal process for people coming to the country, a quicker legal process, which is something that you agree with. Given that all of those things are true, why do you support Trump on immigration? It seems like he's worse.
Yeah, but you listed the things that I absolutely agree. Like I'm not against immigration. I'm an immigrant. I'm not from here. Like I came here from a different country, so I'm not against it. But me going through the process legally and at the same time seeing people just walk into the border, that's just ridiculous. Like
But
for
you want to
any
make
other
people go through the
countries,
legal process quickly, right? Then you agree with the Democratic position. If you want it to be quicker, then you agree with the Democratic position.
yeah, but that's a different story. There isn't right now. I would like the process to go quicker, but right now there isn't one. So like you have to follow the law, the
And
rule.
the Democrats still advocated for that.
Yeah, but
Wait, who follows
did
the
they
law more?
actually
Trump or
establish something?
wait, who follows the law more? Convicted felon or a former prosecutor, former district attorney, and former attorney general?
I don't know. I know Trump is a fucking idiot, to be honest. Like as a
Not only
person.
that, but he also violates the law while he's in the position of presidency. They are literally undermining people's access to. Wait, hold up. I just kind of forgot where I was going with that because I just read something. You can say whatever you want in response to what I just said. I apologize.
No, that's okay. Yeah, I think like for me like overall I think my values are more aligned with Democrats because I'm pro-choice. I support gays and trans, and I was just hearing you talking about to the girl, and
So then,
but also
why the
like
hell
for
are
the
you on Trump's
immigration
side
issue.
then?
What?
Why the hell are you on Trump's side then? Oh, they got a harassment and bullying flag. Meaning I got to hit a restart, everyone. That's my second one for the day. I got to hit a restart here on TikTok. They just got a flag. Everyone who's here on TikTok, I recommend to go to my YouTube, Parker Get a Job. We're going to hit a quick restart. It'll take 10 seconds. All you have to do, you can stay on TikTok, by the way, everyone. All you have to do is click on the profile picture. Click on it again when it becomes a bit larger. Scroll down in literally 10 seconds. Scroll down, refresh. I'll be back live. All I have to do is click the arrow, or not the arrow, the highlighted live around my profile picture again once that happens, and I will be live already. I'll be right back here on TikTok. Everyone on YouTube, we get to stay there. I would recommend to go over to YouTube if you don't want to have to deal with any of these restarts anyway. It's way better to be over there. Alrighty. We're going to hit a quick restart real quick. Damn, that's so frustrating. I hate losing 7,300 people because TikTok wants to flag my live. It's very unfortunate. Alrighty. Just came from TikTok. Based, if you're on TikTok, do hit that, or if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. I'd seriously really appreciate it. We're less than 2,000 likes right now. We have 3,500 people in the stream. I think we can easily get that number up. By the way, everyone, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. I will be live for about, I want to say about another hour. A little less than an hour, maximum. Let me let my girlfriend know. Alrighty. Let's get everything going. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. What's up, everyone joining in? Do you give us a quick second? Let's get this first person up here for the restart. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
I'm sorry. They sound very young. Let's go to the next individual. Why restart? Because TikTok gave us a flag. So we had to do a quick restart so that we didn't get the entire account taken down because they have like a 3 flag system. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Do you support Trump?
Half and half. Why don't you?
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I wouldn't want to vote for Harris. I'd rather vote for Trump just because he'd run it more like a business and protect our government in a certain way.
Okay. You said he runs things more like a business. You mean a bankrupt business?
Yeah, but then everything sort of recirculates through the Federal Reserve anyways.
So I don't even know what you're trying to argue there. That made no sense. But can you name one metric of the economy that's got better off since Trump got in office?
The tariffs that he's been announcing for the imports in China to basically provide more income to us for our jobs and our job market economy.
So we had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. We saw lower real GDP growth in 2025 as compared to 2024. We saw lower real median wage growth in 2025 as compared to 2024. We saw declines in real domestic manufacturing investment every single quarter of Trump's administration. So explain to me what has gotten better, because income is not better, jobs are not better. What's better?
But I feel like why would he be able to change everything else? Global economy has global resources that are across over the globe that are supplying into us. So why would he be the figurehead just to be able to change things?
I'm talking about in the U.S.
Don't we get imports from them, like Standard Oil
from other countries? So
yeah,
you're
that.
saying yes, we do get imports from other countries. He's trying to reduce that by imposing tariffs. But again, I'm saying, can you name one metric in the economy that's got better off because of Trump?
The immigration recently, I guess, just because he's been sort of just.
I said a metric in the economy.
Define metric then.
Like unemployment, like GDP growth, like median wages.
Well, it's like 66% on the tariffs. That's what it says.
So you don't know what an economic metric is.
It says 78% of Americans, including 69% of Democrats, support deporting undocumented immigrants who have committed crimes. 55% of Americans named immigration crackdown as what they like most about Trump's presidency, far ahead of any other issue.
Okay. I don't know why you're telling me this after you chat GPT'd that. I'm asking you, what about the economy is better off? I think immigration is very beneficial to the economy, and I think that Trump's policies on deportations and on immigration is bad for the economy. No argument that it's good for the economy for him to do that. So name an economic metric that's got better off because of Trump.
Can I look at some and then just...
Go ahead, I'll give you time to look it up.
All right.
Colin, thank you so much for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat for all the best from Canada. Can we get some W's for Colin in the comment section right now for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat? That is very kind of you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Can we get some W's for Colin in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Seriously, W's for Colin in the comment section right now. That's so kind of you.
All right.
Seriously, W's.
Tariffs brought $264 billion in revenue. China paid, not us. Tech investment exploded, $600 billion from Apple
Hey, dude,
alone.
you don't know what a tariff
Trade
is.
deficit hit lowest since 2009.
You're objectively wrong.
39%
You're objectively
2011.
wrong. China does not pay the tariff.
Manufacture-
Oh my God.
Okay, my bad. I'll let you speak. My bad.
No. The reason why I'm like this
sorry.
right now, because I want to stop you before you read off all the other chat GPT points, okay?
Oh, appreciate it. Sorry. Yeah.
Let me address the first one, right? You are objectively wrong.
Okay.
Do you want to repeat the claim? And I'm going to show you how it's wrong again.
Tell me why this data shows up then, if you're curious. I'm just so curious on why all this metric is all false.
Repeat the claim again.
Tariffs brought $264 billion in revenue. China paid, not us.
Okay.
I don't believe that's that true.
I can
but
send you a study right now from the Kiel Institute that shows you only 4% of tariffs are paid by foreign countries. 96% is paid by the United States of America. Why? Because the importing business, right, that is an American business who's importing it from a different country is literally the one paying it to the government. Okay? So it is paid by Americans, not by China, not by foreign countries. It is paid by you. It is paid by me. It is paid by everyone here in this chat who is living in the United States.
Dang. Do you really want me to go
Okay,
off any
and by
other?
the
Or
way,
just,
that was a tariff that was determined to be unconstitutional. So when are we getting our tariff refunds? Because you're gonna have to give all that money back to the people who inevitably put it into the system anyway, because of the fact that they were unconstitutional tariffs.
Dang. I didn't know that. You give me a new way to look at it. I don't really want to waste your time. I'll look at the metrics too, like the way you kind of
Alright.
say it. Yeah, I
Well,
appreciate
then
your
I
time.
thank
though.
you. Have a great day,
Yeah.
Ricky.
Yeah, no problem.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Election were held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump, 100%.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
So I believe it shouldn't be this way, but in today's society, you're either going to pick a Democratic elector or a Republican, and it's really going to depend on what you believe in. And I think Trump 100% is going to support more Republican values than Harris would. Like, for example,
ones?
stuff on abortion, stuff on deportation, all of the major points.
Okay. Abortion, deportation, what else?
Anything that's more just connected to Republican values.
Such as?
Being against the LGBTQ movement and transgender surgeries and just things like that, to be honest with you.
What's wrong with being gay?
I believe that I'm not against the people that are gay, but I do not think that it is moral to be in a gay relationship.
Why?
Because of the Bible.
Okay. So, one, where
I
in the
believe
Bible
that
does
it
it
is
say
a
that it's wrong
direct
to
order.
engage in gay marriage? Two, why is the Bible something that can describe what's right and wrong?
So I believe that the Bible is 100% fully completed by what God has told the transcribers to write. It is
How do you
God's
know?
word 100%. What was your number one question? Could
So
you
you're
repeat
saying
that?
everything written in the Bible is 100% directly from God. I disagree. I
Yes.
don't think everything is written by Jesus. That's why there are different accounts,
No, I
specifically
didn't
in the
say that.
Gospels, in the Gospel, from Mark, from Matthew, from Luke. There's different accounts of what happened. So it's obviously not 100% divinely inspired. Otherwise, there would be no distinctions in the story.
What do you mean by distinctions in the story?
Yeah, there are distinctions in the story. Like, for example, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John have different accounts for what you can, what is going to be grounds for divorce, whether or not there are any grounds for divorce, etc. Like, those are
Well,
different
that's-
conditions in the context of the Bible that are different. And if it were completely 100% divinely inspired by God, then there would be no contradiction in their story.
There is no contradiction in it.
There is.
If
There
you
is
have different
explicitly in
perspectives,
in some verses in the gospel, there are things that say that, oh, if you specifically commit adultery, that's going to be justification for divorce, and others it doesn't list anything. So
Just
that's a
because it
contradiction
doesn't
in the
list
account.
anything is not a contraindication.
Yes, it
A
is.
contraindication is where they 100% of the time there's no
A
way
contradiction in the
where
accounts would
both
be
could
that
be.
there is a standard that then would allow for you to get divorced, whereas there is no standards that would be an exception for divorce. So it's like
Well,
that's a
it does
contradiction.
not say that there is no standard. It says it
It doesn't
lists
list
the
any.
standards.
It lists
Like,
one versus
for
it doesn't list
example,
one. That's a different story. Can you at least acknowledge it'd be the same story if it were divinely inspired?
I agree with that. If it were divinely
Okay, then it's
inspired, there
not the
would
same
be no
story, therefore it's not divinely
contraindications.
inspired. Thank you very much.
No, well, can I explain?
Go ahead.
If you have two people, for example, if you have two people and one person says, um, I don't know, they hate to drink water, okay? And then you have another person who is saying, it's okay to drink water. That can directly both be true because they're talking about different things. Like, just because two people are saying things in a non-objective sense, it doesn't mean it's a contraindication. It's only a
No, listen,
contraindication
listen.
whenever it is impossible for both to be true at the same time.
Yes, it is. It's impossible for there to be no standards or exceptions for divorce and for there to be exceptions for divorce at the same time.
Well, I disagree with that. Can you tell me where in the Bible it says that there is no situation whatsoever where grounds for divorce would be?
Yeah. In the context of
accepted?
Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John, I just told you, based upon the different gospel, there's a different account of it. It's not just that. There's a different account of resurrection. There's a different account for plenty different of things that you can point to in the context of the Bible. There
And I'm
are
asking you, can you
contradictions
give
in the
me a
stories. By the way,
specific?
that's to be expected if you have different people accounting a story, right? There are going to be some differences in the story. That's to be
Yes, I
expected.
agree.
What you're not understanding, though, is that it then means it's not 100% inspired directly from God, and that there's going to be some aspects of it that are incorrect.
None of the aspects are incorrect. Whenever you
Yes, it
have
is.
different
Some of
people
them
that
are
observe,
incorrect because of the fact that there are going to be differences in the accounts, right, based upon their own perceptions and perspectives that are not saying that God said something wrong, but simply the fact that a human being made a mistake.
well, there's a difference between a contraindication and people not saying the same exact thing. Because if you have 2 or 3 people watching a different event, then they're going to have different stories of that same event that
Exactly.
happened.
That's
That doesn't
exactly all I'm
necessarily
saying.
mean. Yeah, but I'm asking you, can you give me a specific verse that
Yes.
says there
Mark
is
10:7,
no...
10 and Matthew 5:31.
Well, I can't leave the live page. Could you read that to me?
Yeah, I got you. Let me pull it up for you. One quick second. 10, 7 through 10. Alrighty. Matt, what's the translation again, Matt? Tell me in the chat. What's the translation that you typically use, Matt? Sorry, I'm making sure I have the right translation as well. Because I don't like the King James. It makes no sense. It's like Old English, and I hate it.
Are you talking to me?
I was kind of, but it's okay. NRS.
Oh, I don't mind, like, English Standard if you want. People in the comments are... Hold on.
There we go.
I'll go get
For
the
this
Bible. I
reason,
have one.
a man shall leave his father and mother and be joined to his wife, and the two shall become flesh. So they are no longer but one flesh. Therefore, what God has joined together, let no one separate. Then in-house, the disciples asked him again about this matter. Then we go to, give me one quick second. We go to Matthew 5:31. Let me go to it. The specific. There we go. It has been it was also said, whoever divorces his wife, let him give her a certificate of divorce. But I say to you that no one who divorces his wife, except for on the grounds of sexual immorality, causes her to commit adultery. And whoever marries a divorced woman commits adultery.
Yes. So those two verses, they're not contraindications. The second one is saying it is not good to have a divorce, but it would be grounds for divorce if sexual immorality is present.
It says, let no one separate. Let no one separate
let
means
no one
no
separate.
divorce.
And in the first verse, I believe it said, the first verse said, let no one separate. And Jesus says that divorce is obviously not optimal.
Sir.
It should not be.
It literally says, let no one separate in Mark. And then in Matthew, it says, except on the ground of sexual immorality. That's quite literally a contradiction in the accounts.
It's not, no, because the first verse is not saying, let no individual person separate from another individual.
It says, let no one separate.
I know, but in that context, it's talking about let no man separate this bond, like this kind of.
Yeah, that means no divorce.
Let no man break the bond of marriage.
Which means no divorce.
And not necessarily. It's saying
that's
let
literally
no man
what it was.
Break the divorce, which is, yeah, it is, but it's not saying let no man ever break the divorce. Obviously, you're going to have times whenever a divorce is unavoidable, which is horrible and should never happen. But
we can actually clear this up very quickly. Parker, I forgot to have you read the two prior or the two after verses. So in verse 11, he said to them, whoever divorces his wife and marries another commits adultery straight against her, and if she divorces her husband and marries another, then she commits adultery. That is a direct contradiction to Matthew 5, because in Matthew 5 there's one exception. In Mark, there is no exception. That's why Matthew, who is writing to a Jewish audience, had to make it a little bit more palatable, because they did believe that it was okay to have some kind of divorce.
Well, I see what you're saying there, but in the verse where it's saying to never have a divorce, I don't believe that is what it's saying. It is saying, let no man separate this bond, as in stating that the optimal marriage would not have a divorce.
Yes, and then after that, the disciples then have to clarify with Jesus, because Jesus says that, and then the disciples say, then in the house, the disciples asked him again about this matter. Jesus then goes on to clarify, whoever divorces his wife and marries another commits adultery against her. It is point blank. There is no exception. If you divorce, you are committing adultery. That is in direct contradiction to Matthew 5, which says you may not divorce except for one thing, and that's what counts. It's a direct contradiction.
I don't see the contradiction there.
Mark is saying, right? Jesus clarifies twice. Jesus in Mark says there is no condition where a man may divorce his wife. Okay? Jesus even clarifies it. In Matthew 5, he says you may not divorce your wife unless the wife has engaged and basically she has cheated on you.
Well, yes, but in that first verse, it's not stating let no man ever divorce under no circumstance whatsoever. It's saying, it's describing the optimal marriage, and it's saying this is a sacred bond.
He just keeps repeating the same thing. Did you hear, Matt?
Yes, you guys are repeating the same thing too.
No. Jesus literally says, therefore, because he gives an etiology. He's saying, because God made it this way, therefore, what God has joined together, let no one separate. And then his own disciples say, I don't understand this. Say it again. And so Jesus says then, point blank, whoever divorces his wife and marries another has committed adultery. It is point blank, period. In Matthew takes out that rule and says you can divorce your wife, but only in one circumstance. It's a direct contradiction that has been known for centuries. This is not like new information, by the way. we have people who've been writing about it since like the 5th century who have known about this like direct contradiction, and there's really no way of like getting around it, which is why you have to look at each book individually, which is what Parker was trying to say at the very beginning, like 10-15 minutes ago.
Well, I must be misunderstanding something that you're saying. Is there any other point that you would want to bring up? Because I'm not going to keep repeating the same thing I've said for the past 3 times. But
dude, I genuinely don't understand how you're not comprehending what Matt just said. Like, actually,
no, I do comprehend what
are you
Matthew
purposely
said, but
not trying to comprehend it?
No, I am. Like, I'm genuinely.
You're not
trying to
addressing
understand.
that point by saying what you're saying at all. Matt is addressing
I'm
what you said, though.
Tell me I'm getting like the physical thing out in front of me. Matthew, what was the verse?
Matthew 5:31.
In the meantime, while he looks
my
it up,
mind is genuinely like open to change. I'm not here to just say,
well, I mean,
I'm right, you're wrong. But
the way to look at it, James, is that in Mark 10, Jesus is giving a reason why marriage happens. He says God made it this way, and then he gives a new prescription. He says, therefore, let no man separate. His disciples can't understand that. They're like, I don't really understand. So they ask him again. Jesus then clarifies and says that under no condition may a man divorce, because if he divorces someone and marries another, then they have committed blatant adultery. In Matthew, he's saying you can divorce and marry another, so long as that person who you divorced had basically cheated on you.
But they're both of them, are they not both saying within the grounds of adultery you can get a divorce?
No, because Mark does not give any type of like qualification. He says you cannot divorce and marry another, because if you do, then you commit adultery.
Okay,
in Matthew,
yes, I agree with that. He's saying
okay,
you do not do that because you commit adultery, and the other ones are saying you commit adultery, then you can get a divorce, because when you commit adultery, you're committing that sin.
So you're misunderstanding that what Jesus is saying is that you're thinking of it as the same kind of like causal relationship. It's not. Jesus is saying in Mark 10, he's saying when you divorce, you then commit adultery. In Matthew, it's saying when you divorce, you commit adultery unless the one person who you divorced was the one who committed adultery first. See, Matthew as a qualifier, that's the contradiction. In Mark, he's saying no divorce at all, because when you divorce somebody and when you marry another, you have committed adultery.
Yes, I agree with that. But what I am saying to you is, whenever he's saying do not commit or do not get a divorce because then you are committing adultery, he's saying that because it was explicitly stated that the only reason that divorce is applicable is whenever adultery occurs. So you should not get a divorce.
Only in Matthew,
because
Mark does not have that. See, that's what you're conflating. You're thinking that Mark is saying what Matthew is saying, and
tell me the verse in Mark real quick.
Sure, Mark 10:10. So it's Mark 10 through about Mark 12. Sorry, Mark 10:12. So that's the full context. This is Jesus' teaching on divorce, and this is well known in Mark. Mark gives no exceptions.
This is Mark 10:11, and he said unto them, whosoever shall put away his wife and marry another committeth adultery against her. And if a woman shall put away her husband and be married to another, she committeth adultery. So it's saying that if you commit adultery.
No. He's saying when you divorce your wife, you then commit adultery. Not adultery comes first. It's divorce comes first, then adultery. See, you have this like backwards relationship to it.
Well, it's not a backwards relationship. The relationship is both sided. Like, whenever one happens, the other happens. Because in the first scenario, where the adultery or where the divorce happens first, the divorce happened because the adultery happened. And then in the other one, the adultery happens, therefore the divorce happens. It's like both.
No. You're adding
it's synonymous.
Something. I'm sorry, James, I'm sorry. You are trying to rationalize this in your mind. You're adding words to Mark. Like, I'm
not
sorry,
trying to rationalize it. That's how it's
That's
rationalized.
what you're doing. Like anybody in the whole conversation can see that if you read Mark plainly, it is clearly saying that you cannot divorce your wife under any circumstance, because if you do, you will then go to commit adultery. That is
Because that's the
point blank
only ground
interpretation.
for divorce.
No, only in Matthew. Again, you're conflating the both of them. So I don't want to like go too far into this or anything, but like James, I highly recommend that you pick up some of the like really heavy commentaries on this by people in the church. They recognize this. This is a known issue. This is not anything that I'm bringing up, that Parker's bringing up. This has been known for centuries and centuries. And you're trying to basically say that Matthew is saying what Mark's saying, and Mark is saying what Matthew's saying, when that is simply
Because they
not the
are. They're
case.
just saying it in
No, they're
different
not.
ways.
I'm sorry. They're not. They're just not.
Well, I'm really sorry. I'm just not going to agree with you on this. If there's
Yeah,
anything
because you
else.
I can't even believe that this point that I was trying to make is like taking this long to demonstrate. Like, actually, it's crazy, man.
Because the point you're trying to make, like,
it's not even
it
disputed.
It makes sense, but it's
most
not,
Christians accept the point.
It's not what they're saying.
Their stories
Most
literally
Christians
do contradict.
Do not accept the point that there is a contraindication.
Their stories like
because they're
literally do contradict. I'm sorry, like you can't look at that and don't see that they contradict. Like I'm sorry.
Well, they don't.
What the hell?
Do you understand what I'm saying though?
No, not at all.
You don't understand what I'm saying.
Not at all.
Whenever Mark says, "Whosoever shall put away his wife and marry another committeth adultery against her, and if a woman shall put away her husband to be married to another, she committeth adultery." It's saying there, like right there, they're both interactive with each other. If you get a divorce, you're committing adultery. And if you commit adultery within the grounds of marriage, then you're choosing to have that divorce happen.
No. Like James, I'm sorry, but
That's
you're like
what
reading
it says. You can't
I'm
say
trying
no.
to be
That's
nice
what
as
it
I
says
can,
right there.
James, I'm trying to be nice, but like your reading comprehension skills are not at this level right now, because you're adding stuff to it, James. Jesus is clearly saying when you divorce, that's the first cause. It leads to this action, which is you have committed adultery. That's the causal relationship. Divorce, then adultery. You're saying it's divorce, adultery, or adultery and divorce. You're adding words to Jesus's lips. I'm sorry,
not
that
adding
is
the
simply
words.
what you're doing.
Right here. Mark 10:11. Whosoever put away his wife.
Well, by the way, I just want to say you're arguing with a librarian right now.
Look,
that
you're
knows
from the
Hebrew
King James,
and
which is
Greek.
fine. Like even the King James is saying my point. Jesus is saying when you divorce your wife and you marry another, that's the action. What does that cause? That he's saying you have then committed adultery. Okay, that's the causal. It's simple. That's the one statement Jesus is making. In Matthew, he says the same thing, except he adds an exception. He says you cannot divorce and marry another unless the person you are divorcing has committed sexual immorality. He adds the exception. That's the contradiction.
And that was Matthew what chapter?
5:31. Maybe he's saying it now. Like maybe he's saying it.
Well, I'm really sorry that you have to keep repeating yourself, but Matthew 5:31.
Yeah, 5:31.
Alrighty, let me thank some people while you look at that and read that again. Jenna, thank you so much for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Jenna, can we get some W's for Jenna in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Jenna. I really appreciate it. It's always good to see you, Jenna. Seriously, W's for Jenna in the comment section right now. Thank you for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Jenna. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Colin with the 100 Canadian dollars for the rules for believing in Santa are so much easier. Leave out the cookies and milk or whatever. Go to sleep. No peeking. Parents let kids stop believing this fairy tale, but not the other. Well, thank you so much, Colin. I appreciate the 100 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Give some W's for Colin and W's for Jenna in the comment section right now for the $100. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. Seriously, that is so kind of y'all. By the way, everyone, just letting everyone know, we have about another 30 minutes or so left on the live, everyone. 30 minutes or so left on the live, just letting everyone know.
And by the way, can I just mention something really quick, Parker? I just want to mention really quick. I know people in the chat like want to talk about Trump and everything, but like we didn't bring this up. James did because he's using the Bible as his basis for being for Trump and being like anti-trans and anti-gay. And so it's very important to counter these like very like bad type of ideas in his religion, because if we can convince him that the way he's viewing his religion is incorrect, then maybe he'll also change his views about gay people and about trans people and about Trump. That's why we argue about this. So I understand that it may be boring, but it has a real effect on people, because when the Bible is used in such heinous ways, we have a duty to try to change their mind. That's why I'm here. Okay, so all right, James, you can go ahead.
W Matt.
Okay, well, I don't want to repeat what I've said again. Like, I'm not trying to make you guys mad or upset or anything.
James, I'm not mad at you. I'm simply trying to get you to understand that you don't have to die on this hill, because Mark 10 and Matthew 5.
I'm not trying to die on this hill. I just
contradict, and it's
disagree.
been known for centuries. No one disagrees about this. I think what you're trying to do is you're trying to take Matthew's words, which give the exception, right? It does have an exception to it, and you're trying to input that into Mark, because you see that there is a contradiction. You see, oh yeah, Mark is saying that you can't divorce at all, whereas Matthew's saying you can't divorce at all except for this one circumstance. That's the contradiction.
And then that one circumstance is where it's saying the divorce occurred.
Do what?
And then that one circumstance it states where divorce is okay happens to be the circumstance where the divorce happened.
No, James. Okay. In Mark 10, in Mark 10, Jesus is saying the actor, the husband, will divorce his wife, and then the husband then commits adultery by then marrying another. Okay? There's no other party here. He's saying he's saying that when you divorce, once you sign the paper, right, or you sign the seal, and then you marry another, you have then committed the act of adultery. Okay, that's Jesus' statement. Okay, so that's his point. In Matthew, he's saying the same thing, except he adds that you may divorce your wife if she has committed sexual immorality. So he gives an exception to it and says, then you can marry another and you have not committed adultery. That's the difference.
Okay, and in the man's scenario, if, let's just say, for example, it could be vice versa. If the woman cheats on the man, okay, it is better for the man to have a way out. And that's what it's saying. It's saying that the man is justified in getting a divorce if adultery has occurred. Okay?
Yes, that's in Matthew.
Then it would also be better for, if that is going to happen, then the divorce should, like, there should be no marriage. So if the adultery is going to occur.
Okay.
No.
All right, James. I don't think we're getting anywhere at this point. Is there any last words you'd like to say?
Is there anything else like a different subject like abortion or immigration?
Yeah. I mean, but it's all gonna end up going into like why you support. Okay, actually, no. I can run this into an interesting argument, I guess.
Okay.
Do you think that everything that is considered sinful in the context of the Bible should be enforced in the law to be immoral or to be illegal?
Should be enforced in government law?
Yeah.
No, I do not.
Okay. So then what makes you think that abortion should be illegal if it's not predicated off of your religious views and cannot be predicated off of your religious views?
Well, abortion, it doesn't matter any way you look at it. A human embryo is human life. Do you agree with that?
I don't think as a Christian you have to say that you value cellular human life. Christians can still say that they think that it's not murder to pull the plug on an individual in a family that's brain dead. And in that circumstance, they would still have cellular human life.
Well, okay, but can you answer yes or no? Do you believe that an embryo is human life?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you tell me why you do not think that human life should get human rights?
Because it's not sentient.
Okay, well, you could make the argument that a newborn is not sentient. Could you not?
No, you can't.
Why can you not?
because they become sentient 20 through 24 weeks in the womb.
Okay, so
Sentient
do you
means
believe
subjective experience.
that abortion should be banned at 23 to 24 weeks?
At that point, there's just going to be an induction of labor, so it's not going to meaningfully reduce people from getting lethal elective abortions. Okay, so I don't think that any restriction would make any sense at that point, because I think that people aren't waiting to that point to lethally do so. But from a philosophical or moral standpoint, I do think it's immoral to engage in
Okay.
lethal elective abortion after the point of sentience. No one waits to that point.
So
No one does that. No one decides to wait till that point in the pregnancy to engage in lethal. After the point of viability, it's an induction of labor if that's necessary.
okay, well I would agree with you there that I mean they normally do kill the baby before then.
It's not, I don't think it's a
But
baby, but
well, fetus means little human. And I know that's like a funny like haha
you know what
that's
fetus
Charlie
means
Kirk
in
said, but
Latin?
yeah.
Little human
But
being. Sorry, I can't even
yeah,
recreate the
but
level of creepiness. I'm sorry.
yeah, but
And it actually doesn't, by the way, but that's neither here or there.
I don't know if it does or not, to be honest
No,
with you.
it comes from fetus, which means like bringing forth or like bearing young. So it doesn't mean little human at all.
But I think that in any circumstance where the life of a human is taken, it is wrong. Other than the life of an innocent human, I should say, it is wrong.
Okay, so
And
is
I
it
don't
wrong
think
to
there's
pull the
any way
plug on
to
an
get around
individual
that.
in your Is it wrong to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
I believe so, yes.
You think it's murder?
Murder. I don't know if it would be murder that could be justifiably taken to court over.
Okay, so if it's morally wrong, that means it's murder. I just want to clarify. So
If
do you
it's
think it's
morally
morally
wrong-
do you think it's morally wrong to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
Okay, then yes, it would be murder. If
Okay, so
the definition that
do you think that people who commit murder should go to prison?
if the law of murder is just, then yes. Like
If the law of murder is just.
What?
Yeah,
You mean
if you're
you
saying
mean if it's actually murder.
Yeah, it
So
depends
if
on
something
the
is
definition
murder,
of
then it
murder
should
that
be
you're using.
illegal. Okay, so then you think it should be illegal to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
I believe so, yes.
So you believe everyone who in the chat who has pulled the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead is a murderer and should go to jail?
I do not believe they should be incarcerated, only because
You just said murderers should be incarcerated. So you believe some murderers should not be incarcerated?
Yes, I do. I believe that women who have abortions should not be incarcerated due to the fact that they're
By the way,
unaware
so
and they
did
don't.
he just advocate for murderers to be left free on the streets? Isn't this exactly like what Trump supporters were trying to say that Democrats supported when they were like, you guys support open borders?
Well, it's because the definition of murderer, like there's no right murder, but what I'm trying to get at is you're not going to arrest every single person who, because the murder ultimately doesn't end in like, hold on, I'm trying to form what I'm trying to say before I say it. The murder in their mind, they don't understand the consequence or like the weight of what they're doing.
Okay,
when
so
they do it.
So like Nazis who didn't think that they were murdering people, do you think that they shouldn't have been held accountable in the Nuremberg trials?
I do think they should be held accountable because
Okay,
I
so
don't
even
see a
if
way
they believe
where
that
they
the
would.
people that they were killing were subhuman, they still should go to jail.
yes, they should still go to jail because I don't see a world in
Okay, so then do you
where
think you do think that
the,
people who have pulled the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead in the chat are murderers and should go to jail?
I believe that they're not the one specifically pulling the plug. I believe that the nurse that's doing
if
that
they
is the
wait,
one
so any
committing the
nurse that
action of
did
murder.
or any person who did should go to jail?
No, they should not go to jail. What I'm trying to say is
But you think they're a murderer,
they
and you think murderers should go to jail.
I do think they're a murderer, and I do not think that all murderers should go to jail. I believe
So
that
then why should people who
murder-
committed wait, so why should people who get abortions go to jail if not all murderers should go to jail?
I never said people who get abortions should go to
Okay,
jail.
why should abortionists who give people abortions go to jail?
Because they are willingly taking the life, fully informed and fully knowing what they are doing, taking the life of an innocent human being. They should be put in jail, 100%.
But what if they think it's not? What if they have my view?
If they have your view, and
like think about it this
they're
way:
doing-
what if an abortionist goes and gets an abortion, versus does the abortion themselves? Are they culpable in one scenario but not the other?
Hold on, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, let's say like an abortionist, right, gets pregnant themselves and decides to go get an abortion. In that circumstance, are they not culpable for getting an abortion, right? In the circumstance in which they went and had someone else do it, but in the circumstance in which they do it themselves, they are culpable.
I believe because they are doing it themselves, they have more.
So like if they get two
of the-
abortions, they're only culpable for one for like a so like a 2-for-1 special.
if they are committing the abortion themselves, then they have more of kind of they have to defend
Buy one get one free.
their own actions. Other
BOGO deal with abortions.
It's more of like a active versus inactive thing. If you're actively commit, you know the trolley
So like
problem
I'm confused. No,
where
can you, answer
there's
can you answer the question though? Are they culpable in one scenario but not the other?
yes. So
Yes. So
do you know
what is different about their knowledge? They have the same knowledge either way. So your argument for in one scenario, right, that they're culpable, but the other scenario that they're not culpable,
No, if
falls
in the
apart in
first
this
scenario-
example really clearly.
if it's all due to what they are mentally deciding to do. If in the first scenario where they are letting somebody else give them the abortion, if they are fully aware that they are taking away a human life, then yes, I 100% think
So
they
they're
should be in
culpable in
prison.
both scenarios.
If in the first scenario they are fully aware that they are, if they're fully aware of the action they are doing, then yes. But if not,
Okay.
then no.
Okay. So your argument hinges on the fact that you think women aren't aware that they're getting abortions when they're getting abortions.
No, I don't think they're aware.
Your whole
that
argument
they
hinges
are
on the fact that you
ending
think
a
women
human
are
life.
stupid.
I don't think they're aware that they're ending a human life.
Yes, they are.
I don't think that they're not holding weight to that human life.
Oh, of course not. But you
Yeah,
know the
and
same thing could be said for the Nazis.
I disagree because the
They
Nazis
didn't put moral worth to Jewish people.
exactly, and that's wrong.
So do you think that they should have been held accountable for crimes against humanity,
Yes.
even though they didn't believe that they were killing people, and they didn't believe that Jewish
Well,
people
they
had the
knew
same
they
value?
were killing people.
Many didn't.
Hold on. I don't see how it would be you could be called mentally sound and not see a fully grown Jewish
Wait, can you
person
engage to the
as-
point? Based upon your argument, you would have to say that Nazis should not have been held accountable in the Nuremberg trials because they believed
do
that
believe they
Jewish
should
people
have
were
been held
subhuman.
I
or less
see
valuable.
what you are saying, but I believe that it is not mentally sound to be able to say that the Nazis did not view them as people because they are obviously it's more it's more obvious that they are people.
Did Nazis view Jewish people as subhuman?
I don't believe they did. I believe that they said that they did in order to get away with the consequences of their murder.
Dude, I can't do it, man. You don't. So
They
are you
viewed them-
really
they
right
viewed
now
them
trying to
as
argue that the
inferior,
Nazis
but I
didn't
don't believe
view
that they pointed-
Jewish people as subhuman? Are you
Subhuman-
serious? Are you seriously trying
you-
to argue that to me right now?
Define subhuman.
Okay. Less valuable than a typical human being.
Less valuable,
Or than a
yes,
human being.
100%. They viewed them as subhuman, but they didn't value them as not human.
So, historically speaking, there are plenty of individuals in the Nuremberg trials in which that would be applicable to. Okay?
Yes, but it's you're using subhuman synonymously with not human in that scenario. Because I don't believe
but
that the
you're
people
not understanding
getting abortions.
because you're saying that the reason why people should be held accountable for getting abortions or specifically in whatnot is because they don't view the fetus to be as valuable. So although we still acknowledge that it's cellular human life, we don't believe that it's as valuable. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, because of that.
So although we acknowledge
that
that it's human, we don't think it's as valuable. So do you think that the Nazis shouldn't have been held accountable in the Nuremberg trials if they thought that? Or no, given that they thought that, not if, given that they thought that.
Given that they thought that, they should be held accountable 100%.
Okay, so then what tells you that people who get abortions should not be held accountable and typical, under your view?
Repeat the question.
What tells you under your view that you legitimately believe that people shouldn't be held accountable?
Because I believe they're not fully informed of the decision that they're making.
Okay, so what tells you that they aren't informed?
The people going into these abortion clinics, there's been multiple women who the depression rates go up once they figure out what the severity of what they've done. I just don't.
I think you're just whipping this right out of your ass.
I'm not.
So you're saying so
I
your
can't show
whole
you right now
argument
because I
again
can't leave.
hinges on the fact that women just don't understand what they're doing, bro.
That's not the whole
that's like your
argument,
argument.
though.
Your argument is we shouldn't hold them accountable because women don't know what they're doing, bro.
No, they should be held accountable to an extent. If they are fully aware that they are ending a human life, then they should be held accountable.
Okay, so
But
so if they do believe that cellular human life is cellular human life, then you think that they should literally go to jail. So by the way, everyone who does believe that is just going to say that they don't believe that to not go to jail and to still get the abortion, regardless of whether or not they actually do believe that.
There is definitely gray
So
area.
effectively, you're pro-choice then, right? Because everyone can just say, "Oh, boy, I don't think it's living. Okay, it's not life. It's not life. Actually, I don't believe it's living," and they can get legal access to abortion. The abortionist committing the abortions, they can say they don't think it's cellular life. It's actually not living. Actually, you could say that. They could get away with it, and all the abortionists aren't going to go to jail now, and they aren't committing murder under your view. Because again, they don't believe it.
It's disingenuous to say because
how is it dishonest? That means they'll never be held accountable for committing murder under your view. Because your view is that if they think that it is living,
it quite literally
if they think it's not living,
they're lying.
Wait, no. Again, your view is that if they think it's not living, they shouldn't be held accountable. So everyone's just going to say that and get away with it.
Well, yeah, I agree with you, but I'm stating what would happen in a perfect world. I'm not stating what the law should be.
No, I'm asking you what you would want to do in real life.
Well, hold on. Let me clarify what I'm saying because I don't want people to get the wrong idea of what I'm saying. In a perfect world, the women who are tricked and made to get an abortion, not fully understanding the decision that they're making should not have the repercussions and consequences that go with it, while the women who are murdering the innocent life, while fully knowing well what they are doing and consenting to it, should be imprisoned. I'm saying in a perfect world, that is what should happen. I don't know how you could implement that.
Therefore, essentially,
In
wouldn't your
everyday
position
life?
just reduce down to being pro-choice? You can say you disagree
No,
with
not
it, but stop forcing people to go through abortions or go through pregnancies when they don't want to.
no, because there's no reason whatsoever where you can take a human life and willingly take an innocent human
You
life
just gave one.
and have it be okay.
You just gave one. Do you think
No, I did not.
abortion? Do you think intentional abortion is a willful taking of a human life?
Intentional abortion is the willful taking of a human life?
Do you think that?
Yes.
You just conceded.
No, I didn't. And
You just said the
intentional
willful taking of a
abortion?
human life is immoral, right? And means you should go to jail.
Yes.
This is
Yes,
willful. You
and
just
wh-
said
and what the-
you just said intentional abortion is a willful taking of a human life. Therefore, under your view, it would apply.
If the women, like, are you saying that the uninformed women,
Why are you just assuming all women are uninformed? But
I'm not assuming that all of them are. I'm assuming that some of them are.
okay. So you're saying
But
some uninformed women. What about them?
Sorry, what were you saying before?
What about them?
Some uninformed women, like, they shouldn't be. That what they are doing is wrong. Like, don't get me wrong. What they are doing is wrong, but they're negligent to the fact that they are doing wrong.
Is it negligence a standard that they then should be held accountable? Because they didn't meet the due standard of care? What
Yes,
do you mean by
because
negligent?
that
You just mean that they
negligence
don't know of
is-
that? Is that what you meant by negligent?
What did you say?
By negligent, did you just mean like they didn't know this fact? They were ignorant?
Yes.
Okay.
Ignorance, not negligence. My apologies. But yes, what the uninformed women are doing is wrong, but they're not fully informed of that. So I don't think it would be fair to incarcerate the women who don't fully understand what they're doing, because it's truly the root cause of it is the doctors who do know what they are doing and still
What makes you think
implement
the doctors know what they're doing?
I don't think that they could.
Are there any
to be a doctor? You
are
have to
there
go
any
through
uninformed
all
doctors?
sorts of medical school. What do you say?
Are there any uninformed doctors?
Uninformed in the sense that they don't believe they're taking a human life when they perform an abortion. No, I don't believe anyone would believe
There are
that.
some biologists that don't believe it's living at that point.
Well, in my opinion, they're not intelligent biologists.
So
They're-
under your
if
so
they're believing
pause
that,
pause
they-
pause pause
they are will-
pause. So if they held their view, would you say that they should go to jail if they did an abortion? Like if they're an
The
abortionist, should
biologists?
they go to jail? The abortionist that believes that it is not living, should they go to jail?
No, but I do not
No.
think that it is
Okay.
possible for
So they
them
give out
to,
they give out 100,000 abortions. They shouldn't go to jail?
if they don't believe it's living, then no, but I don't see how that they would have to be going against basic science to believe that, which I don't think that would happen in the real world ever.
That's not having to. And by the way, you said go against basic science. That wouldn't happen in the real world. Do you know who your president is?
Donald J. Trump.
You know he actively
I don't
denies
understand
science,
your point.
right?
Can you give me an example of that?
Yeah, he said climate change is a hoax. He said the climate's going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet. He said windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before.
Well, what you're referring to is not objective science. It is evidence-based science. It's something that cannot be 100% proven. So it's
Science
just a
isn't
complete...
100%. Science is based on probability in the scientific method.
Yes, I agree with that. But
So what
whenever you
science is
state
certain?
that...
It's all probabilistic. It's inductive.
Yeah, I agree with that. But whenever you're stating human life begins at conception, that's not science. That's just an objective truth.
No, it depends on how
So
you're using the term life. And also, like, let's just be clear here. Like, the way you could use the term, like, for example, I could use it in the context of medical life, right? And if I'm using life in the context of medical life, well, then that means that it could be referencing sentient life. So is it sentient at the point of conception? No. So it's not living under that definition.
No, I believe... No, the definition you should be using is just
Should be
objective
using...
life.
Definitions
And
are not prescriptive. They're descriptive.
I agree with that, but there's different definitions for the word. So I'm
Yes,
saying
I know.
based on the law, in this scenario, any biologist that is, I know earlier I said is disagreeing with science, but I'll correct myself.
So if they are disagreeing with science, should they go to jail?
They're not disagreeing with science. They're disagreeing with the objective fact of human life not beginning at conception.
So should they go to jail then?
Yes, if they're
Okay,
doing
so then why
abortions,
shouldn't people in general go to jail? Because they're disagreeing with basic facts of biology, under your view.
because the biologist who is doing that abortion...
Wait, the abortionist isn't always isn't a biologist necessarily? What are you talking about?
Well, yeah, I understand that, but the person who is medically competent to do that has more of a standard, has a higher standard on them. Like, for example, if a paramedic is working in an ambulance and they don't do anything and that person dies, they should be held accountable. But if a pedestrian's walking on the street and they don't do anything, they're not held to that same standard as the paramedic. So
Yeah,
they're
I
not
understand.
going to get charged.
I understand. There's a different role, different due standard of care. I get it.
Yeah,
But that doesn't
exactly.
make
That's what
sense
I'm
to say that
saying.
there's a bigger due standard of care specifically for an abortionist. I don't see any good reason as to why you would say that, insofar as you'd say in one scenario someone should be held accountable for murder, but not in the other. All right, I'm going to get off right now. Is there any last words you have to say?
Well, with that last statement you just made, I disagree. I believe that the abortionist would have that higher standard placed upon them in that scenario. But I genuinely did enjoy having this conversation with you, and thank you for letting me join.
All right, for sure. Appreciate you coming up.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you for having me on Poker too.
Of course, man.
I appreciate
Good
it.
seeing you as always.
Bye-bye.
Alrighty, I have a few people to thank everyone, then we're going to call it. Augustine, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Fossey, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you. Yeah, it was a bit brutal. Avon, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Theron, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. Alex, thank you so much for the $1. I do not have any pets. Hannah, thank you so much for the $1 as well. Gizmojo, thank you so much. I really appreciate the 10 pounds. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Seminated vasectomies are safer than hormonal contraceptives, more effective, versatile. That would stop 99% of abortions. Also, keep your beliefs out of my uterus. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Dead Flower, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Time, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. A little bit brutal there. A little bit brutal. Zumba, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. How about you don't make medical decisions about something that you have no medical training / knowledge about, aka abortion. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Keep some W's for them in the comment section, as well as Colin. Again, thank you for the 50 Canadian dollars for you doing a pretty good job, lad. Fighting ignorance. You have a job for life. Ignorance is timeless, like death and taxes. Good night from Canada, and good luck down there. Well, thank you so much, Colin. I really appreciate the $50. And the Duke, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section, as well as Gizmojo. Again, thank you for the 10 pounds. Thank you very much. Alrighty, everyone. I'm going to call it for tonight. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. Tomorrow, I should be live probably 9 a.m. Pacific time. 9 a.m. Pacific time is when I'll be live. So literally 12 hours from now, I'll be hopping on live. So I'll see everyone then 12 hours from now. Good night, everyone. I'll see everyone later. Good night, good night, good night.